Two more. Okay. Out to be before you go let me know, I go let you know you be my future. Send me what sick dying my too much change mu pepe send me any hypocrite assassin hypocrite so in the mu pepe or him and na who of tia see na watch you for take it easy with your I don't care me boom any what tia see your body na repete me better na jeje too much e be ya with that forget it oh pepe ene wo pepe ebeche mu pepe so bobo kania eba ne me drop ya and if I be allergy you go be my agia oh pepe ene wo pepe ebeche mu pepe oh pepe oh pepe ene wo pepe ebeche mu pepe oh pepe yedi akoni abe ejume mu bia yedi epe comedy ya kokonte seni ya yesu chicha na bodo oh pepe ya chano pepe yedi no pepe oh pepe oh pepe nene oh pepe ebeche mu pepe oh pepe o do me na me so me dowo isike so wo see am fa ho my love dey your custody where you dey belong to me we be the best couple everything a double you go be my Mrs. Waddle. I don't focus about forget you will be. I will be there my hustle level. I know you love me and I'm doing the same. It's time for vacation, so jump on a plane. If I no put a ring on it, who we go blame? My love for you be real and never be game. Forget lolo, forget lolo, forget lolo, forget lolo, pepe oh pepe, DJ Breezy wa for them too much.
Okay, hey guys, how you doing? Hope you guys are doing good. Yeah, so today I wanted to do a quick conversation on our ADOS FBA, as xenophobic as people say, you know. And I'll give a disclaimer. Okay, I guess I don't live in the US, so I guess I can't speak from a very authentic perspective of somebody who actually has to deal with FBA ADOS on a daily basis. I've never had to compete with them over a job or anything like that. I've never really had to. I've interacted with them before, but I mean, I never really lived with them. So maybe there's another aspect of this that I'm missing, because when I speak to some Africans in the US about this, they go like, oh, well, you don't understand. And I'm like, Okay, maybe I don't understand the ADOS FBA perspective, but I understand what it feels like to live with other black people that are not from your ethnicity. Like I deal with that. Like, and I even said this. In the case of Canada, I've had bad experiences with black people, like certain groups of black people. Okay? I mean, it was more like childhood bullying, like childhood trauma. So I will admit when it came to the workplace, it didn't really affect me. But I'm not gonna lie, my first interaction with black people who are not Africans was really bad. Like, I'm not even gonna sit here and lie. Okay? These people would come to me and they would try to like claim that their culture was better than mine. They would say, "Oh, my food looks better than yours. Oh, my clothes look better than yours." And then I would always turn around and be like, "Everything that you're bragging about is something that the white man gave you. So if you're gonna say that it's so much better than mine, I don't really care. I like my food, okay? I like my people, I like my culture." Not to mention this group of people that always make fun of me about the way my food looked. I then turned around and I was like, "Why are you guys' fathers never in your house? Like, you guys have no family structure. Your children are wayward. You guys get pregnant at age 15, 16, unmarried." So when I gave that same venom to them, then they started to leave me alone. So when people make this argument of this group of people is so mean, blah, 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 and you're equating it to childhood bullying, the thing I have to say is, why don't you bully them back? Like, I don't I don't see how childhood bullying could be so traumatic that it's taken seriously into adulthood. Just my personal opinion. But before I do go further into this topic, because we are really gonna talk about this, we're really gonna discuss this. Let me answer the question firstly before I actually go a bit later into the live. Do I think ADOS FBA are xenophobic? Actually, it depends. Some of the ones that are online, are they xenophobic? Absolutely, okay? Absolutely. But are the ones in person that xenophobic? Not really. No, they're not. Well, maybe they are in their heads. Maybe they are in their minds, but they don't say it out loud. Another aspect of it is how xenophobic is ADOS or FBA when, okay, anybody who's living in America, let me know. Let me know the state. Are there gangs where there's ADOS FBA against black immigrants? Like, there are they going and burning African stores? Are they like targeting African people? Like, are they actually massacring? Like, that's what I would call xenophobia. Like what's happening in South Africa, that's what I would call, okay, this is actually dangerous. But is it just people are talking about people online and then people are saying that that's xenophobic? Like, how xenophobic is ADOS FBA? I don't think they're that xenophobic, to be fair. I think some of the xenophobic ones online are just very frustrated. So they resort to name calling, they resort to just saying some ridiculous things. But I really don't think they're all that xenophobic, to be fair. Stoic One, how are you doing? Hi Pi Al Kabulan. Hi Joyce Boggs, thanks for being here. Hi Kaisorian Empire. Hi Mrs. H. Kaisorian Empire sends 200 Kenyan shillings. Said donate to the channel. To the sister Dusties. Yeah, guys, donate to the channel, man. Like, donate to the channel. Show your support. I'm gonna put my PayPal link down there. I do not have a Cash App, but I'll try to get one of my friends' Cash App on here so that you guys can also support there if you would like. I would really appreciate it. It does take time for me to come on here and make this content, and it's just nice to sometimes, just be appreciated for the work and the effort that you put in, because some people will say, okay, you guys are not doing anything. Well, if I'm not doing anything, I'm at least donating my time, and I'm donating my platform. Like, I'm donating my space. I'm donating my space that is pretty. I would say if you go to other channels, you're not going to get an opportunity where everyone's going to be able to be free and speak their mind. Like, I don't really block people from this channel except African Fang Tribe. I don't really block people from this channel no matter how extremist their views are, because I feel like I really want to get to know other people. So yeah, it would just be appreciated if some people would show their support in regards to that. But yeah, Mrs. Aiden, what's going on? Eddie Hare is xenophobic. Fear and hatred of strangers or foreigners. We don't fear Black immigrants. Actually, yeah, let me actually see. Let me see what the word xenophobic mean. I don't even. Let me look at the official definition of xenophobia. Okay, so I found it. Let's trust Google. It's saying xenophobia is dislike of or prejudice against people from other countries. So, with that definition, would ADOS FBA be xenophobic? I mean, the dislike is there. Um, but I'm trying to be more objective, and I'll say that the dislike is probably twofold. So I agree with ADOS FBA in the aspect of, on one hand, I as an immigrant think that if you're going to a country and there's already like Black people there, you should be trying to be open to them and work with them. But from what I noticed is the African aspect of telling your kids to stay away from other Black people, telling your kids not to interact with other Black people. That's definitely something that Africans still practice. Like, Africans still practice separationalist or separationalism, isolation, and um, I don't think that Africans honestly come to the West to help the greater cause of Black people. Um, the reasons why people travel are selfish reasons. So the question I have for some ADOS FBA is, like, what do you really expect from the Black immigrants to go to do when they get there? Like, do you expect them to actually help you with these Black empowerment movements? Because that's not the reason why they're coming there. You might be lucky, you might get a second or third generation African that cares about that stuff, but the first and second gens are usually there for one thing only, and that's to make money. That's to assimilate into the rich culture. Like, it's to assimilate into the predominant culture. It's not really to get to know other Black people that are there or join Black movement groups and things like that. Like, that's not the reason why Africans travel. So when ADOS FBA go like, okay, well, they come here and they don't help us, did you expect that they would come there and help you? Because that, I mean, a lot of these Africans don't even help their own people. Like, they don't even help their own Africans in America. Like, they don't even help their own communities. So why would you expect that they would help you? Like, I don't, maybe that's being cleared now, and maybe people are starting to realize that, so they don't have that expectation anymore. But yeah, like, I don't know if the whole civil rights movement, if the whole Pan-African Black movement made people believe that the majority of Black people, African people, actually care for each other, especially in the West. because they don't. It's a very competitive sphere. Everybody comes here to try to make a lot of money and just help themselves. There's not really a togetherness and community aspect as compared to, let's say, the Asian community, the Indian community. Like, they're really more together. But just with the Black community of any ethnicity, I don't really see that togetherness. Like, I don't see it. I don't. And some Africans, right, will brag and they'll say, oh, but we have African shops, we have African stores. But I'm like, but you only sell your African clothes or your African food to other Africans. So how are you winning? Like, that's not winning. I don't understand what you're bragging about that. Like, that's not. If I have an African store and I'm only selling foods to West Africans, how am I winning? Like, I don't get what's bragging about that. No, you have the Indians that will buy whole gas stations and they'll sell gas to everybody. So they're the ones who are really winning, but you're here talking about you're winning. You got a degree, you're a doctor, you're the only Black doctor in like an all-white institution. Like, I don't know how you're winning. Like, I don't get that. But anyway, let me continue to go forward. There was a video that I wanted to, and okay, in regards to the trolling, right? In regards to the trolling, there is some things that, or there are, I should say, some things that ADOS FBA say, and I completely agree with. There's only a small fraction or aspect that I disagree with. And I'm going to show the first video. You guys know who this is. His name is Black Skin is Amazing. He's here on YouTube. Does he still have a channel? Cause I think he does, but yeah, Black Skin is Amazing. He's one of the ADOS FBA that I think is more on the trolling side. I don't think he's actually that serious. Like, maybe in his mind he feels like this, but the thing that he says online, like, who's really gonna take it serious, The video I'm trying to show is a video of when he was like, oh, when Africans come here, they're supposed to kiss our feet. They're supposed to praise us like we're their gods. Like, something like that is something that I think that people really should not be taken seriously, because that's literally just trolling. Like, who's really gonna kiss anyone's feet? You know what I mean? When ADOS FBA talk about how they made it easier for Africans and Black people to come to America, I agree. Some people will say, oh no, it was the American government who did it. But the Black Americans did put pressure on their government to make immigration policy more ethnically diverse. Like, they did do that. So we don't have to take that away from them. Their ancestors did do that. If you look at immigration, back in the days, if you wanted to travel to the West, like around the 60s, 70s, you had to be very wealthy or you had to be sponsored. Like, you traveling wasn't possible. And if you were in a country like South Africa, you wouldn't even be able to travel because of the situation that was going on in that country. So people didn't really start traveling until I think 70s, 80s, 90s is when it took off because of the IMF and destabilization movements. But if we're looking at things from that aspect, people have only been traveling for maybe, let's say, 30, 40 years. So I feel like when some immigrants get so they get so like arrogant and think that they did it all by themselves, like I don't feel that's a correct thing to say. I don't feel like that's a correct attitude to have. I'm trying to find the video. Oh, yes, so many of them. Which one is it? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to play another video in the meanwhile whilst I actually search for this one. But yeah, like, share, and let me know what you guys think. I'm just pulling up a different clip. Let's start with the Austin Chenge one right here. And this is the thing, right? I don't know why when some immigrants come to America, okay, and they run for political office, then they feel like they need to be the spokesperson for all Black people. Like, I don't understand why some immigrants do that. Like, if you are a Ghanaian American person, I don't know why you have to put it on yourself to speak for the whole Black community. Like, I don't understand why you have to do that. Like, yes, you are Black, but when we're speaking on general Black manners, why wouldn't someone from the higher population, why wouldn't they do that? Like, I don't understand why you have to do that. Right? So let me go ahead and play this. You guys all remember this.
Cancel Black History Month in the state. Can you explain, your reasoning behind that? I think for a lot of people that was shocking to hear someone say that.
Now, so we're all point. These are people who didn't go there planning to do this. They just simply went there to protest the way their country was headed. And they have a right to do that. Now, somehow they got overwhelmed by passion. I understand, but you need to understand how they got to that point.
And another comment you made a couple days ago, you said if you took over as governor, you'd cancel Black History Month in this state. Can you explain, your reasoning behind that? I think it's for a lot of people that was shocking to hear someone say that.
Now, so we're all Americans. We come from very different backgrounds. We have Norwegians, we have Finnish, we have Swedish, Polish, German. We have people from African backgrounds in this country. We're all immigrants who came to this country. And so therefore, even including the indigenous American people, the indigenous native people, the people from very different backgrounds, the thing that should unite us is the idea of the American identity, not because of the small group that we come from, because it's polarizing. If we're gonna have a Black History Month, then what about a Finnish History Month? What happens to a Jewish History Month? What happens to a Swedish History Month? The list goes on and on and on. But these are all American history. So therefore, I feel that as governor, the way to move forward to stop this division and this polarization that's going on in our community is to forge a single American identity that we can all identify with first. No one is saying you should get rid of your background, and no one is saying that in the middle of that, there's not going to be any Black history being taught or people of that background history being taught. But also, how about Finnish history? How about Norwegian history? How about German history? How about the rest of the people that make up this great and beautiful state of Michigan also having their history being taught in an American History Month, which can encompass all of this? That's my point of view, and I stand by that statement.
And what would you say to, some critics who would probably say, stories of Black history haven't been shown as much as, other parts of history, and this month is needed to, raise those stories up to give more strength to them?
Would they agree that maybe perhaps we should have like a White History Month? Would that sound all right? This is where this is headed. This is offensive. This is unfair to the rest of Americans who also come from various backgrounds. We need to have one American identity. We're all Americans. At least we can agree on that. I hope so, because the people who are disagreeing with this seem to be suggesting that by having an American history, their own history is not going to be taught in that. Now, maybe statistically, you may be looking at the numbers and the demographic. So somehow, maybe some people might have more people or more history, but you have to look at the numbers, right? There is no way that we can all have equal number of people represented in the history that is being taught, because then it becomes unfair, because then you're dwindling the numbers and the achievement of other people just so that you can bump your numbers up. It's not right. It's immoral. It's absolutely wrong. And we should not be supporting anything like that.
And let's move towards more of your
Okay, guys, sorry about that. Had some technical difficulties afterwards. But yeah, like going in line with that video, right? Why did that person feel the need to say that Black History Month should be canceled? Granted, if it's that person's opinion that Black History Month should be canceled, okay, cool. You know, that's your own personal opinion. But that month has nothing to do with you, it has nothing to do with your ancestors. Why would you, as a political member, feel the need to advocate for it to be removed? And did you consult the members of those the members of those communities to actually get their approval on that? Because it would seem that members of that community would not be in agreement with that. That's kind of common sense, right? So then why did you feel the need to even come and entertain that conversation? And I remember when this was happening, there really wasn't, you had some, and I'm going to say specifically people from his country. I don't remember people from his country really coming out and saying anything about this. It was the ADOS FBA that came out and said, cancel Austin Chenge. This guy's not for us. This guy doesn't speak for us. And then you had other people be like, oh, well, why are they saying this? Why are they attacking him? Like, hello, he literally just said something that was not approved by that community. And you're not speaking against it. So then when they speak against it, then they're the ones that are being mean. But he was able to say that and get no backlash. Obviously, from the white community or from other communities, he wouldn't be getting any backlash from them because it has nothing to do with them. But I don't remember, again, I could be mistaken, but I don't remember primarily Nigerians coming out and speaking against it. And he's not the only one. There have been other African politicians, African members of government that have come out and said some things on behalf of, Black America. And I'm just like, why are they doing this? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. And you know what the excuse some of them use is? Okay, well, the term African American, uh, it means somebody who's Black or African, and they're residing in America. So they can speak on behalf of that community because that's what that term means. And that makes me wonder, well, do ADOS and FBA, do they have a point then? Because if anybody can be African American, then what is the point in being African American when anybody can come here 2 years ago and say that they're the exact same as somebody else and speak on behalf of their community? So I'm just gonna play a short clip of when I and Sammy's Treasure spoke out against Austin Shinge. And again, none of us are from that community. I'm not even in the United States of America, but we decided to speak out against it because we didn't hear anyone else saying anything.
So many people were bashing Africans, and so many people were like, this is what they get for fighting for Africans. This is what they get for letting them come here and take over, that Africans they want to take over Black America, basically, you know, which I felt offended about, but I'm not gonna blame them for saying it, because this person and what he represents, I mean, he's basically talking on behalf of us, but we don't agree with him, you know. He doesn't speak for all Africans. Now, what I want to say is, do you think because he's in a Republican, I don't like to talk about politics, but he's a Republican. So do you think because he's in the Republican, what is it called again? Party? Do you think he is doing this to get votes from Republicans and white people?
Yes, I definitely think that he's trying to get votes, support, and he's trying to like be close to white people and maybe show white people that there isn't much of a difference between whites and Blacks. I think that's what he's trying to do. However, it's still an insult because this is the thing. Even in my case, I'm starting to learn a lot about Black history, African American history. I find it very interesting, actually. But at the end of the day, I don't know everything, because there's a difference between me reading it on a textbook versus somebody whose family experienced what happened, right? So no matter what, you can't erase that history. That history is very important, and there's a reason why it's there. It's there to remind, especially the descendants of slaves, that this is what happened and this is where you come from, and maybe you shouldn't be ashamed of it, but you should know, because it's important. It explains a lot of who you are and why your life is the way that it is. So I feel like he wants to be close to white people and he wants to get support from them, like showing, oh, we're not that bad. Just erase our history. It's not a big deal. And that's going to cause a lot of problems, to be honest. Like, we should respect African American history. There's a reason why it's there, so we need to respect it. Everybody needs to respect African American history.
Okay, so from listening to him, he also mentioned a few things. He said that should we do White History Month as well, since Blacks are doing History Month? So basically, those are some of the reasons why he said it's unfair. And it makes me wonder, what exactly does he think the Black History Month is all about? Because I feel like a lot of Africans are just so ignorant about African Americans and their history, and this includes me. So I say this from a respectful place. You know, a lot of us are just ignorant about them, and some of us, we just learn the little that we know because we are living amongst them, friends with them, but Africans in general don't know, you know, a lot about slavery. There's so many things that we need to learn, and this is vice versa. African Americans also do not know so many things about Africa. You know, they're also as ignorant as we are about ourselves. So do you think his action is we can trace his action to the reason why Africans are not really taught about their history.
All right, so I'll put the link of that video down soon because we did speak for a while and I do not want to play the whole 30-minute video. But yeah, like again, I still don't. And okay, looking into it, it says that he resigned as governor very recently. So he was governor of Michigan, and he resigned, and maybe it has something to do with the political backlash he faced. I'm not too sure, but really I don't think he faced that much backlash, because if we look at the opposite, if it was let's say it was a Chinese immigrant, right, and they were talking about, no, let's just say it was a Black person, yeah, speaking about, we need to erase something that has to do with Chinese history or Chinese immigration, they would face a lot of backlash. Like even Jewish history, the Holocaust, things like that, they would face a lot of black backlash. But this guy said, let's, try to erase Black history, or let's try to not make it such a big deal. He didn't face backlash. He didn't face cancel culture on social media. He really didn't get in trouble. He just got people online speaking about it, but nothing really happened to him. So I do find that to be very, very interesting. I believe we as ADOS FBA has decided to be a nation amongst ourselves for the first time. Hey, Black Heartman, he's saying, I think xenophobic is a term being thrown out there because ADOS has decided to not be a part of the all is Black or all Black is Black narrative. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a very interesting time to be in, because I believe in the beginning when ADOS FBA were doing the whole Black Power, Black movement thing, and we're all Black. Well, that was during a period when there were basically no immigrants in America. Well, no Black immigrants in America. So it made sense for them to do that, right? It made sense for them to have a uniform identity of Blackness. But if we look at a place like a lot of the boroughs in New York, anybody from New York can attest to this. I mean, I've been to New York. I don't live there, but I've been there. And most of the Black people I've seen in New York, you could tell they were immigrants, okay? Like, not firsthand, but some by the way that they dressed, some by just certain attitudes and behaviors that they had. You could tell this is not actually like an authentic Black American. And when some Africans get offended with this whole authenticity of Black American culture, I really have to ask, like, does you wearing a New York hat make you American? Does you wearing Jordans, Timberlands, does that make you an African American? Does you listening to 50 Cent, Lil Baby, I don't know, all these new rappers, I can't keep up. I stopped listening to rap after Kanye West and 50 Cent. Anyways, yeah, so does that make you an African American? No, it doesn't. I feel like because African American culture is so accessible, like everyone feels like they're entitled to it, and you're not. Like, that's not your culture. Like, I don't understand why some people get so offended when you say things like that. Like, I don't get it. So when ADOS FBA, some of them come out and say, no, this is me, this is my lineage, this is my identity, this is my ethnicity. And then you have other people saying, oh, they're being separationalist. We're all African. It's like, are you though? Because this is the thing. And I've been asked this by many Black Americans, and I've always answered very honestly. If it came to a time to fight, and I had to fight on behalf of the Black American identity, but I had to choose between that and let's say, a Ghanaian American identity, which one would be more important to me? Well, it would be the Ghanaian American identity. It wouldn't be the African American identity. A lot of them got offended when I said that, but that's the honest truth. So it's like, I don't understand why some immigrants want to claim onto this African American identity when it really comes down to it. Are you willing to fight for that identity? Are you really willing to put out the work and put your life into protecting that identity? Like, are you willing to do that? I don't think they're willing to do that. So I don't understand why they want to be so entitled. Let me play a clip. This is from obviously Empowered ADOS. But she had a good point. You know, she was speaking about Ilan Omar. And, you know, a lot of people call her an African American, but she's Somali American. And should she be speaking on behalf of Black or African American issues when clearly immigration is something that's more important to her, right? Clearly the fight against Islamophobia is something that's more immediate to her. So would she really have the same thoughts as an actual Black American? I don't think so. Now, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, why was she voted in politics? Why did she get that power? No, I'm not going to sit here and ask that because it's obvious why she did. But should she cosplay and double dip as an Somali American and as an African American? I don't think so. But let me quickly play this.
Have been we've seen an uptick in questions and inquiries in regards to how we're fighting for immigrant protections, especially as deportations have continued in recent weeks. I know the last few weeks have been really challenging for many immigrants after 4 years of Trump. Many of us were hoping that January 21st would bring a swift change. We have seen some major changes, the repeal of the Muslim ban, the Remain in Mexico policy, as well as many of the other executive orders. The Biden administration also released an immigration proposal that has some truly exciting provisions, most notably the pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented people.
And yeah, and just to pause this here, like, I don't think an average American, whether they be a Black American, white American, whatever American, I don't think an average American is really concerned about immigration policy. Maybe they would be concerned as, how do we make our immigration policy more strict? Like, how do we make it more selective? But I don't think that the average American is worried about, how do we make immigration easier? How do we make it more fair? How do we get more justice into it? Because I even think that the American immigration process is not that bad. Like, if we're comparing it to some other countries, especially in Europe, it's really not that bad. The only issue I think that they're having is they need to fix their border rules as in terms of, you know, the Latinos flooding and taking over. But in terms of who can actually get access to America, it's really not that bad. I even think they can even go stricter, you know, for their own good. But anyway, thank you, Rwanda Leads. I appreciate it. Let me actually just stop and see what some of you guys are saying, because you guys have been chatting a lot. And I just started. There's way more content. Oh, you guys want to call in? Okay, I'll let you guys call in. But okay, let me explain my position, because I know some Africans are going to think that I'm pandering to African Americans, and maybe I am, but let me explain why. Okay, let me explain why. African American, from the last time I checked, there are 40 million population of America. They are the majority Blacks in America. So you, as a minority Black in America, how is anything going to happen in your favor if you don't have the support and backing of the majority Blacks in America? Now you have some Africans be like, oh, well, these people have no power. Oh, they're subjugated in America. They don't really, they have more political influence. They have more social influence than recent immigrants in America do. Like, let's be honest here, they do. Okay, they do. So it's like when people go like, okay, well, African Americans are insignificant. How is anything of your benefit as a Black person in America gonna happen when you're not working in line with African Americans? Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't understand. See, this is the thing. If you're saying that you're gonna be a Black immigrant and you're going to change legislation, you're going to do certain things that's going to help your community, you're going to have to get support then from non-Blacks. Does that not mean that you're essentially going to have to sell out in order to get support from other people? Because I mean, you're not working in union with the Black people that are already there, so you're going to have to work with other communities. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know how you can say that they are insignificant. Like, I don't understand how you just getting there 10 years ago can now say that African Americans have no power. Like, I don't really understand that argument, but I will keep going. Okay, Joyce Bogg is saying most AA, let me remove this. Most AA don't get involved in stuff like this. We're too busy working and trying to survive everyday life. Yeah, and I agree. And this is why I feel like, see, I guess this is a battle that's not mine, but I'm still going to have commentary in regards to this. Most African American, most ADOS that I've met don't even know what ADOS FBA is in terms of the online movement. They're not really that concerned with all of this stuff. They're too busy doing whatever they're doing, having a good time. So I feel like the online sphere exaggerates a lot of things. The online sphere would make you think that all African American or Black Americans are done with Africans, or think that Africans are this or that or this or that. But really, in actuality, in person, I rarely hear talks of Africans, Caribbeans, and Black Americans having these serious conversations in person about how we can do this or how we can do that. I don't really know too many movements of that, so just saying. Hi, BB. Black Americans should stop trying to. Dang, this is how you feel. Okay, that actually hurts my feelings. That hurts my feelings. Yeah. Again, yeah, like I would like to let you know that the immigrants that come to the West they're more individualistic. They're more on the selfish aspect. They're not really trying to get to know anybody or build or work together. I would even argue that most immigrants, aside from being selfish, if they are working really hard and they are grinding really hard, they're either doing it for their immediate family that is in the West, or they're doing it for their family back home. They're not really concerned about any community projects or most Black immigrants are not concerned about that. We haven't got to the mindset of that collective thinking, because even in our own countries, we're not like that. So when you come to the West, it's very rare that you're going to have an immigrant that's going to be like that. But let me continue playing a little bit of this video because I need to take a drink.
But while we've seen some incredible changes, we've also seen some parts of our system stay remarkably the same. I've spoken out against the increased number of deportations. we need a real fundamental change to our immigration laws, including how we enforce them. The answer isn't more humane jails for children. There is really no such thing. The answer is to end the mass, especially as deportations has.
Now, I get her whole humanistic, like humanity point of view when it comes to this, but the children who were in cages were mostly Latino, Mexican, Hispanic kids, no? So what does that have to do with you? Like, I don't get. Are you saying this because you want their votes? Like, I don't understand. What does that have to do with your community or your immediate concerns and needs? She's in Minnesota. I'm sure that there are huge Somali Minnesotan needs that she could be using her platform to raise more awareness to. And I could be mistaken. Maybe she is doing that in other videos. I don't really pay attention to Ilhan Omar because I don't care. But what I'm saying is, it's just interesting how in this video she's talking about immigration, deportation, making it more humane, and I'm like, what does that have to do with you? Like, anyway, yeah. So,
and sing till earth and heaven.
My colleagues on immigration reform that recognizes our common humanity.
Lift every voice and...
Now let me continue to read a little bit of what you guys are saying before I play some other clips. Okay, Mrs. H says something to Kaizo. Interesting. This is in Nigeria who didn't have a voice. Yeah, like again, if this was a Black American, if this was a Jamaican, right, that went to Nigeria and told them, you need to change this practice that you guys are doing in Nigeria. You guys need to, don't you think the Nigerians would be like, why are you speaking on this? You're a foreigner, you just got here. But when that Nigerian governor went and said Black History Month needs to be erased, it's like everyone is now giving all these excuses like, oh, maybe he didn't know. How can you live in America and not know about Black history and its significance? Like, how did you graduate from school in America and not know the significance of Black history? I'm just wondering, how are you that ignorant when people are giving excuses of, oh, maybe he didn't know, maybe he was not aware? I don't buy that. I don't believe that, okay? I don't. Any Black person that does not believe in the concept of Pan-African ideology is off track from my vintage points. I do agree with Pan-African ideology. I know it looks like I don't, because I guess I'm not the idealistic Pan-African. But in actuality, I do believe that if you're trying to understand other Black people, you do have to be more humble and hear things from a different perspective. It can't just be your one track mind, because we've all lived in different time periods, different countries, different environments. We weren't all socialized the same way. So to say that there's one ideology that's going to bring everyone together, well, you're going to have to understand that that transcends a whole bunch of things that we already have innately. Like, we already have religious prejudice, we have economic, financial prejudice, even on looks, on lineages. It's not as simple as just saying, okay, you're Pan-African, but you don't want to interact with other people and get to know other people's perspectives. Like, I feel like some Pan-Africans are too staunch. They're not really willing to listen to other people and have conversations, and that's what puts people off of the whole ideology, because the whole ideology sounds simple, right? Everyone in diaspora get along, do projects, and come together and build. But if we're in the diaspora and we're having problems, right? We're not getting along. How are we then supposed to come together and build? How are we supposed to do that? Okay. We're all living in our own separate communities. We're all thinking about ourselves. But then you're saying that we're supposed to come together and build all of these things. Like, I don't understand how that works. I'm just saying. Okay. When is the point of cultural exchange? Like, when do we get to that point? You know, when do we get to actual conversations? When do we get to understanding? Like, when do we do that? All right, so that was one example. Let me play another example. Again, I technically I don't live in the United States of America, so I won't lie that there are some, or there haven't been instances of FBA being like more xenophobic or on the racist side. But what I'm saying is, how xenophobic are they really? Okay, let's play the video from everyone's favorite xenophobe on here, Tariq Nasheed. And I have a lot to say about Tariq Nasheed. And I think that's Crenshaw Grinder with the $10 support. Thank you, appreciate it. I will be reading your super chat very shortly. But let's just quickly play Tariq Nasheed for 1 minute.
Tariq, come on with it. We
can't understand the mumbling. You gotta stop.
Was he talking to me? He has to spit the joel off out his mouth. I don't understand one word he said.
I'm talking to you.
Okay, what were you saying? What were you saying, sir?
I'm saying your head looks. Don't worry, you won't even understand, sir. Your head looks like weary. Just search weary. No one's almost weary.
My head looks weary.
Yes, yeah, your head looks weary.
What?
Okay, but you better get your jokes together. You don't want to go there, because when I get on you, y'all gonna be crying.
Bro, bring the smoke, bro. Bring the smoke.
Well, the smoke is from under your arms in that must. That's what the smoke is. So you've already brought that. So leave it alone.
Bro, that's dead joke, bro. That's a dead joke.
Nigga, the only thing is dead is the smell of your. The only thing is dead. The only thing dead is the smell of your flip flops.
What the fuck is flip flop, bro?
That's the shoes you fled in, sir. Now let's talk about something real.
I fled. You fled too, bro. You fled.
Where did I flee? Where did I flee?
You fled from the trenches. Go back to your trenches. Go back and develop your community, bro. You fled. You went to LA and you enjoyed the life that the white man built. Go back to your community. Go back to your broke community.
Man,
go and develop
Los Angeles is a city that a foundational Black American woman and people established.
Big cap, bro. Big cap.
The only thing,
white man built.
Big cap, nothing. A big cap goes over that big forehead of yours. But I'm talking real facts here, sir.
Bro, your forehead is bigger than mine, bro.
No, it's not, sir. Your forehead looks like a Buick LeSabre. Let's stop it.
Your forehead.
Please don't start with me.
Let's just drop this. Okay.
All right, now let's talk about something real. Let's not go there now.
All
now
right.
what?
Okay. So that wasn't even that funny. Like, Tariq Nasheed can really, really, really go in, right? But when people go like, "Oh, see, he's so xenophobic, he's so mean, he's so this, he's so that," I'm like, you guys call these jokes problematic? Like, this is online banter. Like who's really taking this stuff seriously? Are you really crying because he told you to spit out your jollof? Are you really crying because he told you that, oh, you're in the shoes that you used to flee your country? Like oh, what does it have to do with anything? You know what I mean? Like I see Tariq I see Tariq Nasheed as like an online personality mostly, right? Like I see Tariq Nasheed as a comedian. I see Tariq Nasheed as a guy that's trying to be famous and a guy that's trying to sell his community stuff, really. I see him as a presenter and someone who needs social media in order to stay relevant so that he can come out with new products and then sell it to his community. That's what I honestly see Tariq Nasheed as, right? Tariq Nasheed is not like Yvette Carnell, right? Yvette Carnell is the one that people should be taking serious because she's the one that has actual political power. She has political standing. She has a bit more respect in her community, right? But Tariq Nasheed, I mean, wasn't the last thing that he tried to do get like $1 million for that museum that he hasn't built yet? And then he was giving his community excuses as to why the museum hasn't been built. So it's like someone like that, who really cares what they have to say? Like, okay, he did Hidden Figures. Okay, he did Breaking. Those were all selfish interests. Those were all for lining up his own pockets. Those weren't for actually helping his immediate community, right? So when someone like that comes on here and they roast, Africans, and they talk about they talk about go drink camel piss. They talk about go drink some camel piss, go do this, go do that. I'm just like, okay, like leave it. Who cares? Is this guy gonna be president? Like, is this guy gonna go for governorship? When they look at his social media and see the things that he talks about, do you really think that this guy's gonna be taken seriously? I don't. So then I don't understand why you guys take him so seriously. Like, I don't get why you guys get so offended by what he says. And again, I'll say this: when it comes to the roasting culture, I'll say Black Americans will usually win in the roasting culture. So if you want to roast a Black American, like, you have to learn how to roast from them. Okay. Like, they're so quick with it. They're so quick with the insults. They're so quick with the comedic, things. You're not really going to win a roasting session with a Black American. So I don't know why some people keep calling into a show trying to do it when it's just not going to work. Okay. Like, it's not going to work. Have you guys noticed that when people call into Tariq Nasheed's show, even when he's roasting his own Black American people, like his own Black American women, when they're over talking him or when they're overpowering him, he usually just mutes them. So, like, what's the point of calling into the show when this person's gonna mute you when you get too much? Like, you're not gonna win. So what's the point? But they still try to do it every day. And another thing about Tariq Nasheed, right? Another reason why I don't take him as serious as maybe some other FBA ADOS is FBA to me is more like a lineage thing. It's not really like a thing that actually has an end goal. Like, they don't seem to have an actual political or legislative movement behind them. So it's like, at the end of the day, if I don't really even know what you're fighting for or what the point of your movement is, then why would I even, like, who cares, you know? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know why Tariq Nasheed bothers you guys so much. I think the government song is a bar. I know it's a meme. I think he I think he copied the Caribbean flow really, really well. You know? And I think he's gonna keep going viral for doing these type of things. And you guys are still gonna be angry and not leave him alone. Like, you guys realize that calling into a show, interacting with him on Twitter, because I'm probably gonna change my title to his name because it's probably gonna help this video. But you guys realize that doing all of that brings him more clout and relevance, right? Which actually helps his bottom financial line. Like, you get that, right? Okay.
So why don't you just show the receipt of you giving this money to the people you made these donations for?
Why don't you show me your receipt for your llama?
You're a crook. See what I mean? That's what I'm saying. This guy has no.
First of all, there's no
llamas.
llamas. One second. There's no llamas in Africa. Llamas are found in Asia. You dumbass nigger. Secondly, stop with the stupid jokes. You said you want to have a healthy, grown-up discussion. Let's have one, Tariq. This is the platform. This is the place. Instead of resorting to your fourth grade, jokes, let's have a grown-up conversation. All right, nigger? The floor is yours.
Sir,
Boys aware, llama is only found in South America, not in Asia.
Sir, all the nigger talk, it doesn't matter as long as my clothes don't smell like cheetah pee.
Where the fuck do cheetahs pee? What the fuck is wrong with this nigger?
Your clothes smell like backwards. You have many of them.
Where do cheetahs pee? Cheetahs are almost extinct.
His leaders, his people.
One second, sister. Does this guy think that Africa is full of wildlife? Like, there's no cheetahs are actually about to become extinct. There's like at least, I don't know, 1,000 in the wild. This nigga thinks Africa's the jungle, like the white man. What are you talking about? You smell like cheetah piss. Are you 2 years old, Tariq? You have a suit on. I see you playing dress up. But you can't even conduct yourself like a grown-up. Come on, man. I'm being ashamed of you right now. Really sad, Walai.
This gorilla graduated from O Block University. I don't think he knows much.
When did y'all start representing all of Africa?
Let him speak. Let him speak, guys. Let him speak.
Sir, the cheetahs.
Out of high school.
You're right, sir. You're right. The cheetahs are extinct because you ate them.
No, because black people keep doing drills on the cheetahs.
You know what your issue is? Your issue is you can't be a. One second, what?
Do you know how dumb you fucking sound right now?
Don't eat cheetahs.
Yo, what? 1 second, bro. Yo, listen. Yo, Sugora.
You had cheetah meat with injera.
Tariq, you know what your problem is? You say listen, hold on. 1 second. Yo, let me
injera.
1 second.
Okay. So for the life of me, I don't understand why you guys come on here, click on the link, and have this meaningless roast section with Tariq Nasheed, and then you go on Twitter and then you cry about how mean he is. But why did you click the link? Like, what was the whole point of that conversation? Now, I think both sides were wrong, okay? Because normally I would be like, oh, Tariq is the villain, but I mean, they stood up for themselves. They did use white supremacist talking points. They did use white supremacist talking points. So I feel like it was fair. That was a fair roast. So you guys both got what you wanted. What is the problem now? Like, what's the issue? I don't get it. Now, one thing that ADOS FBA says, right, and I think they're completely correct in, is there have been, again, unfortunately, it happens to be Black immigrants. I don't know why. There have been some Black immigrants that have come out and talked about the fact that, they don't really stand for reparations. They think reparations should be for everybody. They don't really understand the significance of reparations. And the question here is, what does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with your community, right? Because even if you believe that reparations is never going to get paid, right, which is your prerogative, if they were to get paid, it would not be going to you, right? So I don't understand why you have to feel the need to speak against it, because I see it like this. CARICOM getting reparations, African Americans getting reparations is going to help any other Black people in the world who maybe one day will decide to have their own reparations movement. Like if ADOS FBA, CARICOM, if this becomes successful, then by the time that you decide to get reparations, or you decide to actually put a petition for reparations, it's going to help you. Okay? Like in the case of Haiti, you have some Haitians saying, yeah, I think we should get it. You have other Haitians saying, no, I don't think we deserve to get it. Whatever. But if you were to decide to get it, don't you think that African Americans being successful in getting it, would that not help your own, like, would that not help you? Would that not help your cause? Wouldn't that not be a predecessor of success? Because if you ask the average, I believe Namibia did get reparations, and it wasn't enough, but at least they got something, right? But if you were to ask the average Ghanaian about, should they get reparations, they would say no. Like we moved past it. We don't care anymore. We're not interested. Cool. Right? That's you. You're speaking on behalf of your own community, right? But if somebody else is saying, no, this is something that is important to me, this is something that I think that I need, it's something that I'm owed, it's something that was promised to me, you don't understand the reason why I'm doing this, I don't understand why you have to go against it and publicly speak against reparations. Like I don't see what the point in that is. And to throw more I'm trying to see, there was a video of a Kenyan, right? A Kenyan, I assume in America, because who else would be speaking about reparations unless you're in America, right? There was a clip of a Kenyan in America talking about, oh no, reparations should be for everybody. It shouldn't just be because he was speaking in regards to the California movement. Um, I if you're a Black American, you know what's going on in California in terms of the ADOS reparation movement. Can you just quickly say in the comment section what's happening? But I believe that there are talks in the Californian government to actually start thinking about how to give reparations to people. And there was a Kenyan that was talking about, oh yeah, like if we're getting reparations, that's good. But then the African Americans were like, wait, the reparations is for Black Americans. It's for people who have lineage and ancestry to this country. The reparations are not for just anybody who's Black, right? That's what they said. They made it very clear. And then you had this Kenyan be like, wait, but why am I not included? And then the African Americans were like, did you not just hear that we said that this is specifically lineage based? Like, what argument do you have in this? Like, what say do you have in this? And he was like, oh, you guys are being so mean. Like, we're all Black. I can't believe you guys are doing this. We're all brothers. We're all supposed to work together. Like, nah. Oh my goodness. Did I lose the video? Hold on. Let me see if I can just play this one real quick before I find the one that I actually want to play. Hit the like button, s'il vous plaît.
The Sheila Jackson Lee.
And apparently this is a name that a lot of Black Americans have an issue with, Sheila Jackson Lee. I believe she's not ethnically African American, but again, when you run for politics in America, it does not matter if you're African American. So long as you're Black, you are considered African American. So then you can freely speak on the community. That's interesting.
A descendant of Jamaican immigrant, Sheila Jackson Lee. A descendant of Jamaican immigrant.
I speak from the Black perspective because I am Black and I live in a predominantly Black community. The problem with illegal immigration, whenever it comes up, is that people always give one side and never give the other side. You will never hear from these people about the 17-year-old Black kid in my neighborhood who went to McDonald's and was told, you can't work here because you don't speak Spanish. It has been my experience, my personal experience, that when Black elected officials talk, they speak in terms of minorities and people of color. When the advocates of the illegal alien speaks, he speaks about Latinos.
Let me just simply ask you about that question of the ability to go after the McDonald's. I think you are right about that issue. That is outrageous. And that's corporate policy that should be immediately stopped. How can they make the distinction in not hiring the young man that you spoke about, the corporation?
Yes, ma'am, I agree. And we should also go after the illegal alien who was here taking that job.
And we can do that by enforcing the laws. But
Yes,
the
ma'am.
question is, the illegal alien does not hire himself or herself. The corporate entity or policy does. So
I
that
agree.
we should look to those entities for a response.
And to the illegal alien who takes the job.
Sheila Jackson Lee, a descendant of Jamaican immigrant.
Ebony magazine, which is the leading Black magazine, and if not one of the oldest and the most respected, carried an article with the entitled "Illegal Aliens: Big Threat to Black Workers." There's information all over the place, and to suggest that because we're here talking about it, because we are so hurt and have suffered for so many years, and we see our own so-called Black leaders who have turned their backs on us.
You've got me on helping you with Border Patrol, helping you in trying to deal with the illegal immigration. You've got me on the violent illegal immigrants who are doing a disservice and perpetrating violent acts, but you don't have me on bashing. You don't.
Okay, now let me stop it right there. Okay, I've heard. Let me clear my throat. I've heard. Like the video, guys. Don't leave me hanging. Please like, even if you hate me. Please like the video. It helps. I've heard some Black immigrants go like, why do these ADOS FBA never have smoke for the Latinos? Why do they never have smoke for the Asians, especially the Latinos? Because Latinos are going to be the majority of America. And I believe the reason why that is except for New York, I think Latinos do things mostly for the Latinx community. They don't speak on behalf of Black people as a whole. A lot of Latinos do not even identify as Black. Even the ones that look pretty Black don't identify as Black, right? So an Asian or a Latino is most likely not going to speak on behalf of the Black community. So I think that's why they don't go as hard to speaking about the Latinos. Okay. And to be fair, I have heard some of them speak about Latinos in terms of immigration, Latinos in terms of when they come here, they don't like interact with us either. Like they don't create jobs for us, and they're not really riders for us. So I've heard them say that. But I think what hurts them more is people who have a similar skin tone to them, not really like trying to identify and come together with them in America. I think that's what hurts them more.
Don't have me on some of these bogus arguments about blacks and Hispanics. You don't have me on LULAC bashing. And what I hope to do is that we need all of us to get along. I don't like Hispanics bashing us, and I don't like us bashing them.
First of all, it's not just what Mr. Anderson is saying or what I am saying.
Sheila Jackson Lee, a descendant of Jamaican immigrant. We know your stories are compelling, but I would simply say that as you cite particular and unique instances, be very cautious of a broad brush about immigration, because all of us have come from somewhere. Let us not forget that this nation is a nation.
I'm gonna sound like such a tap dancer, as some people would say. I'm gonna sound like such a I can't even think of the word, but does immigration really benefit the natives of any community? Like, unless you're getting immigrants who pay a lot of taxpayer dollars, who contribute to the society, immigration I don't think is that beneficial. Like, I'm just being, can I be controversial and say that? So why would Americans want immigration? Like, why would they want to relax immigration laws? Like, what is in the best interest of them when we already know what's going on in the world? Look at the places like Detroit that used to be like the car manufacturing plant of America. There's probably some other cities I can't think of them at the top of my, I think Chicago one of them? Anyways, there were so many cities that were known for certain factories and things that they sold in. And then with this rise of, just get everything from China, move all these jobs to India, that has affected the local job market of the average American. So, like, how does immigration really benefit Americans, period? Like, I don't think it benefits anybody, not just Americans, but I don't think it benefits most people unless you're getting people who actually have money in your country. Forget education. Unless you're importing people who have resources and money that are going to help and create jobs to help you and your natives, what is really the incentive for immigration other than, oh, this is a global world, we're all supposed to help each other? Get out of here, okay? Are we not adults now? Have we not moved past that humanistic thinking that everyone's just supposed to be good because the world is good and we all love each other? Like, get out of here.
Of immigrants. There's not one of us here who can claim to have come here or have been here for long, long times, unless you want to claim a native Indian background. I will only remind you, as you have said, that so many of us came to this nation in an immigrant form. I'm very sensitive to the finger pointing at the whole issue of immigration. I believe in focusing it. I believe in protecting you. You have a right to your land. I'd fight with you to make sure you have a safe, the ability to be safe on your land. But I'm very, very suspect on organizations that organize around immigrant bashing. We had a hearing in March which examined immigration and African Americans with labor economists. We had one from the National Urban League that the gentleman had done an extensive study and stated that unemployment amongst blacks is down and immigrants are not taking jobs from African Americans.
One of the problems is that illegal aliens come in and take those jobs at lower wages, and as a result,
okay, for us to be pitting African Americans and suggesting that these are jobs that are being taken away from them, I would venture to say that what's wrong with inner city unemployment for African Americans is that the discrimination, racism doesn't give them the positions and jobs that they would deserve after being here for some 400 years. That's the anger in my community that I understand, and I will engage in that. I apologize, but I think that we're sort of mixing apples and oranges. Sheila Jackson Lee, a descendant of Jamaican immigrant. As the Congressional Black Caucus are the conscience and the defenders of Black people in the United States.
All right, so I know Africans are going to cancel me because they're going to be like, aren't you supposed to be pro-immigration? I'm more indifferent towards it. I do believe that countries should be very strict on who they let in their country, because we all know what happens when immigration goes wrong, right? So if America says that they want to be more strict in their immigration policies and laws, I don't see anything wrong with that. I really don't. Now, what Sheila Lee Jackson said in the video, I think is interesting. she was right. There are racist type of practices in which that would cause Black Americans to be left out of certain jobs and certain sectors. I do agree with that. But don't you think that that should be addressed on its own before you actually just add more immigrants? Like, shouldn't that issue on its own be addressed? Shouldn't that issue be fixed before we start, adding other issues, adding other problems on top of that pre-existing problem? So Sheila Lee Jackson, if you already know that there is prejudice in how African Americans are being employed, why is that not one of your campaign focuses on actually making sure that not just African Americans, but in this case, you can use the whole Black term? Why don't you try to help and make sure that these preconceived barriers for employment of Black people is addressed? Like, why don't you make that a topic instead of here talking about immigration? Like, I just can I ask that, or are people gonna say I'm cooning again? Because I mean, I'm sorry, I'm giving a warning. If you really don't like ADOS FBA, you might want to click out of this video. I'm indifferent towards them again, because the ADOS and FBA that I met in person, I've had really good experiences with them. So I'm not going to believe that all of them are xenophobic and all of them are like anti-Black people. I'm just not going to believe that. Hey, Tariq Nasheed is not going to make me think that ADOS FBA are all like that. I'm just saying. MS Delta guy. Whew. Wow. Okay. He's saying, good topic. ADOS FBA just want to focus on our people and our progress. People call ADOS FBA as xenophobic to stop us from advocating for ourselves. Yeah. And see, this is the thing, right? Again, one of the many aspects that I agree with ADOS FBA is ADOS FBA should be taken seriously as a lineage. It should be taken serious as an identity, because if it's not, you're going to have African and Caribbeans who just got there saying that they're also ADOS FBA. Okay. When it comes to ADOS FBA benefits, you're going to have like Black people apply for it and be like, well, I'm ADOS FBA. I'm African American. Hey, I'm African and I live in America, so I'm the exact same. Like, no, let's not do that. Okay. Let's not do that. I don't know why. Again, some Africans that are in America, I want you to answer this, because you guys always get mad at me when I confront you on this, but I really want an honest answer. Okay. Please don't disappoint me. Why is it that some Africans in America identify as African American? Okay. Like, I don't understand why, if you're from Ghana or your family is from Ghana, even if you were born in America, right? Even if you were born in America, I don't understand. If your family was from Ghana, I don't understand why you have to claim African American when you're clearly a Ghanaian American. Like, I don't understand why you have to hold on to that term so much. Like, why? Like, what is it? I don't get it. Like, why is it so offensive to just say that you're Ghanaian American? What's so offensive about that? They cry, they give meltdowns. They're like, oh, I live in America, I have a US passport, I have US citizenship, I'm American. I'm just like, okay, what? Just whatever. Like, sure, go to a white American, right? Go to these white American institutions and speak on behalf of them and really see if they're really gonna accept that. Like, see if they're going to accept that. MS Delta guy saying many studies have shown that the immigration does not benefit Americans. In terms of, providing a bigger tax base, I think it does benefit Americans, but I guess, yes, in terms of the overall picture, does it really benefit Americans? Not really, because there are many jobs in America. The argument here is there aren't enough people to fill these jobs. I don't really believe that. I just think that people want to be paid more. They want their worth. You know, they don't just want to be doing a job for $10 an hour when the job is really supposed to pay you $17 an hour. So maybe that lies in an actual American revolution in which the Americans will have to do something about that in their perspective cities and states. But I do think it is possible that Americans can come together and make sure that they get better pay, better treatment, so we don't have to deal with some of these issues that seem to be bothering us, right? Because we all know that in terms of, you know, economics and stability, yeah, the Black American community, if we're comparing the Black American community to other Blacks in the world, obviously they have more money. But if we're comparing the Black American community to other communities in America, they're not doing so well. The Latin community is doing much worse than the Black American community. But where the Latin community is strong is that they're more recent immigrants, so they have more of a social collective structure. It's easier for them to come together and do certain things. So yeah, Black Americans financially are not doing that well collectively. So does it not make sense that they're here talking about we need to do this, we need to do that, because it's affecting them? You know, I always say this. If you're a Nigerian and America's so bad for you, you can always go back to Nigeria, okay? Like you can always leave and go back to Nigeria. Like you can always do that, but where is an African American supposed to go? Okay? Let me correct that. Where is a non-Pan African American? A non-Pan African American, where are they supposed to go when things are not going well in America? What other choices do they have? And I would like to argue that Pan-Africanism has not helped that much right now. All these Pan-Africans that are on these panels, myself included, all these Pan-Africans that are on these panels, you guys are always talking about we need to come together and help. When are you guys going to help the African Americans in America? Like, when are you guys going to do more things to actually collaborate with them? But instead, you guys always want to go and beg them for money. You guys use them as cash cows. Most of you guys, not all, but let's play this real quick.
Oh, yes. And California is passing reparations, right?
Yes.
They're going to give reparation to Black people. Huh? And I was very excited. I was like, man, 27 years in this mother, I am going to get a good check. And then I heard that they passed this, resolution now saying that to limit it to only descendants of slaves.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I'm not happy about that.
Well, well, one, I think African Americans, those who descended from slavery, do deserve something because they came here not on their free will. They were humiliated. They were stripped of everything. And then when they were freed, they were not actually freed. They were free on paper, but not really free as in the true sense of freedom. And they've been living a really, really hard life. Every time they build something, the white people come and burn it down. So I think it is time for something to be done. And I'm glad that, that they're doing it. Now, for them to be like, we need to narrow it down to a certain number of people, I'm okay with that. Because then it means that those who really deserve and those who really have gone through this trauma will get what it is that they deserve. What, you don't like the idea of the narrowing down?
Well, I like the idea that they'll get reparations, but I don't like the idea that I get left out of it. Maybe it's just me being selfish.
Why do you think you deserve it?
Because I've been in this state for 27 years.
You can't be making this up, guys. You literally cannot. See, this is this is what's hard. This is what makes it hard for me to defend them sometimes, right? How can you sit here and be like, you've been in America for 27 years, so you deserve reparations for what? What, for facing racism in America, for having what, some, I guess, bad experiences in America? How does that equate to somebody who's been here for 400 years and they literally have generational trauma? How does that equate to somebody who, now I don't know if it was the whole American government or if it was just certain states, but I remember, if I'm not wrong, if African Americans could correct me on this, didn't the government say that we're going to give you 2 mules and some land? Like, we're actually going to pay you some reparations. Didn't the government promise them that they're actually going to pay, that they were actually going to pay them reparations right after slavery? So if the descendants now are saying, hey, you made a promise to our ancestors that you're going to pay us for what we did, what is so wrong about that? Why are people sitting here saying that they're trying to get things for free? Their ancestors work for free, and nobody's addressing that. How come the Japanese got reparations for Pearl Harbor? Okay. The Jews got reparation for Holocaust. Even the Native Americans, in as much as I think those people are just so weak, their reparations were horrible, they at least still got something. They got reservations here in Canada, and the natives don't have to pay taxes. So if they're buying a home, if they're buying a car, they don't have to pay taxes. They have lots of benefits, lots of write-offs, because this is their country that the colonizers stole from their ancestors, right? So they did get a form of reparations, but African Americans, from my understanding, did not get a form of reparations. So when they're coming now and talking about, okay, let's actually mobilize and come together, why do you as an immigrant say, hey, I've been here for 27 years, why are they leaving me out? They're so mean, they're so xenophobic, why are they leaving me out? It's like, wait, when were you in this conversation, period? Like, I don't get it. Anyway, MS Delta guy, thanks. Oh my gosh. So you are speaking facts about Africans in the USA. They don't claim Ghanaian, Nigerian Americans. Yeah, they don't. They just claim like flat American. And yeah, you are an American, but I mean, you're not a Native American. Like, you came from somewhere and you're in America. Even this whole term identity of America or American, I think, is changing. Like, back in the days, we would equate let me speak for myself. I would equate an American as a white American, right? But nowadays, when I think of an American, I have to individualize it. Like, is it a Chinese American? Is it an Asian American? Is it Latino American? Is it a white American? Is it a black American? Which type of American is it? So I even think the whole term of American it's not as static as it used to be some centuries ago. Like, it's changed, and it's gonna continue to change. So flat Americanness. Flat Americanness. What's up with that, you know? Thanks for shining light on this issue. Some Africans in America. MS Delta guy, why you like that? Saying some Africans and American all up in ADOS FBA business. Mind your business. And I feel like this is the part that makes ADOS FBA, not all of them, but some of them, xenophobic. It's like when they keep hearing people with certain accents talking about, I'm American too, why are you not including me? Like, they're just like, mind your own business. Like, why are you not in your community? Like, why are you not going to your mosque? You know, like, why are you not going? Like, why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, What are you doing here? We don't even speak like you. So yeah, I think the more recent xenophobic part of ADOS and FBA, they're just tired, okay? I don't think it started like this, but it's ending like this. They're fed up, okay? So I will be opening the line soon because you guys have been here for a while. There's just so much content on ADOS FBA. That's why. I mean, this is I like this topic, man. I like this topic. I know the Africans are gonna email me and they're gonna say I'm a traitor. You know, I'm a traitor. I'm a sellout. You know, I should be worried about other things. I'm gonna get those emails. Trust me. I'm gonna get those. I might even get video reactions of them saying I'm selling out. But Yvette Carnell is going to explain what ADOS FBA is, and I feel like if you're in America and if you're an African especially, maybe try tuning into what Yvette Carnell is saying because she's not as bad as Tariq Nasheed. So maybe you might actually understand what their whole plight is, like what the whole point of what they're doing is, right? So let me go ahead and play this video.
Nobody did that. Ain't nobody been around here judging her blackness. What we have judged is her lineage and her attachment to American DO, descendants of slaves. She has a Jamaican parent and an Indian parent, and neither of those parents is an American DOS, descendant of chattel slavery in this country. Not everywhere slavery. We know that was slavery in other parts of the world. But if you in the Caribbean or one of those places, if you in Haiti, then your issue, as we've said here many a times, is with the French. And if you ever get reparations from the French, I will clap. I will be happy. I will throw you a party. I will buy you a drink, baby. But I will not try to take your money. I will not try to eat that fruit because I don't have no bones buried in Haiti. My bones is buried in here. I celebrate you. I will help you. But I understand that that is yours. And I think you understand that too. So the real issue is just like I'm not Jamaican, just like I'm not Haitian, just like I'm not Eritrean, you are not American DOS. You are not. You do not have parents and grandparents who grew up on sharecropper farms who can trace their stuff back to slavery. You do not have that. So what that means is that you are not a part of this tribe. That don't mean you are not black. It means you are not a part of this tribe.
Okay, and I don't know how any more clear somebody can be. Like
almost like clockwork. They just
I don't know how else somebody can describe what ADOS FBA is. In that definition, I don't recall there being any xenophobic, any I hate Africans or I hate Caribbeans. It was like, hey, this is my identity. This is my lineage. Can I just speak on behalf of myself without you interfering? Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. And I know I'm going to be canceled once again for saying that, but it's okay. I mean, it's all right. I'll live with it. But one more clip, and then I promise I will be reading what some of you guys are saying. But one more clip, and this is obviously from Empowered ADU. Empowered ADOS, I'm so sorry. Do you have too much content that relates to this?
Son of immigrants. My parents came here as refugees.
I was the first African American, and you also make history here in Colorado as the first African American, and you also make history here in Colorado as the first African American.
With respect to my family's history, as you know, I'm son of immigrants. My parents came here as refugees from a small country in East Africa.
All right. So yeah, didn't mean to pause that, but again, that presenter basically just said, hey, you made history as being the first African American, blah, blah, blah. And then this guy later goes on to say, oh yeah, I'm actually a son of immigrants. So wait, how are you African American and also a son of immigrants? Like, where does this work? Okay. How is this possible? And I've noticed, again, Africans in America, I know you guys are going to get mad at me, but it's okay. I've noticed some Africans in America go like, oh yeah, I'm African American too. Whenever somebody misidentifies them as an African American, they don't correct that person and say, oh no, I'm actually this. They'll continue and use the African American term to their benefit. But then when someone else comes out and says, hey, I have an issue with this, then you go like, hey, we're all the same, we're all black, why are you being so mean? Okay.
Called Eritrea. Grew up in Colorado, and as you said, have lived the American dream. Have been very lucky to have had these incredible opportunities and freedoms here in the United States that don't exist in a lot of other places in the world. And so, of course, seeing what the administration is doing with respect to the shameful way in which they have treated immigrants, the undermining of our refugee laws, and this notion that that we will, be decreasing the number of refugees that the United States accepts, and then, of course, the immoral and unjust actions that have happened on our southern border, right, separating children from their parents. I find all of it to be deeply disheartening. It's a big reason why I ran for Congress. I think we need comprehensive immigration reform. We need an immigration policy that is humane, that recognizes the incredible contributions that immigrants make to our country and here to our state in Colorado.
Should we, as Americans, take in people who are fleeing now, not just those that have been here since March 1st?
I believe we should, Jose. As you said, for those who have fled the country, most have gone to Poland, or to Ukraine's west, right? With many large numbers entering Hungary and Moldova, Romania, Slovakia, and other Baltic states. We are, of course, grateful to our allies for opening their arms and welcoming refugees from Ukraine, but we need to do the same. I've always believed that when democracy is being threatened, the United States has to stand up as a beacon of hope and liberty to the rest of the world. And I say that as a son of immigrants myself, as you know, Jose, being the son of refugees from East Africa. So it's important for us to ensure that we are doing our part as well.
That's Mouthy Megan's video, aka Empowered. And I think Empowered ADOS, to be honest, I think she's even a mild version of some of the super xenophobic FBA online. If you talk to Empowered ADOS, she'll at least listen to you, like she'll have a dialogue with you. But some of these ADOS FBA, like they don't want it. So long as you have an accent, okay, so long as you have a foreign last name, they do not want to have a conversation with you at all. Okay, they're not interested. But yeah, in regards to the video, right, in regards to the Eritrean guy who's in Colorado, again, I said this, but I'll say it again. I don't think America's immigration policy is all that bad. Like, call me a sellout, call me whatever, but I really don't think their immigration policy is that bad. Like, again, have you guys tried to go to some of these other countries? Like, have you tried visiting, especially in Europe? Have you heard of Denmark? Have you heard of Norway? These people don't want nobody, and especially if you're Muslim, they don't want you there. They're afraid of Muslims. Like, they don't want other people in their countries. Okay. They've had meetings of, if we add too many immigrants, it's going to change our voting practices. It's going to change our ethnic identity. Like, we don't need them. So yes, America is a land of immigrants. America is a land of opportunity, but should immigration be the forefront of American politics? I think America's past that, to be honest. Like, America needed lots of immigrants back in the days, but do they need as many immigrants now? I don't think so. Just being honest, but yeah, let me read what some of you guys are saying because I haven't been checking. Let's boycott Sheila Jackson. Dang. Hi, Divine. 7-1. He even claimed this guy at Dave Chappelle. Okay. Tariq Nasheed has East Africa. He does? Is it from Kenya or something? I don't believe it would be from Somalia. South Africans can't understand. Yeah, I know they can. Hi, Lozy. Hi, Michael Moon. Hi, BB Rodriguez. Carlos's way is saying most of these factories used to be located in Rust Belts, which are the Midwest thinks, which used to be known as the industrialized North. I'm new to this channel, by the way. Interesting topic. Yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I've seen you a lot in empowering ADOS chat section. And I've seen you a couple of times in Dynasty. But you're really nice in Dynastamir's panel, okay? You're really nice in his chat section. I understand why. You have to be careful sometimes what you say in Dynastamir chat section. So you're saying Tariq Nasheed is not a xenophobe? Yeah, I don't think he's xenophobic either. I think he's more of like a comedian. I think he's more of a clown, like he's more of a professional roaster. I don't think he's really xenophobic. Like, if anything, it's maybe his followers, people who listen to his program, some of them that may be more on the xenophobic side. But then again, this ties me back to the question I asked earlier into the stream. How xenophobic are ADOS FBA when, again, unless I'm mistaken, have there been ADOS FBA attacks on Black immigrants? Have there been like they're putting their cars on fire? Okay, have there been like they're specifically going and finding African communities and massacring them? Like, I need to know. Okay, because if that's the case, then hey, I will change my stance on it. But if that hasn't happened, then how xenophobic are ADOS FBA? Like, how if somebody's coming online saying, hey, you're not African American, stop trying to be like me, I don't want you in my country anymore. Don't get me wrong, it hurts my feelings. I get hurt too, but I don't see that as xenophobic necessarily. Because if we're taking an aspect into the actual continent, we have other Africans that tell other Africans these exact same things. I don't want you in my country. I mean, it's their country. Like, what are you going to do? So Site 5 is saying, I know that immigrants think that Caucasians don't feel like FBA. Yeah, immigrants don't think that Caucasians feel like FBA. But you will start to see more speaking out because as ADOS speaks, we know they won't be they won't be targeted as racist. That's a good point. And I feel like the reason why immigrants don't see the Caucasoids the exact same way is because the immigrants are going to be the ones saying, oh, well, they're the ones providing me jobs. They're the ones providing me opportunities. So they must like me. And it's like, no, you're there as a tax mule. You're there to provide money for taxes, pretty much. That's the reason why you're there. They're not there because they really love you so much and they want you to be there. Like, what white American really loves a Black person so much when I don't know, I can't speak for all white Americans, but I don't think the average white American really cares about Black Americans. So why would they care about Black foreigners? You know what I mean? Like, why would they care about Black foreigners if they don't care about Black Americans? Like, I don't understand why some Africans have this, oh, they help me so much, they love me, that's why I'm in America. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, they love you. Okay. As you guys integrate more into the society, the lines between, I guess, Black American and African are going to be blurred when it comes to police brutality. We've seen this before with Patrick Loyuya. I'm pretty sure there was another one. But, these crimes, these police, whatever shootings that happen, is gonna happen to Black people regardless now. So what's up with this whole, oh, the white people love me so much, I'm so much better than the African American? Like, what is up with that? Like, what? Someone really want to have a conversation about that? Okay. So yeah, that's the one that Empowering ADOS talked about. And I think I'll play I Am Eloho's video on that too. I want you guys' opinion on this. How do you guys feel about the whole African takeover day? I believe it was at Howard. Now, I think that the term takeover, and I'm gonna be biased in this one towards the Africans. I don't think it was meant to be offensive. I really don't think it was meant to be offensive. But the fact that it did come out as offensive is a conversation that I guess is a conversation that we need to have, right? And again, tying into the whole stay away from Black Americans, let me be honest with you guys. Let me be all the way honest with you guys. Okay. Since I'm not technically in the United States of America, I'm in America, but I'm not in the United States. I'm not going to sit here and lie. My parents did tell me to stay away from other Black people. They did. I'm not lying. My parents told me to stay away from other Black people who are not Africans when I was younger. They said, hey, you need to be careful because we don't know their family structure. We don't know what they do in their house. We don't know. Please be careful of other. My parents told me that. Okay. So it wasn't the immigration that told me that. Wasn't the police that told me that. My whole family told me to be careful of other Black people. They did. Now, I will paint, I guess, the objective that yes, African parents generally are more particular about who you associate with. So even in your own country, they'll tell you to stay away from a certain group of people because they're afraid about you interacting with them and adopting, I guess, some of their culture. So that does happen in an African essence, even in Africa. But when we're talking about the West, right? Again, I'm not sure. See, I get you telling your kids to be careful of other people. But what happened in Mr. Uganda's case is his parents told him to be careful of people who were wayward. Not a particular ethnicity. His parents told him to stay away from white people who are wayward, Black people who are wayward, anybody who is wayward, period. But the opposite in a lot of our cases is our parents specifically tell us just to stay away from the Black Americans. They won't say stay away from the wayward Asians, stay away from the wayward white people. They'll just say stay away from the African Americans. And then they'll point all of them, well, not all of them, but the majority of them in this essence as, you know, not good or not ideal as a playmate. And, you know, we all know this, we all know where this comes from, but then again, welcome to my then again, it's like before I start this video, what should we do about it, you know? So I finally found the video
Welcome to my channel,
from I Am Eloho, and she is a Nigerian American. She's gonna speak about the Howard African takeover. I wanted to ask you guys what your guys' opinion on this is.
Hey, happy Women's History Month. Today's stop at the shop. Now, Miss Jada has been busy. Different backgrounds, cultures need something from the beauty supply store, whether it be a comb, a bonnet, braiding hair, beads, Greece, whatever it is, shop Black owned. A video of African Takeover Day at Howard University is making its rounds on the internet. Different students with different backgrounds, cultures, heritage, and customs showed out on this day with dance, music, food, and traditional African outfits. And I will say the original video, which was posted on TikTok, got a lot of love, a lot of compliments, a lot of people in the comment section saying, you guys look beautiful, you guys did that. We love that you're showing off your culture. Now, of course, you take something good and you put it on Twitter, and all of a sudden, here we go. Somebody's mad at something.
African Takeover Day at Howard University.
So someone uploads the video to Twitter with the caption, Howard lost its way. And here comes the xenophobia times the Americans have no culture comments. And y'all do this time and time and time and time again. So I'm not really here for the American versus African conversation. I'm here to bring the historical facts. The looks, the facts, and the tea. Hi, that's me. I'm just here to bring the historical facts. I don't care if y'all don't like Africans. I don't care if y'all don't like Americans. But the facts cannot be changed. You can like who you like. You can hate who you hate. But the facts cannot be changed. So let's look at some facts.
Here at Howard University, members of the African Student Organization make it their mission to promote unity, progress, and strength, not only amongst Africans, but amongst every student. On this beautiful sunny day, we joined them at their most popular gathering, African Takeover Day. It started in 2012 as a way to end Black History Month with African pride and highlight different cultures on campus.
3 years ago, when I was just an executive board member, a young lady named Debbie Okeke and this internet sensation named African Dad, he was really popular on Twitter. They somehow connected together and came up with the idea for African Takeover Day. So that was the first year we did it. It was supposed to be a really big social media event that we advertised to people and told them to get dressed in their attire and celebrate on the last day of Black History Month. So when I became president the next year, I thought, why not make this bigger?
We kicked the day off at the courtyard with a group picture.
1, 2, 3, say the love right.
The students then turned to Facebook, Twitter, and other social media using the hashtag African Takeover Day to share photos and comments with other schools taking part around the globe. We then move inside, where the party begins. Everyone sampling dance moves from all over the continent. Although it's called African Takeover Day, the event is open to anyone who wants to participate.
You don't have to be African to embrace your culture. We're all from somewhere. So whether you do know where you are from or not, you should take a part of it. We don't discriminate no matter where you're from. We're all equal. We're all people. So we should all be treated as humans.
Howard University is well known for its diversity, and African Takeover Day is just one of the many events that allow students to be proud of who they are. Thanks to social media, no matter where they're from, students globally are able to celebrate this day together.
Historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, were established in the United States early in the 19th century to provide undergraduate and graduate level educational opportunities to people of African descent. Black students were unwelcome at existing public and private institutions of higher education, even after the passing of specific legislation resulting in the lack of higher education opportunities. I'm under the belief that the people upset about Africa Day has either 1, never been to college, 2, never been to high school, right? Like, these cultural days are not new. These cultural days are not new. I did cultural day in high school.
Yeah, I really don't think African Takeover Day was meant to be offensive. I really do think it was a day that was meant to just highlight different African just different African cultures. And as the guy said in the video, anybody can attend. It wasn't just meant for Africans. So I'm not really sure why people got offended with African Takeover Day. MS Delta guy has said here, and thanks for the super chat and the support again. He's saying that African Takeover Day at Howard University, built by ADOS FBA. Where are the African donations to the university? Most Africans in America don't build institution, they use ADOS FBA institutions. Well, I haven't done the research. I'm pretty sure there are some African institutions built by Africans, but obviously they wouldn't be as popular or as well developed as the ADOS institutions. I really don't think that Howard African Takeover Day was meant to be offensive. I guess what triggered people was the title, that it's African Takeover. So Africans are like taking over the school, I guess. So I think that's what triggered people, but I really don't think it was meant to, I really don't think it was meant to offend anybody. I really think that it was just what it was. Now, okay, maybe I should ask some more questions, but African Takeover Day, if this is a FBA Black institution, right? Doesn't that mean that they already have holidays that commemorate their ancestors and what their ancestors did? So why is it that when there is like one event that's, or just a couple events that are specifically supposed to be for Africans, why is that a problem? Or is the problem that when the ADOS FBA do events for Black people, then all Africans come together and support, but the opposite is not reciprocated? Would that be the issue? I don't know. We'll see.
I did cultural day in college. Like different cultures were given the opportunity to take over for a day to represent, whether it be their food, their music, their dance, their attire, their flags. Like, I'm really confused where this xenophobia is coming from one day that historically has always been done. Tell me you've never been to Howard University without telling me you've never been to Howard University. There is a huge African population, African demographic at Howard University. 9 out of 10 Africans you know went to Howard or another HBCU. I looked up, what is the African population at Howard University? Howard University itself does not separate African from African American. They have Black or African American, but they don't have African or African American. I need that to sink in, because there's a lot of people that like to differentiate. No, Africans are not Black. No, Africans are not African American. Y'all need to really like sit down and learn, because you sound dumb. I'm not gonna hold you. You sound dumb. The people that say this, oh, you're not Black, you're African. Do you, okay. let's keep educating. Tell me you've never been to an HBCU without telling me you've never been to an HBCU. HBCUs provide African studies to their students. HBCUs have African departments. HBCUs teach African culture as well as African American culture, as well as African American history. But y'all forgetting one part. The people that are xenophobic towards Africans, y'all forget one part of the African American. The African. You're African. You're African. I know you don't want to be. I know you don't believe it. I know it disgusts you to your core. You're African. 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 Whether you know where in Africa or you don't know where in Africa, that does not change the fact that you're African. Hey, ha, you're African. Hey, ha, you're African. Hey, you African. Yeah, you African. You African. And it's a shame. Like, it's a shame that from a group of kids, these are kids dancing, and they're saying anybody can take a part. Anybody from anywhere can take part in this day. It's not only for us. It's for everybody. We all the same anyway. That really triggered y'all grown asses who never been to college. Y'all don't even know what goes on these campuses. That's crazy to me. This is what I saw. When I read the comments, this is what I saw. I saw history repeating itself. Like, wait a minute. Is this not white supremacy? So y'all got an issue with other Black people because they're from a different island or country. I really want to know, like real talk, to the people who are triggered by this, because you have a lot of African Americans in the comments like, bro, they just dancing, like you're mad. But to the people that are really mad, like I really want to know, like I want to sit down, I want to dissect, like why do other Black people celebrating their culture, why does that trigger you? Because I celebrate other people's culture with no problem. Like I celebrate African American culture, love it. I celebrate Caribbean culture, love it. I celebrate my Nigerian culture, love it. Like to the people who have issues, why is it a problem for other people to celebrate their culture? Why are you mad at that? So boom. So we have the president of Howard University, and he's Trinidadian American. He's a surgeon. He's the university administrator, and he's the president.
Why is he the president of Howard University first and foremost? Like that doesn't make sense. Like how is that a historically Black institution, and you have a Trinidadian American? How did that work? What's going on? What's happening here?
Of Howard University. So Blackness, like Blackness is not just African American. Blackness is the diaspora. And in fact, the leaders on this very land were either had a foreign parent, a foreign Black parent, right? Malcolm X, his mother was from the Caribbean. Marcus Garvey, the Caribbean. And these were the people that influenced Black education in America. And to the people that have a problem with the African students, you're literally operating under white supremacy. Because the whole goal of HBC.
Yeah, from my personal opinion, I think HBCU should be just for Black Americans. I'm not really sure why Africans would go to HBCUs. Like I don't get that. I don't get the need to be included. I don't get the need to, oh, you got to go there and benefit, as an African American. Why are Africans going to HBCUs? Like what's going on? What's happening here? Like does anyone in America know why Africans in America are going to HBCUs? Like what's going on? Like am I missing something? Rap Fan is saying that they want to attach themselves to Black Americans and our history. I would argue that it's a minority of them that do that. But yes, that is correct. You do have, especially the second generation ones. I've noticed that like the recent immigrants are usually pretty okay. Like they're just coming there to work. But the ones that are born there and like socialized there, they're the ones who tend to have identity issues. They're the ones. I'm just gonna put that out there. Michael Moon, you think that they're jealous? Come on. Really? Kifar Singh is low-key xenophobic. No. South Africans have an issue with most West Africans, not just Nigerians. Nigerians happen to be the largest number, but I don't think it's not just Nigerians. Okay. Thanks for that. You're saying by definition, African American refers to anyone of African descent who is an American citizen in the census form. Okay. I guess that's the reason for the confusion, right? So I guess that's why the African Americans, as we know them now, are deciding to call themselves something else, not African American anymore. I've even heard some of them say, hey, the Africans can have the term African American because we're changing our name. We're changing our ethnic identity. We're giving a new name to identity because African American is not, it's not doing it anymore, right? So I mean, this is very specific to America, I must say, because in other parts of the world, even in the West, like where there's a diaspora, we don't really have these type of issues of you're African American, you're not African American. It's pretty clear where everyone's coming from. In the case of the UK, you do have this small group of Black Brits that are trying to make Black Brit a new thing, but really they're all like first and second generation immigrants from somewhere else. Really, there's no, yeah. Okay. So you have that over there, but for the most part in the West, everybody knows where they come from and everyone acknowledges where they come from. It's not really a, oh, we gotta be this, we gotta be that, we gotta attach Black to this, and no. It's not really like that. So I guess I'm speaking more so from that perspective. Okay, Lozi is saying you have to be xenophobic to protect what's yours. Okay. So you guys are speaking about the South African xenophobia. Okay, so Parko, you're saying that the definition of African American is of enslaved Americans, but apparently the definition of African American is someone who has African descent that lives in America. So I guess that's what's causing a lot of these issues. Maybe the term just needs to be changed and it needs to be changed to something else. And who's going to do that? Well, I think they're working on that right now. You said that the Black Americans make only a 1% total population of the US, so drop in the ocean. Okay. I agree, but this is the thing, right? And this is the thing that I know some Africans get mad at me when I say this, but they are the Black people or the group of Black people that have the most social political power in America. Like immigrants, Black immigrants are not yet a significant population for anything really. So how are Black immigrants supposed to get anything if they're not working in unison with African Americans? Like, how is that possible? Okay. And then you had some people say, oh, well, we had Barack Obama. Barack Obama was African. He did it. And I'm like, I would be very weary of bragging about Barack Obama because the same African is the one who ordered for an assassination of an African president. The same African is the African who went to Kenya and said, hey, you guys should do LGBT. So I wouldn't be so quick to brag about Barack Obama. Okay, like, yes. And I did also want to talk about the Obama thing. Do you guys think that the Obama era was the era that introduced this whole new discussion of Black identity and who Black people are versus who Africans and Black immigrants are? Because I do remember when Obama was running for office, none of us knew that he had Kenyan roots. Like, we literally thought that he was African American because phenotypically he passed for an African American, like a full-blooded African. So we all thought that, yeah, he was Black, like he's African American. But then turns on later on that he actually wasn't African American, but then the media kept on saying he's the first Black president, he's the first Black this. And this is why Black people, mostly Black people, went for Obama because they were like, oh, this is revolutionary, like this is going to change so many things. But I mean, what really did it change? And again, I do have to blame the Americans for this because, I mean, you did vote for him, so I mean, you did vote for him without doing your background research. But I guess in the future, now if another, let's say, black president runs for presidency, I think now people will know better than to just vote because he's just black. Like they'll actually do some background research, like where were your grandparents for? Where were your grandparents born? Like where do you actually come from? Okay, you live in Louisiana, but where does your lineage come from? I think now you're gonna see more passport checking. You're gonna see more passport checking in a lot of these institutions, and I find that to be very interesting. But let me finish this African Howard thing, and then yeah, continue to read, and I will open the panel in like 5 minutes. I will.
TUs were so that people of African descent can receive higher learning. And let me tell you, I saw some very nasty, I've seen some nasty comments behind this. And you know, the diaspora wars, they get nasty, but I haven't seen it this nasty in a while. I've seen some very nasty comments. Y'all are nasty. Y'all wanna, oh, we're gonna use force to get these Africans out. Let me tell you something. When they start shooting at black folk, they don't say, oh, who knows where they're from in Africa? Okay, you stand over here, you're safe. Who doesn't know? Okay, you stand over here, you're not safe. When they start shooting at black folk, when they start discriminating against black folk, when racism starts to show its head, nobody gives a fuck which island you're from, which part of the continent you're from. We all have the same blood, the same features. You might dress different, you might have an accent, but before you can even open your mouth to say, I'm African American, you're gone. Before you can open your mouth and say, wait, I'm Jamaican, you're gone. Before you can open your mouth and say, wait, I'm from England, you're gone. And I see an argument, a lot of people make is that, oh, they come over here, but we can't go over there. Who's stopping you? Who made that up? Quickly, who made that up? Who made that up? Quickly, who made that up? You can go over there. You can go over there and start businesses. You can go over there and buy land. You can go over there and connect with your roots. You can go over there and get an African name. And if you don't want to go or you can't go, that's fine too. You can live vicariously through me because I'm finna tour the whole continent, period. Okay, God willing. But the division got to stop on both sides. You know, you can't go to an HBCU and say African Americans don't have culture. That's a part of their culture. Make it make sense. Your stomping ground is a part of their culture. Is this really, I really hope this is my last diaspora war video because I don't like it. It gets ugly and it's like the outsiders is looking in like, yeah, y'all could kill each other. We don't even got to do it. Y'all let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. Keep it cute. I will be inspecting videos. Any ignorant, nasty comments will be deleted and blocked. Thank you for watching and I'll see you at the next one.
Now, and that's I am Eloho, by
Welcome
the
to my
way.
channel, Mother Suckers.
Oops.
Hey, I am Eloho, back with the looks, the facts, and the tea. Now we are all gathered here today to sip
Okay, whoa, okay, sorry. Yeah, so that's I am Eloho. And she did raise some really good points, and I agree. Like, if you know, America collectively does not care about Black people, why would they care about Black immigrants? Like, I don't know why some Africans that are in America feel like whatever benefits these people give to Black immigrants is so nice, is so gracious. Like, they don't care about Black people globally. So I'm not really sure why some immigrants who are in America are like, oh yeah, Americans are so good. Yeah, America's great. Like, is it really that great? When I even know of some Africans that are fighting in the American wars. And I'm like, so if these people asked you to drop a bomb in your country, like, would you be cool with that? Like, are you, how American would you be then? You know? Anyway, my basic opinion on African Takeover Day, I don't think it was really all that bad, but it sparked a conversation online, so we'll go with that. Latino household income is slightly high. It is? Oh, I didn't know that. Is that Umar Johnson? But Momo, you know what's funny? You know how Tariq Nasheed was like, I'm gonna build this black museum. I'm gonna take 1 million from my African Americans and build it. But he's the same one that makes fun of Dr. Umar Johnson for not building the school. But how come you haven't started the museum, Tariq Nasheed? Tariq Nasheed, what's going on here? Or is roasting people online more important? Like, that's why I don't care about Tariq Nasheed. He's just a puppet to me, you know what I mean? So MS Delta guy, thank you. You're saying leave Pan-Africanism alone? No, Kifaru, I have a legitimate question, right? I've noticed that a lot of these Pan-African, because okay, let me just speak on the case of Ghana, because I don't want to make you guys upset then, right? In the case of Ghana, a lot of these Pan-African institutions were built by African Americans. I'm just being honest here, okay? Ghanaians cancel me, but I'm just being honest. It was the Black Americans that came to Ghana. W.E. Du Bois. You know, a couple of these institutions were actually built by Black Americans. So we're talking about Pan-Africanism. What have Africans done to help African Americans? Like, what have Africans done to help African Americans? Really? I mean, okay, yeah, you can talk about well, I was gonna say apartheid, but that was African Americans. I was gonna say Ethiopia, but that was African Americans. Okay, George Floyd, was that it? Having a funeral for George Floyd, was that helping African? Like, what really? In terms of Pan-Africanism, what institutions have Africans built to actually help African Americans? I'm not sure. Independently without African Americans' finances. I'm not really too sure about that. But don't worry, like I told you, I am intrinsically Pan-African, so but I can criticize Pan-Africanism. Well, some aspects of it. Hi, Artifact of War, how you doing? Hi, Puntai Princess, hi, 86 Leo. Thanks. This is what we be talking about. It's annoying, Kenyans. And they choose to come here. Yeah. I mean, okay. Let me ask you guys a question, right? And let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys expect that Africans come over there and help you with the fight of Black power or Black movement? Because I can definitely tell you most Africans do not care about being treated bad, being treated horribly. They don't care about that. Okay? Because if they did, they would demand more, or if we did, we would demand more in our own countries for these conditions before traveling. So Africans and Caribbeans in the West do not care about anything to do with Black power. Mostly, they don't care. That's not their MO. So if African Americans or Black people in America are expecting that Africans, go toe to toes with them on this fight, you guys really need to just stop that. You need to stop having that vision, because I don't see it happening, like, at all. And I'm just being honest here. Hi, drop the government. I will be playing that. No, I'll play that before I open the panel. That song is so good. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know that song was supposed to be a diss. That was a very good. He needs to make more. Had their music. He needs to make more because. Oh gosh. Mrs. H, what's going on? Don't worry, Mrs. H. I'll speak to Dr. K. I don't think he would do that, but I'll speak to him about that. Actually, let me play that song right now as I read your guys' comments and get ready to open the panel. Yeah, I know a lot of, I guess, African American Africans in America are gonna say that I have it wrong. I don't really understand what's going on. America is so much more complicated than what I'm trying to explain in this video. And I do agree, like, America is more complicated than the way I'm trying to oversimplify it. I do think that the problems, though, come from both sides. So, is there really a victim in this? I don't think that there is. I don't think there's one victim in this, is basically what I'm trying to say. Because again, if the reason for African traveling to America, and not just America, to the West, for economic and financial reasons, then they're winning. Right? They're winning. So what's the victimhood in this? You know? Like, what else is supposed to be done?
The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't
That
worry
was a
about
good
it.
song.
Just get me
Okay.
on the train to Philly, and I'll be back. And when I came back with this.
That was a really sorry. That was a good song. Are we gonna deny that wasn't a good song? Okay. Anyway, Sorry, I thought Eritrea didn't have. Right? I mean, he's a pretty dark Eritrean. I'm sorry for my ignorance, but most Eritreans, actually all Eritreans I've seen, have been like Haile Selassie complexion, very light. So that guy, anyway, let me not talk anymore. So Crenshaw Grinder, I'm surprised you're saying this because you're one of the most Pan-African, I guess, African Americans on here. So for you to say this is very interesting. You're saying that they want to be immigrant when it is to their benefit, but Black American when it is to their benefit. Just be consistent. They say, I am not Black American to gain favor with whites. And okay, see, this is the confusing part about, I guess, the whole Black term, because no, I guess Africans are Black. But are Africans ethnically Black? Are they culturally Black? I think that makes things a bit more confusing, and Caribbean as well. Like, what does that really mean? I think a lot of these terms need to be updated because it just seems to be causing too much problems, you know? It's just not clear enough. Kaisorian Empire type princess, make up and be friends. I don't have time for this. 40 acre. Thank you. Was 40 acres. Okay. Okay. Just going ahead and reading what some of you guys are saying. Dang, you guys are bringing beef from Kaizo's channel all the way to this. You guys are so unprofessional, man. Y'all are really unprofessional. Okay, let me continue. I hate the word xenophobic. How xenophobic are African American ADOS? I don't think they're as xenophobic as people are pointing them out to be in these spaces. To be fair, I don't think they are. In fact, I would like to argue that most Africans and Caribbeans in America don't have these type of conversations in person with ADOS FBA. So I'm just wondering why this is happening online and everyone is airing their grievances online, but in person it doesn't seem that you guys are really coming to the table and really talking about anything. So I just find that to be very interesting. Now, I have an excuse, okay? I have an excuse. But for the Africans and the Caribbeans in America, what is your guys' excuse for not coming to the table and speaking to ADOS FBA and ADOS FBA? What is your excuse for you not speaking to Africans and Caribbeans in America? You guys are literally in the same place. You go to the same workplaces. Like I don't get it. Like, why don't you guys have these conversations in person? But online, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Clubhouse, and I think Clubhouse is even worse than Twitter. That's where you'll hear some of these conversations about delineation, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Capitalism in any country will always need immigration to fuel its labor market. Okay. Immigration is needed, right? But how important is it really? I mean, it benefits the economy, yes. It benefits the aging population of a lot of these countries, yes. But does immigration tackle the same issues in fixing the pre-existing issues that natives of that country are dealing with? I think it ignores it in the favor of something else, or it tends to do that. Hi, proud Eritrean. Where you're saying what? Hate for what? Hate for whom? We do not hate anybody. In fact, we're anyway, let me not go there. Okay, Patrick Loya resisted arrest and grabbed the cop's taser. Okay, so bad example. All right, bad example. True. I'll try to find a better example next time. Whoever said ADOS FBA, not a force, you must not know about the NFAC, the Black Panther Party, civil rights movement. Dang, some of these comments are really bad. They were trying to keep you away from drugs, and it worked. It actually worked. I was actually scared. Let me tell you something. I was scared to interact with other types of Black people. Like, I'm telling you, I was very scared because I knew I'd have to go home and tell my parents that, hey, I met this person from this. Nah. So it's affected my secondary school social life, to be quite honest. Like, um yeah, like I would notice that some other people would go to parties, they would be drinking, they would be having a good time, and I was not allowed to do that. And even now when I'm grown, I don't feel the need to do that. So I guess it worked. Um okay, I guess because it's just saying the same thing in the comment section. How does such simple celebration lead to hate? Yeah, the African takeover day, I really don't understand what the issue with that was. I don't understand what the problem with that was, to be honest. Like, even though I'm trying to be more nuanced, I really don't understand what the big deal with African takeover was, but I guess I'm not in America. So, okay, so you're explaining it here. The term takeover was disrespectful. They attached their event to FBA because alone their event wouldn't have gained traction. Using it, the term takeover was disrespectful. I mean, but I hear a lot of Africans say that though, that they're gonna take over, that they're going to dominate, that they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. I don't know. I suppose that's like a more hungry, competitive nature. I don't think it's meant to be offensive, but ask him as Delta Guy to provide evidence for his claims about donations. Yeah, Miss Delta Guy, do you have any evidence to support that? I Africans don't contribute to HBCUs, institutions, and things like that. Okay, come on. Let's not be that extreme, man. Interesting point. Parker was saying we are not African, we are Black American. Yeah. This whole African lineage identity thing is getting very confusing. I don't know. Good question. Oh, you think so too? That's interesting. You're saying that the term African takeover implies taking over from the AAs, and it is wrong. Okay. Well, see, this is the pushback, I guess, that some Africans in America would have for the ADOS FBA is how come when we came to America, you guys didn't welcome us, like you guys didn't help us, you guys didn't have any jobs lined up for us, like you guys didn't make integration into America easier. The same way that you're saying that when we got there, we separated and we were on our own. How come you guys didn't reach out to us? Because we're like, it's like you're visiting a new country, like you're the visitor, you're the foreigner, you don't know the rules and the laws. How come you guys didn't take the big brother type of role in helping the Caribbeans and Africans? That would be a pushback that I think many in America would have. And then they would say that's the reason why we had to separate and do our own thing, is because we really didn't have help from anybody else. Well, yes. Well, this is not a rumor. I have heard some Africans say that they will use ADOS FBA to get the benefits that comes with ADOS FBA, but they won't truly identify with ADOS FBA, like when it comes down to it. But they'll use it to get the benefits as an ADOS FBA. I've heard Africans say that. I don't think it's many, but I've heard a couple say that. So are you saying that African parents are preparing their children to be laborers in a white country? Obama was more white than black. That guy's a moron. Okay, so you're saying ADOS FBA is an offshoot of the MAGA movement? Yeah, that time was very interesting, you know. We were fed with a lot of propaganda that America wasn't racist, it's the land of the free. Everyone in America is getting along and, you know, eating pancakes and, you know, sitting down and dancing and having a good time. But yeah, the MAGA movement really woke a lot of people up, like, there's a different part of America. There's the elites part of America. There's the white part of America. There's the capitalistic part of America, it was a very interesting time. You're saying that ADOS FBA was an offset of the Make America Great movement. Okay. First Black American was Kenyan. I know that's kind of that's funny. I'm sorry. That's a major L. Nobody saw that coming. Okay, so Proud Eritrean is saying Africans really dominate in America. Well, okay. I will say as compared to other places in the West, yeah, Africans are doing very well in America, I will admit. Especially in Houston, some other places, yeah, they're doing very well. Okay, I'll play that in the end. What happened with Ann Coulter? Black American is an ethnic group, not a race. Yeah, so the race would be black, wouldn't it? Because black would encompass like everybody who's black, right? Or everybody who's of African descent. But yeah, whatchamacallit, Black American would be the ethnic group. And even though it's none of my business, I think that the term Black American is also not specific enough. I think it is problematic because somebody can then just use the same argument as they use with African Americans. They could use the same argument of, I'm Black and I live in America, so I'm a Black American. I don't think that term is specific enough either. Is that Tariq Nasheed is obsessed with Jamaicans? Nah, Tariq Nasheed is obsessed with Nigerians. And Somalis, I think. Or maybe Somalis was just that video, but Tariq Nasheed is pretty consistent with West Africans. Pan-Africans have been having these conversations. No, leave the Pan-Africans alone, man. That's true. A Nigerian recently robbed millions from the disabled. Ghanaian robbed the people at GN Bank. West African bus driver raped the disabled girl on the bus 3 times in Maryland. Etienne Kapongo is his name. No idea. I'll look into that. But yes, I am familiar with the bank. Was that in Chicago? Yeah, I'm familiar with that situation. But let me ask this ADOS FBA before I open the panel. So I'm assuming the issue is with West Africans specifically, right? Like it's not with all Africans. I'm just assuming that because I don't hear them really speak about other Africans. You're saying that ADOS is a dying breed, Pan-Africanism is the future. An ideology is as good as passing on to the next generation. The next generation, America does not think ADOS. Okay, this is an interesting question. I'm a Celta guy. Who is stopping you from advocating for your lineage? Some of you keep espousing that. Please provide specifics. That is a good point though, because ADOS FBA would be the majority in this. So wouldn't they have the social and political power to do this? Like, yeah, there are Africans in government. I don't think there's an issue with Africans being in government. The issue to me is when Africans in government speak on behalf of all Black people, without consulting other Black people. I think that's very weird. But aren't there more African Americans in government than there are Africans in government? Like, wouldn't that be the situation? Oh, exactly. That's correct. Yep. All right, so I'll go ahead and open the panel up if anyone has anything to add to the topic. Again, thanks for being here. Africans are hoping and praying that ADOS FBA doesn't become an independent force. Ann Coulter is waiting for Black Americans to hit her up on Twitter. She already said she'll say what needs to be said. Who is this person? I really need to know. But yeah, no, serious question to the African Americans. Aren't you guys the majority in politics in America? Like, don't you guys already have your representatives representing you in politics? Don't you guys already have Black American governors, mayors, or whatever? So I know that there is a Black caucus. So isn't that something that you're already doing? I guess I don't completely understand the situation, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and add people. Thanks for calling in. So we're gonna start off with Kid Ola.
Hey, hello. I like your program. I've been listening to it. I live in Nigeria and I like the topic. You see, Africans and African American, they are purely total different people. They are both from I cannot say Africa, but you see, Africans are people who wash before they do anything. And strong culture, with another strong culture, relate. Africans that live in America, they are there for purpose. And that purpose, that's what they're chasing. And those that have children there, they experience some negative things also from the Black Americans. So that negative effect they receive, that's also what they pass to their children. Say, be careful. You see, children, you can never tell children to be careful enough. That even made them more curious. You understand? Then those children started experiencing what their parents experienced from the parents of those other people. That what brought these children that born in America become a little bit tough. A little bit, okay. When you come to a place and these people aggressively look at you as dirty, as who are you? But the white people are the people curiously want to know much about you. Curiously want to know where you're from. Curiously want to know what is your culture. You understand? These are the things that Africans, why sometimes they relate towards the white people. Because you see, in the universities in America, my father went to university in America. He have a PhD there. Everything they're doing there, everything he told me just about the white professors and everything. I never ever speak about much about the black Americans really. You understand? So people that help you to achieve your goals, those are the people you want to relate to. You know, in Africa, they teach you, I want you to be like the white man with that white khaki and the helmet. Because that's the way the Africans could defeat them. That's the way they could get the independence. You know? So the African Americans, the more the Africans started coming close to them, they started saying things that shocked them. Like, for example, I'm in Nigeria. I want to deal with a Ghanaian. I will easily know the culture of that Ghanaian person I'm going to deal with. You understand? So through culture, you know how to deal with that person. But with the black Americans, they are black, but you don't really know their culture. Their culture seems white. You know, it becomes black. Then you don't understand how to handle them, what to do, what to say. And they're also very hostile to you. You know, you could see this stream the way they say, oh, dusty feet. Can I insult a Zimbabwe person like that? No. Can I make a joke out of a Zimbabwe person like that? No. We respect each other's culture. But because they just see you and Africans, but let's say West Africans, we deal with what we call tribal things a lot. Oh, where you from? Ghana? We slowly knowing you through that culture. Okay, Ghana people behave like this. They will come close to you. We respect your culture because that is who you are as an identity. But with the African Americans, they don't have that. That's why the Africans sometimes surprise. And they have also what called colorism also in the black Americans. The lighter skin you are, the more they want to put down the real black Americans, the darker one down. Like, oh, you put no Africa, don't go. Like that lady called Power, whatever his name, Power, whatever it is. That's a very light skinned woman who always attack Africans, spoiling the darker one's mind also. Because if the darker ones are more closer to the Africans, they have nowhere to belong to anymore. So in terms of that aspect, the Africans and the black Americans have to also understand the Africans will never see the way they see things. The Africans will never see that kind of things. Me and you know as a Ghanaian and a Nigerian that even when the British colonized Africa, most of us never meet the white people. Most of our ancestors never meet a really white man, apart from the elite who was ruling at that time. So we don't have the same view. We have more like educational view to achieve our goals and everything. So all those like the more you pander towards their nonsense, the more they continue insulting you. Then look, black America will never love you. Most of them don't like Africans. They pretend they have two faces. They have one face they bring to you to show, oh, how you do? Hello. The other faces they will laugh at you deeply, and they hate you deeply. They say the white people are bad. Oh, the white people do all this, but they're doing the same thing what the white people did to them, doing it to the Africans. Africans never have that kind of mind. They say, oh, this is, but they don't like you. They pretend they want to just get information for you. And after they get that information, they start laughing at you. Coming close to them as an African, you are just mistakenly that they will love you. And if you're in Africa, you have a problem in America, you pick a black American lawyer, you sentence yourself to the highest jail. Because he doesn't have the feeling you have. The more he will look at you as an African, the more he will hate you. You know, not all of them, but majority of them, even when you say hello to them, they will aggressively answer you. What is that? What? You know, so we Africans, we deal more with respect. We do. If you marry them, I swear to God, there's no lawyer on it. There's no lawyer on it. Because they are very suspicious of everybody, even to their own self. So they're very suspicious of themselves. They're not open So if you go and marry to an African American woman, you think she will be loyal to you, you're just lying. It's just there because it's not their fault, it's the society they are. They're being brutalized. They're very suspicious of themselves. To talk, you as an African, you're going there to marry one of them, you think will be loyal to you. Not. That's what the Africans know more about the white culture. It's all about the culture. It's all about the culture. You know their food, you know their culture, you know their dresses. The same thing also when you marry to a Ghana woman. You know his food, because through food and dressing and so some traditional things, you can relate with that person. But with the Black Americans, they don't have it at all. They wear
Can
the
I
white man
step in
cloth.
for a minute?
They wear the white man cloth, and that's just how it is. Thank you. You can come in.
I've been here. I was born in America, first of all. Left here with my parents, went to Africa, Sierra Leone. Grew up there, came here when I was 18. And I've been here ever since. I go back and forth every year. My interaction with African Americans was early. And when you come to America, there's this preconceived notion that African Americans do not like Africans. I lived in the Washington, D.C. area, the DMV, New York, then I moved to North Carolina. And from those three experiences, I could tell you this, that sometimes there's an element of African Americans that don't like Africans. There's an aspect of African Americans that like Africa. The problem with us Africans, what we tend to do is we paint everybody with the same brush because we don't take the time to find out everybody on a case-by-case basis and experience on a case-by-case basis. We tend to paint everybody with the same brush because I've not only dated African-American women, gone close to getting married to an African-American woman, live within their community. I could pick the bad guy from the good guy. You know, most Africans have not taken the time to get close to African Americans as such because, one, the perception out here is when you come over here, all Black people do not have any authority. You go to school, you go to college, you get a degree, you want to advance yourself in the society over there, over the corporate ladder. Majority of the Africans, majority of the Black people, whether they're Africans or African American, you're not going to find them in a position of authority to help you. Our mentality in Africa is put somebody under your wing and bring them up. So the perception most times is if you see somebody Black at a job, you want him to go under his wings, let him coach you and teach you the way so you can get promotions and you can move up. But you're not going to find a lot of Black people in general in higher positions of authority that make things move. So most Africans move closer to white people with a perception of getting moved up, with a promotion, learning a job, getting close to them so they could get in the upper echelon of corporate America, which is not the case. The white man is keeping those high good jobs for white people. You know, I got family members that have did it plenty times. Get close to the white women, marry the white woman for papers. Get close to white people. You still not getting on top. You're never gonna get up there. I done seen it a billion times. You know, this August gonna be on my 27 years up here in America. I don't work for big companies. I don't have run my own businesses. I lived in 3 different states. I done seen it a billion times. Okay, now the part that African American are jokesters. They like to clown a lot. and African culture, the respect is huge, particularly West African culture. It's extremely huge. Another thing is welcoming your own kind. The perception from Africa is when you come to America, African Americans should roll the red carpet for you and say, welcome, brother. Don't worry about America. I'll teach you the way. I'll show you the way. I'll show you what you need to do. Most times, Africans go to learn that on their own. They gravitate towards white people to learn, which white people are not going to move you. I don't heard white people, plenty of times I don't walked into the African that came in and put an impression, gave an impression. I don't seen them in a meeting. I walked in a meeting that surprisingly, when they were giving an evaluation for somebody that's 10 times smarter than any white man, you know, within the company, I perform everybody. They look on trivial things or little things, you know, for evaluation. They brush all that aside, your talent, your work ethic, your actual hard work you put in. They push all that aside and they have the buddy system, which they promote their own white people. I've been a victim of that personally. I know 7 other people that have been in that situation personally. I trained and brought under my wings a lot of white guys that took my position. I don't see it happen plenty times. I don't see the story happen plenty times. We went into locations that were bad. No performance, no productivity. We turn things around, we spin it around, the numbers were pumping, we're doing high production. Next thing you know, they're shipping you to somewhere else. You call around and check around, who got that position? A white guy. They come in, they want everything, the people of color to do all the work and then they give themselves the promotion. That's the key right there. But most us African people, the problem with African people and African American, we don't take the time to know each other. We paint each other with the same brush, you know, and thinking my bad experience is what everybody else is, instead of doing the hard work and getting close to somebody, giving him enough time to actually prove his worth before you can pass judgment on him. You see what I'm saying? So I've been here going on 27 years. I was born here. I went to Africa. They raised me over there, came back. I know my expectation. You go to college, when they clown you as African booty scratcher, wintertime, we got over there in West Africa, we got Hammertown. Hammertown, you get ashy, you know? So when you come over here, we got Vaseline. That's our big thing. When you rub Vaseline or whatever, either they say you black, you super black, or you ashy. You know, little things like that. Or your parents, when they come from Africa, they're just starting out, so they could afford you the nice tennis shoes like Nikes and whatever. So you're wearing Payless shoes, cheap shoes. You know, they make fun of those little things. Your cheap shoes or your cheap clothes you wear to school, or if you ashy, or you have too much Vaseline on your body, you too shining black. You know, little things like that. Then again, you got the other ones that can't stand Africans. They're saying, yep, you come over here, you take the jobs, you have a house, they're jealous. You have a car, they're jealous. You're moving up, you got a promotion, they're jealous. There is that aspect of African Americans. But then there's another aspect of African Americans that like black people. The problem is Africans do not have the time to go in one by one and check everybody. So it's easy to the easy way out is just to brush everybody aside. But if you take the time one by one and find out who is really what, you'll be surprised. There are African American women that I had that when I first came to America, My accent was real strong. I open my mouth, they don't want to deal with you. Even the African American man, you open your mouth with a strong accent, they don't want to deal with you. Then you have the other ones that pull you close by, but you have to go through a lot to find out who is who. You know, you have, yes, there are more bad experiences before you get to a good experience, but when you get to that good experience, don't pass the baggage on that person. It's unfair. Don't say because I had 10 bad experiences with African Americans and I find a good one, and I'm trying to bring all my bad experiences to that one person. It's unfair.
But who's the African that's saying?
Africans are
Who's the African that's saying all of them? I've never met any African that's stupid enough to think all Black Americans are one way, or because I just haven't seen it. Like I don't see any African that's saying that. It's common sense that we all know.
How long have you been here in America?
I've been over 20-something years, and I've
been here over 20-some years too.
Exactly. So the typical African has common sense, and he knows that not all the group of people
I don't
like
see
that.
that happen plenty of times.
Come on now.
I don't see it. Now, yes, there are Africans that do that. Yes, there are. Then they got the Africans, other Africans that are rational, that think that, oh no, not everybody's the same.
No, what I can agree with you, is that they may want to play safe, maybe in the environment, by just staying away entirely, just to avoid certain things. Where we can say, well, in that case, yeah, you can say they just generalizing. But if you're saying that in their mind, somehow somebody in their mind think all of them are one way, I don't believe that, because first of all, we all watch TV. We see good ones on TV. We see good people on TV.
But
so why would you?
About TV? I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying like
one-on-one experience.
No.
Hey, can I chime in? I just want to chime in because one thing I hear the brother talking about this, or one of the brothers, whoever it was, talking about this great culture, and then I hear this brother talking about he's been in America 27 years. How great can your culture be in Africa? Your great culture couldn't keep you in Africa. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, first of all,
hold on.
Traveling around has nothing to do with
culture. I was born in America. I have a right to be in America.
I didn't say that.
I'm an American citizen.
I was speaking to your culture.
Let's get that part.
Hold on. No, we
out
gonna
of the way.
straight.
Secondly,
I'm speaking.
Amara, let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm speaking to this great culture you have. You know where you from. You know your great grandparents. You know great grandparents 4 times back. But guess what? You over here. So how great is your culture? Yeah, I'll give it to you, Africans. You guys are good coming over here and learning white curriculum. Bravo. Take a bow. You get a lot of degrees. You get a lot of degrees just to work in white societies. 27 years, and you want to come tell me about a strong culture? You want to tell me?
Well, you see, wait a minute.
You want to tell me about a strong culture?
You can practice his culture over here. I mean,
but don't start confronting him. Just
no. Well, let me say this. First of all, I have a right to be here because I was born here.
Never said that.
Wait a minute. My dad came to this country from the United States needed him to be here. So I was born here. So I got a right to be here. Secondly, I always listen to
your culture.
I'm not questioning your culture.
Didn't your daddy have a great culture? So
Amara, let me help you out.
What caused your daddy to leave his great culture?
Amara, let me help you out.
And come knock on white.
Wait now. Let me help you answer the question the best way. Relax.
What caused your great daddy?
Let me answer.
What caused him to leave his great culture?
Let me answer. You don't leave your great culture. Africans never leave our culture.
Oh, it's that baggage claim, huh? You just pack it with you and you pick it up as baggage claim. Is that what you do?
We never leave a culture. We never adopt another man's culture. We always keep our culture.
Exactly. Good answer. Good answer.
Where is it? I don't see it. I don't see it.
We always keep our culture.
Because you're blind. That's right. Because you don't take time to look.
No, because both of you are just like your fathers, cowards.
Okay, that's beautiful, man. I'm proud to be like my father. Because my father is a very.
You're just like your father, a goddamn coward.
Can we just get
cool?
Okay. Let's let him.
Amara, relax, man.
Amara, stop.
About a culture. You are docile.
Let him vent.
Really? Okay.
So you niggas are docile. You're just like your father and his father before him. You
Well, we have to be like our fathers,
you bums board a plane and you're not gonna.
Why are you being emotional, man? Why don't you just have rational, intelligent conversation?
I'm telling you the truth.
Amara, don't argue. Don't even.
No, let me get to this man, please.
You can't get to nothing. The only you can get to is Delta Airlines and whatever flight booking out of Africa. That's the only thing you can get to.
Listen.
You
want to be
goddamn
educated?
coward.
Let me
And you
educate
want
you a
to
little
tell
bit.
me about
Let me educate you a little bit.
You want to
Let me
tell me about
educate you a
some
little
culture.
bit.
If you had a culture, you would be in your culture, nigga. Your culture ain't shit.
Why are you calling us niggas, man? We're not niggas. No, we're not niggas.
Let's not use the N-word.
Can I just talk to him?
Let's not use the N-word. Let's not use the N-word.
Am I getting an echo?
Okay, let me educate this dude. Let me educate this dude for a minute.
You can't educate me. The white man taught you 2 + 2 is 4.
First of all, you
paid a whole lot of money just to find out 2 + 2 is 4. You had to come way to America to find that shit out.
You don't even know
2
me.
is 4.
You don't know me. You know me from a can of
2 + 2
paint.
is 4 all over the earth. But you had to board a plane to come to America and find out 2 + 2 is
African
4.
millennial, get this FBA guy out of here, man. The guy's too stupid. The guy's too dumb. He has no brain.
Amara, just leave it. Let me have
No,
I'm done.
I mean, this FBA guy is too dumb. Let's have a brilliant black American on the panel.
You two cowards
Let me
can talk.
just
I'll
talk
mute
to
my
him
mic.
calmly.
Tell me how good of a coach.
Are you sure you're going to mute your mic? Which I don't think you will.
Tell me about your strong culture. I'll listen.
Okay.
No, you want to be educated about
Amara talk, man.
He's just confronting him.
Let Amara talk, man.
We have to sometimes talk to people if you want to build bridges, except you just want to start a fight. And
no, but what I'm saying is what he wants to know about our great culture. So let me don't lose the opportunity.
Shut the fuck up, man. Let Amara respond. God damn it, man.
You just want to fight. Go ahead.
No, you
fight.
Shut up. You stay in UK there. You don't live in America. Stay in your stupid UK. Right. Just shut up, man. Let the Americans talk, okay?
Okay. Let me educate this man about our great culture. Our great culture being around since the 11th century. Okay? Now, you talking about the culture, anything that got to do with, hold on.
Man, quit stuttering and just talk, man. Don't talk about my culture. Tell me about your great culture.
You gonna keep quiet? You gonna keep quiet and let me finish? Are you gonna keep quiet? You want to get educated? Are you the moderator?
See, you just want to fight. What kind of stupidity is this?
Are you the moderator?
Amara, get your point across, man.
You much mouth nigga talk. I'm quiet.
You want to be educated about African culture?
Much mouth.
Okay, Amara, let's not go. Let's not go.
Are you ready to listen? Are you ready to listen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Africans come over here, they don't lose their culture. If anything, they embrace their culture tenfold because they're going to protect the identity of who they are. The biggest motivation I hear is who you are from where you come from. Because when you come over here, you face with a lot of challenges. So you hold on to your culture, you pass it on to your kids, you embrace your culture tenfold. So coming over here and going to school and getting a degree does not alter my culture. Coming over here, living in corporate America and moving up in corporate America does not do anything to alter my culture. My culture stays intact, has been passed around since the 11th century. So don't worry about that. That has never changed. So when we're a million miles away
to get fed, whiteness sustains you, but you have a great culture. 27 years your bum ass been in America talking about your culture. 27 fucking years. You want to sell me on a culture?
So what are y'all problem with him being in America anyway?
It's not about being in America. It's what I heard. I heard we don't have this. Black Americans don't do this.
He didn't say that, man. He never said that, my friend.
27 years. This bum ass nigga been in America.
So what? Am I right? Relax. Hey, African millennial, you need to make this, man, because other people gotta talk, man. You can't stick with these two guys for 1 hour.
Out of control.
African millennial, you gotta moderate. You gotta control your show, man.
You got personal grudges against Africans. Take it out to the African that told you that. I never told that. I know I told you that.
Thank you for taking the dummy guy out. Just don't take over the show. The guy is gone, Amara. Relax. Amara, he's gone. Relax, relax,
Jesus
relax.
Christ.
He's gone. He's
Oh my
gone.
God.
Relax. Okay, relax. Now, African Millennial, can you like kind of let us know who to talk, who talks next, and just control the show, man. If you have it going like this, man, you just have two people fighting for the next 2 hours, you know. So, I don't know where maybe she went. Okay, let's do it like this. Tunaja, you go, and then after you, I guess, whoever,
I
Lucky
wanted
or
to
whoever.
talk
Yeah.
to the guy. I wanted to
But
talk
it's
to
okay.
the
Just
guy.
make your point. Yeah.
Now we never had the opportunity to do that because we have to be shouting at each other. You know, sometimes when we talk about other people, we have to remember, you know, how we come across. You know, it's been a long time I've learned that you do not try to hurt people with what really, really pains them deeply. These people, you are talking about African American and bragging about your culture. The reason why they cannot associate to the African continent, you know exactly why, and you are talking to them as if they don't have. They do have some culture, and the culture is an amalgamation of the people that were moved to the US and now they form their own culture. So when we are talking about them, you have to be careful when the kind of language we use. It's just empathy. I think we lack empathy. It's something.
But Tunaja, sorry. When did Amara say they didn't have culture? Amara never said that.
No, it's not on Amara. The guy was referring
No,
to
nobody ever said that. The guy came, he's making accusation.
He was talking to Kid Ola because Kid Ola was talking about so many
No,
things.
he wasn't talking. He was responding to Amara and myself. He was just insulting us that we said this, we said that, which we never said, you know.
No, it was I heard him when he said.
No, he wasn't talking to Kid Ola. He was talking to
We
Amara.
didn't say anything about no culture. We didn't say anything about Black American culture.
What you heard, but what I heard was
Tunaja, here's the deal, man. You've never lived in America, so you really can't understand that kind of character. So
maybe
exactly that kind of guy. We know him. Trust. We know people like that, man. That's just they already have they say they have projection. You know, they always have.
It's not only about them; it's about people that are watching.
But he doesn't represent all Black Americans. So the guy, wait. The guy does not represent all African Americans. He's one of the worst among them, and he just
good African Americans. Some of them friends to me to the day. We have businesses in Sierra Leone. You understand? Some of them we started in college up to today. No time. Yeah, go ahead.
You can have the worst kind, like Mike said, but you don't want the worst kind to be justified in hating you or, you know, have more passion against you when you just come at them and just say, we have culture, we have this, we have that. What is the point? If you have it, why do you have to flaunt it?
Sorry, man. Sorry. Listen, if you want to engage the people, the list of the ones among them you have to worry about is the worst among them. If you want to engage the people, you have to focus on the intelligent ones among them. So if I want to speak to Black American warrior, I have to speak to the quality ones, because those are the ones I'm interested in engaging. You understand? I don't put into account a foolish one like that FBA guy, what he thinks, what he doesn't think. If he doesn't have brain, that's his problem. I'm not going to start catering for his feelings, because first of all, you can't change human beings like that, you know. I'm not, you understand? So I'm not going to say, I can't talk like this, I can't, because some idiot is going to feel bad. That's his problem. He's the one that has problems.
You understand?
Way back
other
in the
people
day.
that are listening. The people that are listening
what I'm
will
saying
say,
is,
you are having a go at him for just talking about
no, but
culture.
in America, you have two types of Black Americans. There's the good one, and then there's that guy. You see what I'm saying? That can't stand anybody out there for no reason. You see what I'm saying? So it's good to separate. That's why I was emphasizing Africans, take your time and separate the good African American from that kind of guy.
How did you just know the good and bad just for how many
because I've been here that long to know that the
Yeah,
good
but-
and the bad because of my experiences.
Yeah,
That's what we're saying.
but what Tunisia is saying, what is that you for the audience listening, they can't tell, you know what I mean? They just hear people shouting, you know what I mean, trying to make the point. For the audience,
that's good African Americans that I know personally. Those people did more good to me than continental Africans here. They have done more good to me because they're good people naturally. Then you have those type of African Americans, like the guy that came over here. So the problem is to separate the bad from the good. That's where we get caught up.
We can't.
Yeah, but
Sometimes
the
people make
audience
the
who's
mistake.
listening can't make that distinction. The audience who is listening is
Come
just
on, man.
is
Why
just
would they
hearing
be able to
people.
make that? Fitaro, I'm sorry.
No,
The guy
because
came.
no,
Okay, go
because
ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish.
if I just join the conversation, or I just join the live and I hear they shouting at each other, I can't pick up who's making what point. That's what happened. So we
I
have
agree
to
with you. I
use
agree with you.
a certain level of diplomacy when speaking with people that we don't even that we even disagree with, even the
I get
people
your
we
point.
consider to be the bad ones. We
I
have
get your
to
point.
you know what I mean? So
But,
that's what
you
Unite was saying.
have to judge the situation. The guy came on. First of all, if two people like are fighting, right? When two people engage in a fight, right? When the cops show, the first question they ask is who started it, who swung at who first, you know? Because Amara made his point, right? He spoke, made a point. He didn't attack a group or anything, he just make his opinion. But that guy came on the show. The first thing he started doing was insulting people, insulting Amara. So Amara, as a human being, of course, responded by insulting him back. So if I have to judge it, listen, if I have to judge a situation, wait. Now let me just land. If I have to judge a situation, of course I can say, yeah, maybe Amara could have just ignored it or something. But I have to put a blame on the guy that started the whole insulting and you know, understand? So I have to judge whoever swung first. You understand? Whoever started the whole insulting thing, you know.
What you guys don't understand
addressing
is
the
in
issue.
here in
Amara, wait.
America, this the
Amara,
problem.
wait.
Wait a minute. No, let me tell you.
Amara. No, we need to respond. Just keep quiet for a second, man. Mike, I think what you're not addressing here is that guy was not really directing what he was saying to Amara, and let's not act like
No, he's throwing insults. No. We're not talking about his position. We are talking about his insults. No, we're not talking about Lozi. Sorry. So Lozi, sorry.
All right. Before we go, I'll bring them back on in a second. But before we do that, there's only 30 likes, so let's bring that up to 60, please and thank you. That's the least that you guys can do. And the reason why the guy came on the panel to talk about defending culture or whatever is I think there was a panelist, I don't remember who it was, that made a comment about culture, saying that his culture was superior. And I think the implication was that Black Americans don't have culture, or their culture like isn't as prevalent of African culture. So I believe that's why the guy clicked on and said that. I don't think he would just be that crazy. I could be mistaken, but I don't think he was just that crazy to come and talk about that. I believe that's what triggered him to click the link and to say that. But I'm gonna go ahead and add back.
Well, he could have came on to present his arguments, right? And prove that the other guy was wrong, but not come in and just start cursing and shouting and insulting people. Is that way to engage people? So that's why I don't disagree with whatever position he has or whatever opinion he has or whatever he disagree with. But he could have came on and just present his own position that, hey, Amara, you're wrong about this, you're wrong about that. And that's why I said, like, that's why I said the guy doesn't represent the Black Americans, because the intelligent Black American that came on and told Amara, like, listen, I disagree with you.
He wasn't shouting.
No, you came insulting me. The guy who insulted me. What are you talking about? I know you want to come here and kiss us. Come on, stop that rubbish, man.
Mike,
that guy has to do Amara doesn't listen to anyone. He just shouts.
Like FBA,
Amara just shouts.
Allow me to fight.
FBA, that's how they talk. Like they don't.
No, but
they
this
don't
is what it is, though. First of all, this is the mistake he made.
Doesn't listen to
This is the
anyone.
mistake he
Doesn't
made.
listen to anyone.
He didn't say nothing to me. He didn't even know if I made a statement. He just came at me, talking about my dad, talking about me being here 27 years. You know, first of all, find out who made the statement and who you need to respond to. You see what I'm saying? He just came at me.
Amara, did you have something to say to him? Because he's right here. Oh.
No, but what I'm saying is, bro, first of all, find out who made the statement. Then what they said, then you respond to it. I'm not the one that made any comments about no culture. I told you how long I've been here.
Bro. I made it, bro. As the one that makes a cultural aspect of it, because when you dealing with people, right? When you deal with people, they want Africans to see the way they see things. You understand me? Look, when you're not dominating an area, You can never convince anybody to look at what you see the way you see things. In Nigeria, Tunaja, you were there with that idiot guy was insulting you in that show. You like to lick people's ass. You are a disgrace to Nigerian society, Tunaja. You like to lick ass.
Whoa.
You like to lick ass. Tunaja, you were there with that idiot guy. Call you all kind of names.
Oh God, I'm not scared of anyone. You were licking ass.
People like Tunaja is the reason why the FBA say we're all docile. We're all.
Look, Africa. If you think not all Black Americans. If you take Black Americans, you see that guy that calls monkey, gorilla, that Black American guy. If you think Black America love Africans, you just lie. You just deceive yourself.
Who cares?
They hate us than any other things. Let me tell you one thing. In Nigeria, you deal with the white people.
If we hated you, you would have been dead long time ago as soon as you got off the plane, my friend. That's the honest truth. The reality is, let's keep it a buck. There are stupid people among us. There are stupid people everywhere. There are stupid people in all groups of people everywhere.
Look, they hate us. They call us kind of names. They call us dirty. They call us dusty.
This guy is you making weird generalizations.
They call us monkeys.
What's with your generalization?
He's just as bad as FBA himself.
Nah, man, you can't be talking like this. That's why people are
You could see that Nigerian basketball player who's hanging around with them. I call a fellow. That's even in Nigeria. Half Nigeria, half Australia.
You give me too much time. Control the panel.
Kiddo, live a question for
make
you.
your point and move on, bro.
Have you had interaction with African American, like physical interaction? With
Look. Let me tell you the truth. When you watch some of these programs, right? Then when you watch these programs, you study them. Then you start seeing that these people have two faces. The two faces they have is one, they can come and greet you. Then when they greet you, then they start indirectly your back, they start laughing at you. You could see what happened to that basketball player who called a fellow Nigerian guy, go to your dusty, to your shito country, something monkey. Because that girl be hanging around with Black Americans.
She was from Australia, my man. She was from Australia. So you got to
Well, she picked up the mentality in America. Sorry,
yeah,
she came to America living among Black Americans. She picked up that attitude from them. That's what the Australians are even saying. You know?
Yeah,
they said since she went to America, she became a different person.
Yeah,
we all know when she came here, she started hanging in the hood and all this places.
How can you deal with such a people like that?
No, you gotta be in America. Do you live in America?
My father came to America to study.
Do you live in America?
South Africa was setting y'all Nigerians on fire. Was that their mindset?
Hey, bro.
I've been
to everywhere.
They were setting y'all on fire.
Have you lived in America?
I came there for a job. You understand me? I've been to everywhere. I never really relate to them. I'm not related with the white people. Because my
what I'm saying, have you lived in America to know African Americans more? Have you lived there?
I know much about them because of my daddy and my uncles.
Nah, but Kidola.
I think I need to say something about this. I think this kid. Can I say something? Because this guy basically pounded the table. I hope his table is all right. You talk about they all hate us and they do this, they do that. As a grown man, you should know better than that. You come here and you start talking as if every child or anybody that breaks up from their girlfriend and lashes out at them is just a hate of Africans. Haven't you see African men calling their girlfriends Ashawo and all the rest of it? Stop being childish. You're a grown man. You should know that some people act stupid and others are a lot more mature about these things. And if somebody comes here, and I'm sure you are the one that triggered him because you were using those terms. I heard you describing what you were describing before he came on. You were using those terms about cultural and all that stuff. This type of insensitivity that is. Can I finish what I'm saying? You've had your say. Can I finish what I'm saying? You've had your say, and you had a long say at the beginning of the show. Can I just finish what I'm saying? Can I just finish what I'm saying? Stop it. Stop it. You need to grow. Make that.
Let's move on to Nigeria. African millennials. Let other people talk.
But he was allowed to have his own rant, and I'm not allowed to say anything.
Well, you're being emotional.
No, because I'm the most interrupted guy. What is that all about? I need to have my say.
All right, we've heard you, man. Let someone else talk now. Let me
say something. I'll not finish what I've said. Stop interrupting me. So he goes around saying stuff. Then when somebody comes around and questions him, instead of our own fellow people to just say, you know what does that mean? Are you saying that we are flaunting our culture in front of you? No, instead, you start backing up. We pack our culture in our bag when we come. What kind of people are these? What are you both grown men at all? How is that going to get us anywhere? This is the attitude you will have on the continent. How is that going to get us anywhere? If somebody is feeling this thing, like you have offended them, you should be asking yourself, okay, how does that offend you that I talked? Try to hear them out. For all you know, you might learn something. But no, you start defending yourself. What does that even say about you? When you start defending yourself, does that take your culture away just because somebody accuses you of your culture, that you have been in America for 20-something years? We have to understand that
So you
we
should
have
accept
to
insult.
talk honestly to each
I
other.
bet. Shut up, man. Let someone
What
else
is
talk. I bet.
insult? What is insult?
Lofi,
What
go
are
ahead,
you?
man.
What are you?
Tuna, we've
Why
heard
you don't
enough.
even
We've heard
control
enough. Let someone else talk,
you
man.
don't
I don't
control
want
your
to hear your
country.
long,
You don't control
long
where you are
story,
in
man.
America right now. You're talking about insult.
Okay, let it finish. Let it
All
finish.
these men with
He's not gonna
egos.
finish, man.
You
You know
can't
how
even
Tuna talks.
defend your
He's gonna
communities.
drag
You
it for
can't
10
defend your
minutes.
women. You can't defend your children.
See, now he's saying something a whole different topic
Shut
now. He's
up.
talking about defending women.
Stop talking nonsense.
No,
Let someone else
Talk
go, man. Let
nonsense.
someone
People
else.
have egos.
but
You say insult. This stupid
Now you're
insult you
changing
talk about
topic.
hasn't gotten us
Tuna,
anywhere.
calm down.
But
The
Calm down.
stupidity of grown men.
Okay, you made your point.
All right, go
Tuna,
and drink
calm
cold
down,
water, man.
please.
You're fine. We've heard you. We've heard you.
What childish.
We've heard you, man. It's
You made
enough.
your
Let
point.
someone else go, man. We have other people that want to talk. Let's lose.
No,
Let's
but,
go.
I want to speak. I want to speak.
Go off.
Please, I need to speak.
Okay, wait.
Do we have any,
Okay,
do we have
go,
black
go,
Americans on the
Lucy, go,
panel?
Wait, 1 second. There's an
Any black
order.
American on the panel? Any black American on the panel?
Yes, there's, I think, 2 Black Americans.
Soon
2
as y'all let someone else talk, man. God damn it.
Shut up.
Any black American on the panel? Anyone? Any black American on the panel?
Can I speak? I won't defend that shit. I mean, I can defend the point, but not that shit.
Guys, wait. I'm still speaking, guys. Jesus. Do we have any black American on the panel?
Yeah, I want to speak.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
you
I can
will
speak.
speak after me. I'm still speaking. You speak after me. I was just asking what you could have done. Just say yes, I'm a black American. Okay. Here I'm gonna be quick and straight to the point. For me, I'm gonna say this to any black American who can hear me. Just protect your people first. You know, it's everybody for their people. Just stand for your people. Do anything intentional for your people. What's gonna benefit your people first. That's all I have to say. The rest, I'm not here to mumble about all this old nonsense. I've never been in America, but for sure, you guys are like your own group. Protect your people. That's it.
All right, so we're gonna have Rosie. So Atari, go next. Thanks.
So well, I was born in America. My parents from the Caribbean. Now they have this thing about, you know, the whole Black American thing, because I posted in the group that Black American, as far as the U.S. government defines it, is any person of African descent, you know, that's an American citizen. So somebody who calls themselves Black American, even though they were born from immigrants, they're in their right to say they're African American, because that's how the government defines it. Now, so as far as African Americans, or people who call themselves FBA or ADOS having a distinct identity, no one has a problem with that. But ADOS and FBA are particular ideologies, and they have a specific nativist sort of thinking, right? And they began attacking immigrants.
Now you're lying, my friend. Now you're lying.
Listen, let me finish. Now, first of all, Yvette Connell is a member of an organization called Progressives for Immigration Reform. And you can look it up. It's a nativist organization. It's sponsored by a eugenist. And you will see where the doctrine comes from. And that's why I say that ADOS is an offshoot of the MAGA movement, because you will see it never existed before.
If you say that shit again, bro, you may want to find a new place to live at, my friend. Like physically, you really.
Well, are you making threats, man? Come on, man. Don't come here and be making threats.
Calm down.
If you have a point to make, we'll give you a chance to make your point, bro. Don't come here and be making empty threats,
man. I'm the wrong one, son. Calm down, son. I'm the wrong one. So, as far before this whole thing came up, there was never a distinction about who is who in terms of their immigration status. Because, for example, in Black American history, There has always been immigrants. There's always been immigrants. And if you look within the struggle in Black America, you will see that immigrants, especially immigrants from the Caribbean, is well represented. You know what I mean? Because everybody from Maya Angelou, Stokely Carmichael, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X is all immigrant parents. Claude McKay, who wrote the poem "If We Must Die," which set the tone for the civil rights movement. He is immigrant. The first Black newspaper, John Brown Rushrum, he's Jamaican. So J.A. Rogers, it's like when you go, if you really want to exclude Black immigrants from the Black movement in America, you will have to rewrite history. And that's what you see going on. People trying to rewrite history. People trying to say this didn't exist and this one didn't exist and this one was a conspiracy. This one was paid by the government and all sorts of nonsense. So people start making themselves Indians and all sorts of things. Because if you look at the history, you will see that Black immigrants have always been there. There's never been a time in America, especially in terms of struggle. And I could say that for sure. In New York, if you check the Harlem Renaissance, you will see a lot of immigrants there. You will see a lot of immigrants represented. I myself have 2 uncles who was deported during the Black Power movement. 2 uncles who was deported back to the Caribbean, right? Because of their political involvement. So that's what happened to a lot of people. But people don't know that. So when people talk about this, about lineage doesn't matter as much as ideology does. Because Malcolm X, Kwame Nkrumah, and Walter Rodney are born in 3 different places in the world, but they have a similar ideology. But people who talk about lineage will have you believe that Al Sharpton and Malcolm X have the same understanding, which is not the case. You know what I mean? So lineage doesn't matter as much as ideology. Ideology is what we stand on. If you're about the movement for real, it's ideology you're going to stand on. You're not going to stand on lineage, because you will know in any lineage they will have sellouts, and any lineage they will have those who are willing to lay their life down. So that's what I got to say.
Nah, just let the Black American guy go, man. Let him go. He has something to respond to.
Let the Black American guy go.
He's quite a nice guy. Actually.
All right, I wanna add on to what the brother was saying. It's a lot of echo. It's a lot of echo in the back, but I'm gonna try to add a different perspective. So the brother from the Caribbean who was just talking, he's absolutely right. So we have to clarify some things when it comes to a lot of these ideologies and a lot of these arguments. So to start off, a lot of so-called Black American leaders, number one, they were Pan-African, going back to Marcus Garvey, going back to Martin Luther King, also going back to Malcolm X. So the whole idea of a Black American person going against an African, it doesn't make any sense. The whole concept of people having differences of opinion, that happens.
What
you cut off?
What happened to your line?
So if he's not gonna go, I'm gonna go, because I'm gonna correct a lot of this dumb shit. Is he done? Because I'm gonna go. Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. Let's speak, man. Just speak.
All right, I'm gonna keep it real quick and simple fast. When it comes to ADO, it is about a lineage thing, but it is also partially an ideology. Lineage and ideology kind of go it's not exactly the same, but most people from the same lineage got some of the same ideology. It's kind of similar, somewhat usually, right? The issue when it comes to like, all right, Africans, we had no problem with Africans coming over here. And God, honestly, we didn't even have a problem with them even using benefits until these motherfuckers got bold with the shit, right? You know what I mean? So when you got senators talking about, oh, well, yo, like, you don't need no Black history. Fuck that shit. How about you go over to Ghana, you go over to Nigeria, you go over to Sudan, you go over to Ethiopia and whatever, and tell them folks, fuck your history, right? They're gonna look at you the same way I'm looking at you right now. That's an issue, legitimately. Then you got people, that's just like if I invite you to my house, you come and eat my food, you eat my food and say, oh yeah, fuck you, necessarily. You come in here, use my clothes, you say, oh yeah, fuck your clothes, fuck your food clothes, and fuck all your other stuff in here. I'm doing me, fuck you. And you think that's gonna be cool with anybody. And then not only on the other end of that is when we're doing our own political movements, just like the other guys, just like the video she played earlier, other guy was like, oh, well, I want some of these benefits. It's their own African greed. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason that these people ended up, well, I don't say these people, I said our people ended over here on this other side of the world anyway. Greed. I want what I want when I want it. I want to get this piece of money. I want this piece of sticks or whatever the hell they were selling people for. The reality is greed. Greed is internal. that isn't just a human thing in the first place. But I'm going to say, in all honesty, African American culture got its own. African American culture got its own issue that needs to be fixed. Culturally, that definitely needs to be fixed. I say that we got some stuff over here that definitely need to be redone. Now, for the most part, most African Americans don't have no issue with Africans. Y'all come over here, y'all come in here, get dapped up and everything. When you ask these people where most of these businesses at, it's not in the Jewish neighborhood, not in the Arab neighborhood, not in the white neighborhood, it's in our neighborhood. And if we had a true issue with you, you'll be dead.
Really?
Let's just keep it fucking honest. Really? Let's just keep it fucking honest. If we really had an honest, we had a really honest issue with you, you would just be dead.
You're talking rubbish, man. You're one of those big mouth people that just make them. Bro, you sound like a pussy. Don't come and be talking about people dying and things like that.
I'm being honest with you, dude.
I know a lot of fools like you, man. You come here and make empty threats and all this dumb shit, man.
I'm being respectful.
Why would you kill Judge Zimmerman? Why is Judge Zimmerman still walking around? Why is Judge Zimmerman still walking around?
I'm telling you,
the only people you know how to threaten is other blacks.
If we had an issue with, if we truly had an issue,
you have issue. You have issue. That's why you come here crying, right? You have issue, man.
Absolutely, you have to take that.
You know what, bro? I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. I don't need to argue with you, bro. If I really took the time,
you're making empty threats, man.
Wait, one second. He wasn't.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm being honest. If we really had an issue with you, you would.
So I got a question. So if you have issue with me, you will murder me. Is that what you're telling me?
No. He was saying if I
truly had an issue with you, you would just be gone,
and they would eliminate them. That's
but okay. Let me ask the question.
You don't have the means to eliminate. You don't have the means to eliminate the population in America.
But let me ask the brother a question. You said if you had
you don't have the means to carry out genocide in the United States. The United States is a first world country, organized country. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's
man. You African. I'm gonna tell you. A lot of you Africans.
Dude, just shut the fuck up, man. That's the old talk, man. You sound like a fucking SBJ gay fucking homosexual.
Mike, let me just ask him a question, right? You say if we had an issue with you won't be here, right? That's what you were saying. I don't know.
Think about it. If you came into the come on.
Wait. So let me ask you a question.
If we truly had an issue, no. Let's be for real. If you,
you're a pussy, man. Shut the fuck up. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. That's what you all do. You tell white people you're gonna kill them. You're gonna kill them. You've been saying this, but you haven't killed Zimmerman. All you do is protest. All you're gonna do is protest. Just shut the fuck up, man.
You would just not be here, man.
Yeah, but
what have you done to Judge Zimmerman? Nothing. What have you done to the KKK? Nothing. You just make empty, stupid threats, man.
What the fuck are you talking?
You make empty, stupid threats. That's what you do. You guys are internet gangsters. You're dummy.
You know what, man?
What have you done to the KKK? Nothing.
How about this, man?
Besides protest and march on the streets. That's what you do. You make all the noise. You're gonna kill KKKs, but you haven't killed a single KKK. You haven't
telling you
even
this
killed
much.
Judge Zimmerman.
If the Nigerians or the Ghanaians that come to that
You
live
are
in
a
Georgia,
pussy. Shut the fuck up, man. You are a
if we
pussy.
had a
Shut
true
up.
issue with them, they would
Shut
not
up.
be here.
You are
Bro.
you are
What you gonna do
LGBTQ.
about
Shut
it?
the fuck up.
What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do
Shut the
about it?
fuck up. You and I can exchange
What you gonna do
contracts
about
and
it?
let's meet up.
What you
Fucking
gonna do
bitch.
about it, man?
Okay, all
I
right.
You're
will
going
bury
to
you,
do
son.
nothing
I
from
will
that
bury you. Fucking pussy. Shut the fuck up.
In all honesty, man.
Make an
In
empty
all
threat on the
honesty,
internet, you dumbass.
in all honesty, bro. In all honesty, bro. Still, let's
You
be
ain't
for
gonna
real.
kill nobody, man. You're a pussy. Shut the fuck up.
Hold on.
Dude, you're not going, man, dude. If we could,
You ain't gonna.
you got a
Okay,
quarter of the
time out,
population
time out,
here, dude.
time out,
If
time out.
we truly wanted to fucking kill you,
Calm down.
Guys, if you really wanna meet outside, send each other's emails and meet outside. Okay? Let's not do this online. Come on.
African Millennium. Yeah, what I was gonna ask him is that if you you said if we had an issue with you, you'll be dead, right? So do you have an issue with anyone?
what do you mean? I mean personally as a group, or what do you mean?
No,
You got to break that down.
as a group. Do you have an issue
No, I don't
with
have no problem
anyone?
with Africans. Africans
No,
come over here and actually.
Now with Africans. I'm talking about with any group, not Africans. I'm talking with any group.
Oh yeah, we have
in America.
to degrees. We have groups.
So
we have run-ins with white people. We have shootouts over here plenty of times. We had like just in Georgia, we had like we had an entire shootout.
You gotta shoot out with yourself, not with the white people.
Bro, Brethren,
we
let me
just
tell you
had
something.
one. We just had one last week. What they, I'm not gonna argue with nobody.
With white
You know
people.
what, man? I'm good.
So
let me talk some sense into this whole thing, please. Common influence. Okay. Now, when people say when he made that statement that we gonna whoa, where's the background? You will be dead. You understand? Don't take it to that extreme, because doggone well we know we might be a smaller population in America than African Americans, but all African Americans, first of all, are not thugs. The majority of African Americans work every day, go to 9 to 5, pay their bills, they go about their business. It's a small sliver percentage of them that, that might be thugs or gangsters. Anyway, you see what I'm saying? So let's don't take that extreme. The majority of African Americans got to pay bills, because that's what this system is based on. You got to pay bills. You got to go to work every day and pay bills. There's no time for gangbanging or whatever. So that's extreme. That's out of the way. But so bring the whole sanity to the whole aspect of it is there are people, there are African Americans that favor Africans. There are African Americans that, as a whole, immigration groups as a whole, which is something white people share too. Because I heard white people talking about people too coming to this place, taking their jobs, competing with them. Then those African Americans that don't want nobody else to come here, and the white people that don't want nobody else to come here are in one group. Then you have the other African Americans that embrace Africa. So there is a sector of people over here. First of all, when you speak, when you go in any job field, there are certain aspects of those people, both whites and blacks, that don't like immigrants moving up, because I done moved up in a position and I know what I was told. I done seen a lot of people ahead of me, West Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, smart guys, get moved up before me, and I know what they were told. Their subordinates, some subordinates do not respect them. Then you have other African Americans or other whites that embrace you, that listen to you because it's a job. Then you have the other ones that, because you're a foreigner and they can't pronounce your name, and because your name is too long, because they say African names are too long, and you don't know how to speak English, and the government is the one propping you up. You got that aspect of whites and black Americans that do not want nobody else to be here to compete with them or take their jobs or none of that. They're there. You see, so what I'm saying is, so most African Americans, go to work every day. You got to go to work and pay bills. It's a bill-paying country.
There are no gangsters running around or whatever. They're small percentage. And some of those dudes are either locked up. Even these young boys that are in shootouts or whatever, they're small, they're young, they're not that many. Small percentage. You go to the hood in every American city, it's quiet sometimes. Most people go to work. Right? Those places are not free. You got to pay bills, even in a hood apartment. You got to pay bills. The guys you see outside are the ones that are gangbanger. Majority of the neighborhood go to bed at night. So they're going to go to work the next day and pay bills. Even in the hood, there's nothing free. So let's don't get that misconception. But we got to separate the Black Americans that don't want nobody, immigrants in general. I don't see them.
Amara, are you gonna finish? Are you gonna?
Why are you rushing me,
my brother?
Why are you rushing me? Do you have any experience of America?
But you're not the only one.
Do you have any experience of living here?
You're not the only one.
I don't know.
Do you have any experience of living here?
Just
no, I don't think it does, man. I don't think it does, Amara.
Do you want to learn from somebody that's been here for a long time?
I've never been in America.
Amara, sorry, Amara. Let me say something real quick, man. If he had the experience of living here, he would understand. He would have known that. The advice. Amara, let me say something. The advice he give the Black American brother that they should put themselves first, right, and unite and do for themselves, right. He would know that that's the advice that African Americans actually give them on a daily basis, that they get upset about, that we talking down on them, because among them they are so divided, and they've even on, you can see gender wars, like they are so divided. They see each other on the street, they don't say hi to each other. They are so divided that we have to tell them, like, listen, you guys should be like everybody else. Unite among yourself. Get your communities together, start business, do things among yourselves so you can elevate yourself, and don't wait for somebody else to do it for you and keep blaming somebody else for your problem. That's what we tell them. So if you're thinking you somehow are telling them to do that in order for them to against us or something like that, or is it something we are against, or we come here because I've seen you spoke before and told them that we African, we're all about ourselves and we don't care about anybody else. We're all about, we go to places.
Where did I lie?
Say it again.
Did I lie?
That's a fact, and if you let me finish, I'll tell you that you're right, because it's a common sense. Wait. Let me learn, Amara, please. Lozi, tell me any group of people or any humans beside that actually succeed without working together as a unit, as a group.
Exactly. That's
it's the fact. So why are you talking as if anybody's against them doing that, or anybody doing it? You said we Nigerians and all these people, everywhere we go, we work together and we don't care about any. We just there to form ourselves. That's common sense. Anywhere you go, you're supposed to be first of all about your family. Listen. The first thing in life. Let me lie. You go after me. Wait. The first step.
But don't lie about what I said.
But what did I lie about?
You said did I mention Nigerians when I was speaking? Why did you bring Nigerians on what I said? I didn't.
Well, you mentioned the African, which include us, right? You said the West Africans, and you know what I'm talking about. The advice we gave them on, I think it was on someone else's show.
I did not mention any African. I said to Black Americans, this is what I said. I said, you guys must stand together as a group and support each other. Do everything intentional for your people. I've never mentioned any.
No, today, yes, you did. Today, that's what you say. I'm sorry. I was referring to everybody know what I'm talking about, even including yourself. A different occasion where you mentioned
about what?
That you said with these Africans that when we go to places, we all about ourselves, we all about our pockets. You said that as well. But let's not get into that. That's not what we have to talk about.
No. Don't be smart here.
Are you saying you didn't say that we all about ourselves wherever we go? Is that what you're saying? You didn't say that?
Where was I saying this and why? Like,
did you say we would never? If you say you said, I will just give you. I will just leave it there. You know. I just want to know whether you're honest.
Why is it you guys when someone advised Black Americans to stand?
He didn't pay me. I'm making a statement. He didn't pay me. And if you allow me to finish, you will know that we are not against anyone coming. Any group of people coming together. I'm just responding to your. Listen, man. I'm not making accusation here. I'm just responding to your statement that hey, they should come together and what would do for themselves and get things going for themselves. And I'm telling you that's exactly the same advice the blacks other group of blacks are giving them. So I'm just letting you know that if you think somehow that we are against them coming together and advancing themselves, then you are wrong.
That's your problem. That's not my problem. That's you.
Okay, let's forget it, man. Okay, but however, let me tell you something. Losi, let me just land the main point I'm trying to make, because you didn't give me a chance to get it. Let me just make the main point I'm trying to make. Listen, let me tell you something about United States of America. United States of America.
He doesn't know. He's been here.
And again, when that guy said, you don't know exactly. United States of America is not like South Africa. Wait. You get your chance now. Do you want to go now? I can let you go now. Do you want to talk now? I'll let you talk. Okay, go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
Yes, those technical stuff that you bring in, that's you guys. That's your problem. What I cared about was just to deliver the message. The Black Americans, of the descendants of the whatever happened 400 years ago, 300 years ago, they must stick together, because that's a group alone. Everybody sticks together. That's what I was saying.
That's why I agree with you, and that's why I told you I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. And now let me tell you something. Let me get one thing clear. The point I was really trying to make, when that guy came on saying we're coming to doing their benefit or anything, there's no benefit that we're coming to take from anybody. There's no benefit that we're taking from Black Americans. That's some rubbish fallacy that people are putting out there. There's no benefit in America that's separate, that's there, where except welfare. And I don't know how many Africans coming to sit on welfare. In America here, you pay for everything. You pay. Even the so-called, they say, when they make this point that we come to attend their HBCU, there's a school called HBCU, which historical Black colleges. It's like somebody saying, we say we attend every school. Now, when you attend a school, you pay to attend the school, right? You pay your tuitions, right?
And we pay international rates.
International rate. We won't pay more. We won't pay more. Amara, let me just we even debunk it further. Here's the deal. Those schools, right? Those schools, first of all, when they say don't even come, first of all, let me just say this. It's like somebody coming to my restaurant to eat and pay, and I say, hey, you're coming to my restaurant to take benefit from me. It doesn't even make sense. Now, those schools, another point is those schools, the recruiters of those schools, they go heavily to recruit African students, because they know that the way the government fund those schools is basically they want to look how much graduation rates they have, right? There's following criteria that the government look to fund schools, to put money into schools, into institutions, right? They look at your graduation rates, the quality of performance of the students, and this HBCUs literally send recruiters out there to go look for African students and convince them to come and attend those schools, because they know that the African students actually constitute the highest rate of graduations in those institutions. And so these institutions are actually the one going out to recruit African students. And most African students, I will speak for Nigeria, for example, in America, our parents, if you tell your parents you're going to HBCU, they want to cry, because they're aiming for you to go to Ivy League schools. They want you to go to Ivy League schools, because more higher ranking schools are Ivy League schools and more of non-HBCU schools. So when they keep saying, oh, you come here attending our HBCU and taking our benefit, me attending the university is not me taking anything from anybody.
You know, the running joke is, not to interrupt, the running joke is the government pays for. I don't had a white dude told me that, and I put him in his place. It said, white dude pay for you Africans to have your degree. So I broke it out, gave him all my receipts, everything.
I'm still paying my school loan to today.
Sold land.
I'm still paying my school loan.
Sold land for that. Oh, I'm surprised you guys pay this much for it. I say yes, and it's a lot. It's like 3 of my cousins. They don't have any papers. They've been trying to get papers in this place forever. 2 of them got master's degrees. Empty degrees, they paid all their money. Nothing, they're washing dishes right now because they can't find papers. There are a lot of people like that. They go to these schools, they have all these high degrees and can't get a job because they don't have papers. Even when you do have papers.
Amara, let me have one quick point. See, Lozi, what you have to understand is this. Lozi, listen, you have to understand something there. America and South Africa are 2 completely different different countries. South Africa is the land of indigenous ethnic groups. You understand? United States is not currently. It's not a land of indigenous ethnic group. The only indigenous ethnic group, which was the Red Indians, they were wiped out. The few of them that are left, they are even put in reservations. You know, the rest of us, we're all migrant. We all migrated, and America does not describe who's an American based on some indigenous description. It's just based on documents that you are a citizen. You're born here, or you naturalize to become a citizen. So when you're saying, oh, you guys, oh, they call me they're immigrants. Everyone is an immigrant, including what's his
But
name?
Mike,
The last three presidents, the last two let me land. Obama father was what's his name? Donald Trump's father was he's a fourth generation. So in America, you hardly find anyone. Even most white American will tell you I'm Irish American, Italian American. Everybody migrated at one point. So there's no this one group of people are immigrants. My children are not immigrants. They were born here. I'm an American citizen. Although I was born in Nigeria, but I came here at a young age. So when you guys are saying, oh, because I'm an ethnic group of Nigerians and I'm born here, I'm an immigrant. No, because Black America went to slavery. Oh, they're now immigrants. If you have to say, if we have to describe people by saying who's an immigrant based on lineage, then Black Americans are immigrants too.
Can I respond now? That's fine. What you said is 100% true. I know America. I've never been there, but I can see the system from a distance. That's exactly how it is. That's why I said, look, everybody dates in groups. Obviously, Black Americans at the end on a global scale, they are Black, right? But we're not gonna. We cannot sit here and be act as if Black Americans are not standing as a group who are experiencing a different, who have got a different background from other Blacks, just like everywhere. So I was just saying, for them to actually fight this, because the government of America is not gonna fix this problem. They actually did this problem. They actually did this problem themselves. The government of America. The Black Americans need to work together, which you agreed and you said you guys even advised them. So I was just saying, I was enforcing that for them to really stand and benefit a lot, they need to actually work together. Because I believe that what separates them from the rest of Africans is that they were raised in an environment where they fought racism more than anything. So for them, they are now experiencing something totally different. They thought for them, any Black person is one of them, right? That's their background. But they're dealing with other Blacks who actually we see ourselves as either tribes or nations, as coming from Africa. So I was just saying this to them, that they need to start having that mentality. We can all be Black there at the global stage, but like I always say, you are a Nigerian, I'm a South African first, So Black Americans need to start seeing themselves like that as well,
The one thing I learned, Jose, let me talk to the man from South Africa. Of all the time, when I came over to this country, one thing I seen when Black Americans, they are proud of being Black Americans. They tell you plain and simple, I'm Black.
Thank you. And they will let you know that you're an African.
That they are Black. When I say that, even when you speak, let me finish. When you speak, okay, in Africa, particularly when we come from these English-speaking countries, we got a white way of speaking. They got their own way of speaking. Okay? The only one you find out that'll speak the white way is doing it for the job. It goes to the job, professional job. He's being a professional. He's being paid for that. He speaks the white English. Check that guy when he steps out. He's going back to his Black English. Ebonics, that's what they call it. You see what I'm saying? The guys have their own life. They got pride in being Black American. Now, the extreme pride, it's a fault that I told them plenty times. Some of the things you're proud about, we can learn from you guys. These guys, anytime you hang around them, even when you watch like movies, they say, why don't you watch Black movies? Why are you watching white movies? Anything you do, why don't you have a Black show? Why don't you watch a Black show? Why don't you listen to Black music? Why don't you do it? Everything is Black, 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 Black. They are very proud of being Black.
Amara, even to the point that they will even tell you African that why you come here, you don't want to be like them. Like you don't like when you start like being different, they don't like it. They don't like they'll say no, you have to. They don't like it. They'll tell you that.
They don't like it. They say plain and simple.
Plain and simple. If you don't engage in their behavior, their way of doing things, they have problem with you. Guys, so they already know themselves as a group. They already know. Listen. What's his name? Losby. If you live in America, you know where me and this brother is coming from. They already know themselves as a group.
But you guys are not addressing what I'm addressing. You guys are talking about technical stuff. That's fine. But I was just saying, Black Americans as a group, I'm talking about Black Americans, they should also unite together as people. That's all I was saying. And
They are united, but unfortunately, they're only united on the basis of negativity. That's it. They will come together when they will come together when it's time to. Let me tell you something. Those you talking about the United States, and I'm telling you for a fact. Like they know themselves as a group. That's a fact. But whenever they want to unite on anything, it's always on the basis of something negative. Like you, listen.
I want to interject on that. I don't know that you know that you are in America, so I won't speak on that.
No,
okay. And I'm telling you, I'm trying to educate you and two Nigerian people that come here to talk that never lived in the ground. Am I right? Now I've lived here for over 20-something years. And we are telling you for a fact that we know more than you.
I'd rather hear their story as well. I was just saying, as group of people, they should also unite and work together because everybody's doing that.
But Lozi, I've seen somebody I've seen this guy named Afridamos. I know Afrodamos, right? Afrodamos made a show. He talked about Lozi when Lozi made that comment, right? And Afrodamos has always lived in America for many years too. And Afrodamos was trying to explain that, listen, where he disagree with you, were you telling them to unite on that in the context of the conversation they were having that day? He see that as you telling them to unite on the old xenophobic thing that they're doing. And listen, the point of the matter is this. Like, Amara and I can attest to it because even African American and anyone else live in America. The thing about Black America, most people complain about is, especially us, is that why can't you guys unite on the basis of building business or building community or doing things like that? Why is it that the only time you come together to unite is when you want to hate somebody else or fight someone else and say, oh, when the only time you sit and come and protest on the streets is when a white person is trying to go after white, to protest against white people, something that has to do with another group. But then, which I'm not saying, and then in the community, you have some bad things going on, like drug infestation, gang activity, the negativity that happens in the community, they don't come together. Unemployment, they don't come together to say, let's come as a group to solve this internal problem. Yeah, they don't say let's come together. And the advice that you supposed to be giving them is
it's generational.
Come together.
Remember they had Black Wall Street, right?
Thank you. The old generation was like that. I don't know what happened.
They're more united than this newer generation.
The new generation just unite on the ground of negativity, on the ground of aiding other people, or just to, which doesn't make sense. The old generation were uniting to build Black Wall Street, to build their neighborhoods, and to exactly. That's the unity. If they have that kind of unity going on, we will support it. I will be the one praising them. None of us there will be talking, saying anything about them or negative.
Hold on. Yeah, Mike. On the panel, so we're gonna let them go ahead. Did anybody want to respond to that?
Yeah. So the thing about people talk about Black American, right? And the thing is, Black American culture is not even like a monolith. It's not even like one thing, because on the West Coast they have their own culture, and down south they have their own culture. East Coast have their own culture, and it's not even that it's each culture is more similar to itself, really, because, like, for example, when I first, I was born in New York, but I'm familiar with Caribbean culture, you know what I mean? I grew up in that. And when I went to the South for the first time, I was surprised that their culture, their Black American culture, is more like Caribbean culture than it is in terms of, like, in comparison to, like, Chicago culture or West Coast culture. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of the food they eat, how they prepare their foods and things, it's very tropical. You go to Florida, you go to, you know what I mean, the Carolinas, it's very much like Caribbean type, you know what I mean, how the people address, you know, how people are polite. And that's the thing. People, like, how we group Black American as a monolith. It's not, that's not how it is. And the next thing I would say is that because it's so, in certain places, I should say, that immigrants is so ingrained that you can't separate people who've been there for a couple generations, because, you know, people been there for 4 or 5 generations. You know what I mean? In places like New York and Boston, you know what I mean? They got people whose great grandparents came there. You know, so you can't say, and they're Black American. They it's for over 50 years, for over 100 years, some of them have not been back to the to Jamaica or Trinidad or Guyana. You know what I mean? Their family have been there for generations. You know, some of them married African Americans. So they grew up in that. They know nothing about the thing. So it's a different approach and a different experience from somebody who come to America when they're an adult or a teenager. You know what I mean? So I don't know how much y'all lived in New York or been to New York and
No,
know
I live in the Carolinas, and I lived
right.
in Washington D.C. and I
Yeah,
lived in
so
New
that's what I'm
York.
saying. So
You're right.
New
You're
York,
absolutely right.
yeah, so New York, the dynamics of Black immigrants and Black Americans is a whole different understanding. That's why I tend to look at things different. So people now, what the internet allows is people to talk things they wouldn't say in face to face, because people will come on here and they would talk certain things and they wouldn't say that face to face. If you was having a conversation with somebody, you wouldn't talk like, you know what I mean? Talk like, yo, if we didn't want you here, you would, like, you know what I mean? That kind of talk is not tolerated in certain places. You know what I mean?
My friend.
And they had times, and I'm telling you, like in the 80s and the 90s in New York, they had times where immigrants, Jamaicans and Black Americans and was going at it like for real. People died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my friend, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what's really going on. These people, this category of people that go doing all these xenophobic, whatever, their character they're envious, jealous-minded people. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what they're doing. Before they started doing this so-called xenophobia against the African American, actually the people that used to do it too was their own fellow Black Americans. Because I don't know if I might remember in the 90s, whenever a Black American person becomes successful, he goes to school, he goes to college, he becomes educated. What do they call him? They start calling him Coon, Uncle Tom. They will say is the white. It's no longer black.
No,
It's become
there's
white.
a name for Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom.
Yeah. They will say it's no longer black.
Uncle Tom.
It's a sellout.
Uncle Tom.
And the only reason they have issue with him because he became successful.
Yep.
They will start saying he's no longer black. He's a white man now. Exactly. So now what's going on now is that this same group of people are saying a lot of these African immigrants, especially like from specific countries like Nigeria and maybe Ghana, they're becoming very educated, and you see people put on the news that, oh, these Nigerians they're the most educated, all those kind of things. Now that's what is that same syndrome that's playing out now. Like, oh wow, they're becoming successful. Oh, now we're different. Oh, now you'll sell out. We're different with this. That's what it's all about. They just the envious-minded human being that hate to see any other Black person succeed in life. That's what it is. And what annoys me the most is this same group of people have no problem seeing an Asian person, a Chinese person, Indian or Arabs, all those people succeed around them. They don't have issue with those people succeeding. But whenever they see another Black man, even their own fellow Black Americans succeed, they got problem with him. The classic definition of an enemy of progress. These are just evil-minded human beings. That's what they are. That's what it's all about. Because they didn't have these xenophobic.
Them people you just described.
Amara, remember in the 90s when Africans were only known for driving taxis and doing like menial jobs? We're not known for this success.
That's true.
Did they have xenophobic back then? Did they have this xenophobic behavior? They didn't. No. All they did was just call us an African Buddhist culture, and that's it. But they didn't say go back to Africa or have any issue. The whole issue began the moment they started seeing like a bunch of Africans becoming doctors, lawyers, and driving, like just doing economically well. That's when the whole, we are different, you have to go back to, you coming here, and that's the same attitude they had towards their own people for a long time.
Yeah, but
just to interject, there are two kinds of African Americans though. There's the high dollar African American that went to college in the corporate world that we work with. Those ones, they're professional, they make their money. They got their 2-car garage and their nice, whatever, in a nice house in a nice white neighborhood. They don't mess with the hood ones and the ones that are coming up, or the vulgar or rude, don't know how to act professional in public. Then you have the hood ones that are really hood, that loud and, They do gang banging and some, you know, they in the down they down in the pole. You see what I'm saying? But you have the ones that are coming out of the hood trying to better themselves. Them the ones that have a hood attitude are trying to get into that corporate world, and they're looking at, oh, I can't get ahead. And look at all these other people from all these other places. I could have had this job. The ones that they're second generation people that were educated, they don't look at Africa as a threat. You know, Africans as a threat. There's like 2 or 3 generations that people were educated. So they never lived in the hood. There's this girl that is was my supervisor. God, I don't work at that job no more. She doesn't know anything about the hood. I know more about the hood than she does. You know what I'm saying?
That's true,
but between
true.
us, we never had any problems. You know, that she didn't look at me as somebody
Those
coming over
ones,
here
you notice those ones can even relate.
job.
They can even relate more to you, like we,
Yeah,
the
but them
black
more
immigrants and their own people.
hold an intellectual debate with them. Then you have the ones coming out the hood are trying to get up in the world. They have their hood attitude, and they're looking at, oh man, I could have had this job. You come in here, what? Man, you come from Africa. You come over. I don't being a supervisor and people. I'm holding a meeting. You know.
No, I'm alright. The job that they're pissed off. I'm alright.
Holding a meeting. Just I can say that because I'm not on that job no more. I'm holding a meeting. They moved me up.
Salute. I wanted to chip in real quick. If you guys can let me do that.
Okay, just give me a minute. Let me explain this.
Go ahead,
people are down in my points. Or his pronunciation. Can I finish, please? Yeah. Can I finish, please? Yeah. So you got those people coming up to the ladder that are offended by stuff like that. Then you have people who, their generations and generations were up there. Most of their parents were a teacher, a lawyer, a doctor, or somebody. And they're moving in the world. They don't look at Africa as a threat. They pursue their goal, and they don't look at people foreign as a threat. Or what. Many times, even including my supervisor, the certain things she'll tell me. She'll tell me to look at them, look at African Americans, watch them, because why? She depends on me. I'm one of her pillars. Wherever she get a promotion or wherever she goes, she's yanking me. I want the first person she pulls in before she pulls any other African American. It's because of my work ethic and my job performance, and I stick to whatever she says do. You see what I'm saying? So those people don't have no problem building teams with Africans or people from other places. They want to get advanced. They want to advance themselves. You see what I'm saying? But those people are not going to bring in another African American just because you're an African American to boost you up and spoil their way to move up. No, they're not going to do that. They'll take anybody that will help them personally, move up for career advancements. So you got the dimension. These are the types of African Americans we have out here. So most of these people that are complaining are people that are moving from a bad situation, trying to better themselves.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we can let YB go ahead. Okay, I don't think he's there.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to speak earlier. I just wanted to give a different perspective. The brother from the, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that the okay. I was saying that the brother from the Caribbean, I like his style because you know our culture very well. I'm from the South, and if you go in the South, like South Carolina, or if you go to the coast of North Carolina, you will see a lot of African culture, and also too, I represent perspective. I don't bang on West Africans especially. y'all my brothers. And the reason why I say y'all my brothers is because not only through DNA, but through genealogy, I found family members that go back to West Africa, and I found family from the Caribbean. And also, I traveled to Ghana last year. I had a beautiful time, got along with everybody, everyone's respectful. My friend in Ghana, my business partner too, he's Hausa. We have a beautiful relationship. I've met so many beautiful people. So what I want to add is that there's a lot of like ideologies out here. And when I say new ideology, I mean FBA and ADOS. So through African American history, all of our leaders were originally Pan-African, like I was saying earlier, meaning starting with Marcus Garvey. Also, a lot of people don't know Martin Luther King, he met Kwame Nkrumah. And also going or ending, I would say, he told us to establish a bridge with Africa and build. And when he said a bridge, he mean business, he mean relationships, he meant international. So what I see today is this new ideology with FBA and ADOS. I understand some of it in the terms of you have to respect me, I have to respect you. But what I'm seeing with certain FBA individuals and certain ADOS individualists, they may have had certain experiences with certain Africans and certain people from the Caribbean, the same way people from the Caribbean and certain people from all over Africa have had negative experiences with people from Africa.
They're not having negative experience. Let me tell you what they're having. They want the Africans and the Caribbean to be kissing their feet. That's what they want. That's all they want.
No, I don't.
They don't have it. They don't have a negative experience. Forget it.
No, nobody. No. No, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, and I don't feel that way because
okay.
I'm just giving you my experiences. I've lived in Atlanta for years. Anytime I'm saying in 20 years I met someone from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Sierra Leone, even from East Africa. I don't have these experiences. I don't have people banging on me, and it's because the way I carry myself. My family on my mother's side is Gullah, from the coast of the Carolinas. We know our African traditions. We know that we come from Africa. I don't
Sierra Leone
saying I'm against African people, because if I say that, I'm against myself. That doesn't make any sense. But what happens is certain individuals who may have seen things on the internet, or also certain individuals who have had some experience, what they do is they take these experiences and they stereotype everybody. And today, it's so many people stereotyping from all sides. So I think it's important when you have your experience to speak for your experience. I'm never going to say all one group of people is one thing. Different people have different experience, but I don't agree with any kind of radicalism.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, Bossman, you hit it on the nail. You are the other side of that
Amara,
guy.
you cannot speak all day long, bro.
Who's that?
You can't speak all day long. Come on, man.
Who's that?
Yeah, this is Artifact.
I just wanted to make one comment and I'm bouncing out.
Come on, man.
Okay?
Go ahead, bro.
No, listen.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, this man that came along is giving you the dimension of the guy that had came out earlier. You're going to run into both sets of guys. And the problem is people don't take their time to differentiate this guy from the other guy that came early in the program. That's all I was saying. These are the people you hold close to. These are the people you build teams with. These are the people you get along with and build relationships with. So you got to take your time and identify the right African American to deal with. That's all I was saying.
All right. Yeah, so guys, I don't know how many of you have read The Art of the War of Sun Tzu. We should make sure that we are fighting the right fight, and we should make sure that we are fighting at the right time. Listening to what you guys been saying on the panel, I have the impression of listening to a white supremacist agenda being implemented. Why am I saying this? Let's look back in history. when the white people came to Africa and turned slavery into an economy, and Africans ended up selling other Africans. And today, in the 21st century, we are seeing the same thing again, trying to repeat itself, but the other way around, which is, you know, black people attacking black people seeing other black people, or the black people as the enemy, right? So I'm gonna ask you, African American, they do have a culture. They come so far, and they have been through a lot. Their ancestors endure a lot. We have to acknowledge that. So let's be humble, and every time we have to step into the African American issues, let's step in with positive mind. Let's step in by bringing something positive to the fight, to whatever they're trying to do. Let's not step in.
Who you specifically referring
Wait a
to?
minute. Let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. Let's step into what they do with a positive mind, and let's try to help. Even though if what they're trying to do is going to bring in division, we should understand the plan of the enemy. The white supremacists are sitting back, relaxing, sipping on the champagne, and watching the black people fighting against each other. So let's not fight at the wrong time. Before we go to war, we have to be prepared. We have to be disciplined. We have to make sure that we can face the enemy and we have what we need. At this time, we are fighting the wrong fight. How many of you on the panel are doing something for Africa? I'm going to just ask you. How many of you have a project, and Africa needs school? They need library. They need our help.
You're way off topic.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You're off topic. We're talking about people that don't want nothing to do with Africa. You're asking them to go build in Africa. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So there should be no beefing between Black African and African American, right? You have to understand the pace. You have to understand where they are trying to go, because we cannot just criticize them every time. You know?
You saying, wait, excuse me, sorry. Are you saying where FBA does those guys, Tariq Nasheed is going, is where African America is trying to go? Is that what you're telling us? That we have to support that, and is that what you're telling us?
No, bro, that's not. I never mentioned FBA. I never mentioned.
No, you're saying there. That's why I'm asking specifically. What are you? Because you have to be specific on what you're saying. Because if you're saying they, some of what we say that as well. You telling me that okay? Are you talking about Tariq Nasheed? Who are you talking about?
All what I'm trying to say here is, we have work to do on the continent. We need to focus on the continent. We cannot skip steps, right? So let them do whatever they are doing. Let's focus on raising the youth of Africa, in bringing them library, schooling, how to read and write, basic stuff. We don't do that.
Well, you have to engage the government and the leadership of Africa.
Let them do what they are doing. Let's focus on Africa is being colonized today. The US have 21 military bases in Africa. France, the EU, they are building bases in Africa. And we are there fighting and arguing with FBA and ADOS, right?
I don't think we're fighting.
And they are stealing the resources.
We're not fighting.
And they are stealing the resources. And we are here talking and arguing with them. Let's focus on the continent. That's all I want to say.
What?
Okay.
Let me.
We're not.
Bro.
What about talk about the African Americans that are in Africa? You know how many thousands of African Americans that are in Africa that are investing heavily in Africa?
Thank you, Amara. So does that suggest to you that we're fighting?
Thousands of African Americans that are living out here every day.
So fact of war, does that suggest to you that we are fighting?
Bro,
Amara just told you just now. Does that suggest that we are fighting?
Listen, we cannot all agree. All African American are not in Africa. There are some of them who do not want to go to Africa.
No, but the ultimate point is,
wait a minute. You have to understand that not all African American wants to go to Africa.
Yeah, we're not talking about who wants to go. We're talking about who is over there.
So those who are not willing to go, let them live their life. Let them do whatever they want to do. So we cannot criticize those who have a different view.
We're not criticizing anybody that's got a different view or anything.
We will never have the same the same view. We will never have the same view. So we have to embrace those who are willing to move in the same direction and who have the same mindset like us in order to move forward. But we cannot just
Amaya, please give me a second. Like, you're speaking in general terms here. You're speaking in general terms. Can you, like, what category of people are you referring to? What, I mean, yeah, you can speak in general terms. Say we this, we that. You know,
yeah,
we are
bro,
not going to do the same. You understand what I'm saying?
telling you, there are two groups of African American, right? There are those who are embracing Africa, who are willing to go to Africa, who are willing to do business with Africa, right? And it is a mutual interest. There is another group, right? They don't care. They don't give a shit about Africa. They don't want to go there. They don't want to deal in any ways with Africa, right? Those groups, we should leave them alone, right?
No one is bothering them. We're leaving them alone. No one is bothering them. Are we bothering them?
There's a third group of African Americans that are here that don't want to go to Africa or don't want to do anything the FBA does, but will work with African Americans. So there are three groups.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's a third one. I missed that.
But the fact of what the point here is, it's not issue of anybody having issue with somebody choosing not to be associated with Africa or like going to Africa, anything. The only people that talk to them about going to Africa is their own people, their own Pan-Africanist group, their own Black Americans that go to Africa and come here and trying to convince them. But with the African people, we're not begging them or attacking them for not associating with Africa. That's their own personal choice. That's their choice.
Because I was looking in the chat, I was looking in the chat, and some of them were saying that why are we begging them to, to work with them and all that. So,
but the thing, if you have to respond to the chat, you have to type to them. But if we're in a platform having discussion, we're having dialogue, we have to stick to the point that we're making here. So because the point we're making here is not that we are trying to tell Black Americans what to do or what not to do, or if they like us. We're just talking specifically on what those a particular group of them, which are those xenophobes, what they are complaining about. And we're just addressing.
Time out. 1 second. Time out. I'm gonna add you guys in a second. I promise. Just 1 second. I'm refreshing the room, and also I wanted to thank Janola. Some of these brothers spend too much time studying and critiquing AA. Most AA aren't even thinking on that level. We AA are too accepting at times. Well, I guess that's the whole point of the whole delineation movement. And I also wanted to actually show you guys something. This is from Black Skin is Amazing. Do you guys agree with what he's saying in the video? I think he's trolling. I really do think he's trolling, but this is something that I feel like a lot of Black Americans, if we don't take care, they're going to start saying this in the future. So hold on.
Hey! You know what it is? It's ADOS FBA. We in the house. Let's talk about Hello Home for a little bit. I can't wait until tonight when Empire and ADOS roast Hello Home. But I want to talk about it a little bit more. You know what? These Nigerians and Africans in America, the only thing they should be doing is this photo. Hello Home, all Nigerians, all Africans in America. This picture should be them. That white guy, that should be all Africans in America kissing ADOS FBA feet in honor, respect, and glory. That's all Africans should be doing is that photo right there. I'm not even joking. As a sign of honor, respect, and worship. That's all Eloho, Nigerians, and Africans in America should be doing is kissing our feet, giving us alms, giving us praise and glory for providing a place for them to come to. Because without ADOS FBA, Eloho and her family and all Africans in America would be stuck in their third world countries in Africa. Not only is Africa littered with third world countries, but it's the poorest continent on earth when it comes to great populations. So, how you doing, Catzilla? It's always good to see you, my nigga. What's good? Hopefully school is going great for you. We respect you. We honor you. We're glad you're here, Catzilla. And we want to protect you and make sure you grow up healthy and strong and be a beautiful young lady. Here we go. Now, here's the thing about Eloho, right? Let's talk about
All right, so the main consensus, which I think is really cap, but the main consensus is all Africans and Nigerians should be doing is kissing the feet of ADOS and FBA. This is crazy.
You know, African millennium, you know what I just said? I told this guy about 3 types of Africans, right? That these Africans, that this depiction is there. There are these African Americans that think like that. Then there are African Americans who don't care. They're about the money. They work with anybody at a job or move on. Then you got the African Americans that go to Africa. So these African Americans, the ones that are insisting, oh, we open doors for you or whatever, they're one branch. And they're the ones, they got a real problem. They got a real problem. It's not only Africans, it's immigrants as a whole. You know, Mexicans taking all the jobs, Chinese coming out here, doing this and building businesses in black neighborhoods. The hair thing, because black Americans, their women, they always were big on hair. They had their own hair salons. You know, when I was dating them, we was always in the hair salon. Now these guys, Chinese guys, I went to the neighborhood, all this Indian hair thing, don't took off all those businesses. So in a nutshell, I don't think it's specifically Africa. It's all there, and they're with white people. These people that the picture depicts right there. They're with white people who don't want nobody else to be here, you know, but the original guys, who they consider like Indians, Native Americans, whites, and African Americans. They depict the fact that immigrants are coming here. It's not only Africans, it's all the immigrants. All
Amara,
the immigrants as a whole.
What is your country of origin, if you don't mind?
Sierra Leone.
Okay, let's suppose that people from Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, starting to flock in Sierra Leone and starting to work, you know, like small jobs, and they're starting to flocking at the border of Sierra Leone, and they're taking over small jobs.
You're making wrong analogy.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. Calm down. Now, what will the people of Sierra Leone will say about that? Be honest.
Right now. They don't want that.
Amara, wait, let me respond. You're making a wrong analogy.
It's okay. I just need some answer.
Let me give you an answer.
Go ahead.
Let me give you an answer. First of all, Sierra Leone is an indigenous society, a land, a country of indigents. You understand? United States is not a country of indigents. United States, from its inception, from the beginning, has been a country.
Bro, you're going too far.
Wait. Let me get across.
You're going too far. I'm asking. I took a small example. I just need to know the viewpoint of the people of Sierra Leone if the people start flocking the border. Don't tell me about the story. Have questions. I don't need to know about the story of Sierra Leone now. It's not part of the debate.
They will have question. They will ask question, and the answer will be presented. Right now, in the context of the United States. Yeah, someone that's born and raised in America is an American, and he's seeing someone born in a different country coming into America. There'll be a question like, okay, how did you get here? What brought you here? What's the reason why you're here? How are you here? And that question will go to the government, right? And then the answer will be, in America here, United States government has a program, immigration program, that's been in place since the beginning of America, because America is the country that has to grow. When the Native Americans were all wiped out, they needed to grow a new population of Americans. So there's the immigration program in place where the U.S. government go to different countries every year and they do something called lottery, where they have the population play their lottery and then they pick among the population and bring them here. So it's something that the American government is doing. So it's a program. It's an immigration program done by the United States government. And let me make this one last point. And if you guys are thinking, because I always hear point that, they are bringing you. If you guys for a second think that American government are bringing people here because they like them, they're saving them, or they're looking out for them, please think again, because they will not have a clause called deportation clause, where when you get here, if they see that you're not fit for what they brought you here for, they will deport you. they will deport you. So you understand that America is not the same as Sierra Leone. Now the question to you is, does Sierra Leone have the same immigration program? Does South Africa have the same immigration program? So it's two different
I don't
contexts.
want to go there. I don't want to go. I just
No,
wanted
and
to know
I'm just enlightening you that why your question, your knowledge is wrong.
That's all I wanted to know.
Your knowledge is wrong.
No, it's not enough. Come on, you don't get the point that I'm trying to make here. You don't get it.
I understand how the people feel. You got that.
Exactly.
Feel that way.
So now, if you understand how the people feel, right, you should not worry about what is happening here in America because nobody. No, wait a minute. Nobody took you and put you in an airplane and say go back to where you came from. Nobody did that. People talk, but they cannot act, right? So you should just focus on what you have to do, right? And don't worry about anything because the government
but what I'm
is
saying
part of
is,
the.
listen, hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying is, like this man pointed, Mr. M, say the government brings people, and when it brings people, is to help its economy. It just don't bring any type of people. Okay. Now, there's a certain section of people, white and black, that don't like immigration. Then you have another set of black people who don't care. They're about the money. They make money. They don't care who they work with or whatever. They're thinking about moving up. They don't care about that. Then you have a third set who go to Africa. What I'm saying here is, because of this governmental program that this man just pointed out, these people, these white people and these black people that don't like immigrants team up together against the government for doing that. Anytime there's crime in their neighborhood or money spent on something else, for example, like this Ukraine war, you hear them say, oh, you spent 30 billion on the Ukraine war, you should have spent that in our neighborhoods. You should have built more of this for us. There's that section of Americans, black and white, that think like that. Why are you bringing in all these immigrants and giving them this opportunity? Take care of us first. Then you got all the people that don't even care. They go to the job, they make money. There are black people that tell me all the time, I'm making money, I work with anybody, I don't care. I make my money, I move up in the world, I get my nice house and stack my bread and live my life. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, those are the one who do not understand that their country needs manpower.
No. They feel like that because they care about their personal improvements.
Yeah, some of them.
All these other people on the other end, every little thing that goes on, they blame it on immigration. Oh, people coming here. Oh, they're taking our job.
So because you don't want to listen. Okay, give me 1 minute and now I'm gone. So because they do not understand that the government actually needs people to come in order to fill up the gaps, right? Because when someone comes to America, you will have to rent a house. You will have to pay taxes. You will have to build have a family. You will need to feed yourself. You will need to buy clothing, have a cell phone. So we are stimulating the economy, but the government knows that. But the people who are criticizing and who are saying that the problem are immigrants, they don't understand that. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't get it.
No.
But that's why we're doing this show, so we can educate them, right? That's why we do a show like this, to educate them.
Well,
we need a show to educate these people.
but your tone, the tone that you speak in is important too. That's why you can't get emotional and be going back and forth on these people. And that's why, for the same reason that Artifact just said, is why I say that FBA, ADOS is an offshoot of the MAGA movement, because it's an anti-immigrant nativist movement. And this is a political point that it's used all over the world. All over the world,
white people do it on the basis of racism, because white people want Europeans to come here. They don't want blacks and Hispanics.
So let me finish.
But blacks don't want blacks here. They don't have problem with white.
No, but let me tell you. You will find a political party anywhere in the world making the argument that they will tell their citizens the reason you facing these problems is because of the other people. Those other people who are coming in the country.
No, American politicians don't do that, man.
No, not only American politicians. It goes on in the Caribbean also. It goes on all over, because I know in Trinidad there was a time where Grenadian immigrants was coming into Trinidad, and the politicians was making that argument, because that type of rhetoric is what galvanizes groups. So you see how the kind of galvanized group behind the MAGA movement, you know, it's like a cult. You know, you can make this argument that these other people coming, you have these people in fear, you know, these people coming to take your jobs, they coming to take your woman, they coming to take so it's the same argument, it's the same rhetoric. The FBA ADOS rhetoric is the same as the MAGA.
You know, you have a very fantastic point, man. Listen, you have a very fantastic point.
You got a great point.
A great point. Listen, yeah. So listen. Let me support your point real quick. You know that politicians say things that people want to hear so they can get their vote, right? Trump was all immigrant must go, this and that and that and that and that.
Exactly.
And then when this guy came into office, and I'm like, why didn't you just hand the whole immigration program? Why didn't he do it? He didn't touch it because it's American policy. It's in the benefit of America. But this guy was there talking as if he just tell people what they want to hear so they can go vote for him. You know,
exactly.
But the actual policy, they actually increased the whole immigration thing, like because they need them. America, they have something they call STEM program. It's called science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. They have to start coming into it. Like literally, if you're good in math and mathematics, any science, you know, this you have this science talent, and you automatically get scholarship to any school in America. But why is that? Because America realized that they have to compete with China in producing as many engineers and scientists as possible. Now, for you to get that, you have to have a population of children that are willing to study this program. Now, America, they say China produces 50,000 engineers per month. Apple at one point had to move to China because it couldn't find enough engineers in America.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, bro.
Let me finish.
Yeah. No, just to let you know, I am one of the engineers in that program, bro. I graduated here. So I understand what you're saying. And that's
exactly.
True. Yeah,
so
keep going.
So what do you think American government would do? They have to go to countries where they know that the people there, the population there, especially they are so intrigued in maths and all those kind of things, right? So what do you think they flood Indians, Nigerians, Ghanaians, and all these foreign countries? They flood them in because they know that these people here, this is what they do. Once they get here, if they don't go study those kind of programs, their children are going to do it. So that's the reason, bottom line of this whole, the government are doing it for their interest. They need to produce a lot of engineers in the next 50 years, next 30 years. They're doing their calculation. They know that in the population, if you go to any university today, most of the children you find doing in those programs are immigrants, either immigrants or first generation. That's what you will find doing it, because average American kids don't want to do something that difficult. When they go to university, they want to go do social, go study social.
Financial.
Yeah, some easy course, you know.
Wall Street.
Exactly, it's something easy, you know. Because those courses are very difficult. They're very intense. Because literally, I remember going to engineering school, man. Oh my God, I almost ran mad. You know, but if it wasn't my parents, like, oh, you have to get this or else I'll disown you. Because you have your African parents, they'll make sure you get those degrees, you know. So American government know these things. That's why they're flooding these people from these countries here, because they need them to help them become this human capital that they need to compete with China, compete with all these other superpowers. So all these kind of things, what we need to start teaching ADOS and all these people. This is kind of thing we need to teach them, because they don't know all these things. You know, they just think some African woke up in his village, packed his bags, and just came to America.
Right. So if they knew how difficult it was to get an American visa, they wouldn't be talking some of the things they're talking. Because, for example, to get a visa from the Caribbean, you have to have a bank account. You have to have a certain amount in the account. You have to be married. You have to be educated to a certain level. You know what I mean? In order to get a visa, it's not that easy that you just walk in and you just
background check, health check, HIV test.
It's a whole lot to just get a visa to get over there, and they think people are just coming. And the next thing is, when you check the countries that immigrate the most into America, there's not one black country that is in the top 5. The only 2 black countries, majority black countries, that ever made it into the top 10 was Jamaica and Haiti. Nigeria is now not even in the top 10. You know what I mean? There's no African country in the top 10 of countries that immigrate into America. More Chinese immigrants go to America, more Mexican immigrants, more Nicaraguan immigrants, more Russian immigrants. There's no black country, so I don't understand how ADOS, FBA have a problem with black immigrants.
It's not only black, it's all immigrants, all together, all immigrants. They got a problem with. You see, that's the key thing right there. It's just that they focus on Nigerians, but really, it's all immigrants, because those people, first of all, they say their level of our level of education, wherever we come from, we don't know. But
let me check one thing real quick, man. I just remember something just crossed my mind. In the 90s, when the US government actually went to Nigeria, right, to actually study mass recruiting of Nigerians, migrants to come to America in the 90s. They went to, they have an American embassy there in Lagos, So at the same time, the Nigerian government was under Sani Abacha, right? When he was the president, he really we did a lot of doctors in Nigeria. So he really used Nigerian state fund to sponsor a lot of Nigerians to become doctors, right? About 10,000 of them. Do you know that the United States government, as soon as those people became doctors, they gave visa to all of them, just took all of them to America. Like the Sani Abacha literally wanted to create law to ban the American immigration program in Nigeria from bringing Nigerians to America, because he said it's going to be a brain drain for Nigeria. Do you know how much sanction the American government put on his government in his on that the presidents? Like they went after him. In fact, this guy was even, there's this rumor that he was killed. Like he died in '98. Like a few years later. Like they said, people even say America assassinated him for all these kind of reasons. So these people don't know how important America need these people here. They don't. American government are desperate for these human brains, human capital in America. Very desperate because America itself, look at their own population. The dysfunction is happening among their population because most of the American children want to be either homosexual. I mean, like what are they? Most of them are not that serious. Like their children born here, they're very spoiled. They have look at the drug problems. Look at it. So they need immigrants desperately.
Look at it this way. Okay, these ADOS FBA people, particularly one thing like real estate, realty. There are black neighborhoods, black neighborhoods where engineers, doctors, lawyers, all these people was filled of them. Okay, now because the Reagan government brought in drugs into the neighborhoods, the neighborhoods depreciated. The smart black people left the black neighborhood and went to white neighborhoods. Okay, now the people that were the people that are really bitter are the people that were left behind in these neighborhoods. When these smart black people that are doctors and lawyers, they move into these white neighborhoods, 2-3 generations of their kids are off. They don't know the hood, they don't know the ghetto. Like I'll tell you, my boss, she said her granddaddy was a doctor, her daddy was a doctor. Before her, my boss, so she never had a chance to experience that. The people that are trying to move away from the hood and trying to move into the workforce and again trying to get these jobs, they are the ones that are more bitter about this whole experience of immigrants in general. It's the same thing with white people that are not are trying to move up too. They too are so bitter. Like the other lady I was talking to her the other day, I said, "What's your boss name?" I don't know my boss supervisor's name. All y'all African names are hard to spell. I said, okay. I was just joking with her. And she went on a rant, how we speak. We don't let people, it's a whole bunch of things. And when I check her background, she was from this small town. She moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, trying to move up in the world. It's always these people that came from, that were trying to move up in the world that are more bitter. As against immigrants in general. Then you got other people that just want their money. They go to work, do what they don't care who work. They work with Africans, Mexicans, whoever. They don't care. They just get their money and move on with life. So that's the problem right now. Those sets of people are the problem. Those sets of people that are the ones that insist. I open the door for you. I open one for us. When we come to this job, even when somebody told me, a black American told me that you can't believe that this guy that just came to this job asked him why he listening to me. I'm his supervisor. And we were joking around there. I said, these people don't understand. He said, yeah, they don't understand. He said, well, he looked at him as a black American like, why you listening to that African? Huh? He's your supervisor, but why don't you go somewhere else and learn from them? Yep, that's all. The guy told me that.
So sorry to cut you off, Brother Amara. Sorry to cut you off. Abe, I want to leave, So, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So look, man, for me, it was just simple. I was not gonna get technical because I've never been in America. So I still stand by what I said. So I'll just leave this message so maybe you guys can continue from there. I believe that every black nation, for example, I'll be happy to see Kenyan people benefit from Kenyan growing. Same with Zimbabwe, same with Mozambique, Nigeria, Ghana, all. Same with Jamaica, Haiti, and all, you know, in the Caribbean as well. I think the same can be said about Black Americans, like how the Jewish operate. Everybody is looking after their group first. And that was just me advising them on that, which you said you guys are already telling them to do that. I don't think the system in America, it's anything that is going to change because the people in power mostly are not for FBA. So I think they should just group themselves and look after themselves first and then so forth, you know. That's all.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a very good advice to me. Like, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with you telling them, hey, they need to look out for themselves. They need to get along. They need to form units. I mean, just something to help themselves. I'm not against them unite. In fact, if Black America progress in America, it's a win for me. It's a win because I don't want to be walking around with all kinds of stereotype and being looked at as a group. I mean, because whether you like it or not, Mara, like when you walk around, you go to play white communities, they don't know if you're African American or you something. That's the stereotype they give them.
2 days
Okay,
ago.
one second. Before anyone goes to the dialogue, I want to acknowledge the super chatters. MS Delta God, thanks for $10. Question: why always saying ADOS FBA xenophobic and not talking about the other Black Caribbean countries kicking out Haitians? Austin is saying, why is it that when it comes to ADOS FBA, it's always African immigrants who come to comment and make it about themselves? Then we have another one from Janola, and this was towards Vitari. So the Trinidadian brother gets it. He makes the most sense. Bless up, bro. Thank you for the super chat. And there was another one. 1 second. The panel is making the issue come to America and live your dream, but Black Americans pretend to be
Black immigrants.
Black immigrants pretend to be ADOS FBA and undermine us politically. We're checking paperwork and
hey.
Where is Nakamizi? Wait 1 second. Where is Nakamizi? Need some balance in here. Nakamizi is boycotting this channel. And lastly, so do the Africans think that African immigrants in America do anything wrong against ADOS FBA?
Okay, let me take the question on the immigration. That's the running joke in America.
Oh, and somebody said that they would join, but they're afraid that the Africans are just gonna yell over them and not.
No one's gonna yell over you, man. I mean, if you comment,
make your points. You make your points.
Yeah, if you can't make your point, why would we yell at you for what? I mean, the early guy that came in started insulting us. That's why we have to insult him back. You know, it's not like
you know.
I mean, if you want to come on and talk, make your point, make your positions. I mean, if you argue, if you present a more superior argument, I'll give you respect. But if you come on and start calling me idiot or saying I'm this and that, I'm going to insult you back. You know, but if you come and talk, let's have a conversation. If you can prove me wrong, fine. I will give you, and I will learn something new from you. You know. So, you know, no one is saying, no, this is not, and again, Amara's made it clear. I've made it clear so many times. We're saying Black Americans are not monolith. It's not Black Americans as a problem. It's a particular group of people that, it's a category of individuals that we're talking about. We're not talking about African Americans as a group being the same or doing something bad. You
know? Because the trick is that the people who like, okay, Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, they say that ADOS FBA is a lineage, but it's actually an ideology. It's not truly a lineage. It's an ideology. And the problem is when people check the ideology and critique the ideology, these people think you attacking the lineage.
That's what you call propaganda.
Yeah,
that's
so
how propaganda works.
You're not attacking a lineage. You're attacking because ADOS and FBA didn't exist 5 years ago. 10 years ago, all the progress made by African Americans through the years from from Booker T. Washington, come up to Malcolm X, to Martin Luther King, everybody make all the progress they made in that time. No one called themselves ADOS, no one called themselves FBA. This is a brand new ideology that they create. And the thing is, as soon as you challenge them, you know, they either attack you and say, "Oh, you're an immigrant," because they attack people like Brandon from Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. His lineage go back to Mississippi or somewhere like that, and they attack him all the time because he don't agree with them. You know what I mean? They attack Talib Kweli because he don't agree with them. Anybody who don't agree with the ideology, they attack them. You know, but it's an ideology. It's not a lineage.
Let me tell you how propaganda works. See, when people want to carry out an ideology, right? Propaganda is basically you take a piece of truth, right, and then you preach that truth, and people can say, "Oh, yeah, that's true," and then you bring your ideology and mix it with that truth, and use that truth as a vehicle to push whatever you're trying to push. So basically, what these guys, Yvette and all these people you mentioned, like Rick, is their idea, their plan, their ideology is basically to create a threat, create a threat between their people and other groups. So now, how can they get their people to come on board? Of course, you can't just wake up and tell Black America, "Hey, all of you, let's aid these people." No, of course, they won't just go on that day. So what they will do is they will create a fact which everybody know that, okay, Black Americans is a group of people that have went through this experience, and that makes them that defines them different from another person. So now they will say, okay, hey, we are FBA, Foundation of Black America. We are ADOS, children, American descendants of slave. Okay, that's the fact. That's the truth. We all know that no one will argue that. Yeah, that's what you are. Yeah, if you want to call yourself that, yeah, that's fine. Or if they would have just created that and say, okay, that's it. We just create this term to identify who we are, separate from other people. Fine. But now they created that group, that name. Now the name is created. What are they doing next? Oh, now these people, yeah, the this and that and that and that and that. So it's really not about the term they created. It's really about the ideology to create hatred and division and xenophobia. That's all the goal is. So now when an African responds, like, listen, what the hell? What's all this xenophobic, man? Relax, dude. What's all this lie there? All this propaganda? And then they will say, oh, why can't we be our own group? Why can't we call ourselves ADOS? Why can't we call ourselves FBA? No, that's not my argument. I'm not telling you not to call yourself FBA or ADOS. That's not my argument with you. You can be FBA and ADOS. But my point is, why are you creating this whole scenario and propaganda? They're all Nigerians are like this. They hate you. They attacking. They bring a isolated incidents. Maybe one Nigerian guy that does something stupid and bring it on and say, oh, look at them. That's what they do. See, they hate us. They use propaganda just to deceive the weak-minded people to just jump on board. And we all know the ultimate goal is to just take their money. That's what it is. Rally your people to get around you to follow you, and then you collect donation. That's what it is.
Let me answer this question about we checking papers. That's the most funny thing in America. Anytime you get into a debate with anybody, hey, brother, you got your papers right? I'm going to call immigration. I'm going to call immigration. You know, your papers ain't right. Okay, for the person that asked that question, for me, I was born in America. Okay, I got papers to prove it. And I can give you my address. You can send immigration to my house. It's not going to work. I'm going to make $1 million off that. I got a lawyer right now. I'm going to call them. They put one hand on me. You see what I'm saying? We're going to win in court because I got all my papers to back me up. So not me. You're not
they don't know how the immigration works. That's what the problem is.
So no. When the argument get heated and it gets into the next thing people run about is, oh, you ain't got no papers. You ain't got no right to be here. You ain't even supposed to be here.
Amara, do you know some of them will tell the first generation?
Well, that's the ADOS.
Amara, do you know they will tell my kids, like my first generation Nigerian American, they were born here, that they're gonna get them deported. You know, I'm like, dude, what are you talking? How can you get somebody that's an American citizen deported to somewhere? You know, so a lot of it is just education.
My kids too in school. You know, my kid came the other day and he asked me the question about our status here. I said, don't even worry about it. Anybody that tell you when you go back to school, anybody that say anything about your status here, tell them to call immigration. And I give them my address and all my particulars. Then I call my lawyer. We're gonna win $1 billion lawsuit. Easy. Easy, because I got all from my passport to my birth certificate that shows I'm supposed to be here. Although people tell me that, oh, you're not American, your people, where your people from? Sierra Leone. Well, that's where you from. But I'm talking about the government side. Yeah, they don't tell me that 1 billion times. You're not from over here. You was born here, but where your people from, that's where you from. So you're not gonna win. I'm gonna win that thing easy. Easy. So that's just shooting the breeze. We just talk to each other like that. But on a more serious note, the thing is, this immigration thing, people, listen, I got in my neighborhood. Went to this store, the Walgreens. I went over there, and a white woman told me, hey, let me know if you need anything. It was full of white people. I didn't take it personal. I know they're racist towards me, but my house, when people, my house is at the end of the cul-de-sac. I'm not bragging, it's one of the biggest. And when the people see me come out sometimes with my full African dress, because one time me and my wife was going to a wedding, we came out with a full African dress. Some of the people that were were cool with me, started cutting me off.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so we're gonna close out the show soon. But last last question I have for you guys on the panel is, did you guys have again negative experience with African Americans specifically? And if you did have negative experiences, was it more than the positive experiences?
Me personally, no. I can't even say I had probably negative experiences, but not based on like where you from. You know what I mean? And the other thing is, I can't even be sure, because in New York you can't tell who's who. You can't tell, you know what I mean? Because everybody, most people, you know what I mean? Because it's like 75% of the Black people in New York City have some sort of, at least an immigrant parent or grandparent, you know what I mean? So I can't even tell if it was like a African American who's always been here, or somebody who was
You're
just
right.
born here.
The northern states are different from the southern states.
Yeah, but I can't
You're right
say
about that.
really.
Yeah, hear me?
You know what I mean? But I never really had no negative experience based on somebody looking at me like, yo, you from the islands and so. Nah, not on that basis. I can't say that.
Yeah, last Zulu.
But can I ask a question? African millennial. You from Ghana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your both parents from the same ethnic group?
No.
Mike, you from Nigeria?
Yeah.
Your both parents from the same ethnic group?
Yeah.
And
Amara, the same with you?
Yeah, both my parents. Well, my mom comes from her dad comes from a different ethnic group, but my grandmama come from the same ethnic group as my dad. My dad has both people from the same ethnic group. Yep.
Okay. Okay. But your mom is from a different group. No, I was just checking.
Well, my mom is from a minority tribe. So
right.
So in the area where they grew up, because my tribe is the majority in Sierra Leone, people speak our language. Like my grandmother does not know how to speak. My mom does not know how to speak her dad's language. She knows how to speak
Is that Temne? Is that Temne?
Temne, yeah.
Right.
My
but
mom knows how to speak.
My father's mother is from Karikou, which is an island that is part of Grenada.
Grenada?
Yeah.
So you Timney.
Yes. Well, exactly. That's what I was saying. So my people is from there, from Karikou.
Yeah, from
Sierra Leone. They have a Temne festival there too.
Yes, every year. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. Yep. My mom speaks my dad's language because it's the majority language. which is common, you know, because they're the majority. My mom does not know how to speak her dad's language, Madingo. She's my granddaddy is Madingo, but my grandmom is Timini. So they're not to speak more Timini. Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I just wanted to know. Peace.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so this is the end of the show. Does anyone have a closing statement?
Yeah,
let me.
You want me to go? Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me just answer the question she posed. We had bad experience with FBA. I had tons and tons of bad experience, but one thing I never even think for a second to do is like say because of that I hate our entire FBA or I got issue with the entire every Black American. Or just keep it in the back of my mind that every Black American I see I have an issue with them when they have when I know that people act as individuals. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure I can hear me first, but I'm gonna let you go first. Then I'm gonna correct everything.
Yeah, so there's nowhere you go in this world where you won't find somebody from a group that will be nasty to you. It's just not possible. There's no place on this planet where everybody from a particular group is just saints. You're going to find a criminal among them. You're going to find a xenophobe or a thief. I mean, you're going to find a bad person among every group. There's nowhere in this planet you go you're not going to find someone that's bad. So when I go across an entire group of people, go maybe around a group of people, and someone or people or maybe a lot of them or whatever become nasty to me, one thing I never do is say, oh, from now on, that group of people, I hate them. This is where they are. This is this. No, that's terrible, man. It's a bad way to think, you know. It's a terrible way to reason, you know. I can specifically say, oh, I had this experience, and if I know the individuals that acted nasty to me, I will say, oh, that individual is an idiot, he's whatever, and I will hold an issue against the individual. And early on, when I saw when you were making the show, showing videos of maybe that one Nigerian politician, there was a Republican that was saying stupid shit like about, oh, you want to ban Black History Month and things like that. I mean, even me myself, if I see the guy, I probably want to slap him. I'm a Nigerian too, because I saw what he did as something very ridiculous, you know. So now for an FBA president to say now he hates me because of what that man did or his own personal choice, his own personal selfish choice, that's ridiculous. And that's why we're here to tell people like, listen, don't do that. Don't stop putting that isolated incident, isolated cases and start saying, oh, that's the reason why you don't like a group of people or the entire, and it gets even more ridiculous when he judge the entire continent based on an action of one man from one country somewhere. You know,
Hey,
so
Mike,
that's just
hey, Mike. I really want to get in because I tried to speak earlier.
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. First thing, Mike, you need to stop. You need to be honest with yourself. The reality is, the fuck, what the hell happened?
Yeah, go ahead.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh no, the screen had blanked. I thought she got rid of me for a second. All right, let's be honest. When Nigerians come here, I'll put it like this: when Ghanaians come here, do they have these issues?
What do you mean?
I'm asking, when Ghanaians come here, do they have these issues?
Which issue?
Any issues? Whatever. I'm asking, do they have issues? When Cameroonians come here, do they have issues? When let me finish.
Go ahead. Finish.
Nope, I gave you your time, man.
Okay, go ahead now. You asked me a question, so I was trying to respond, but go ahead and finish.
When South Africans come here, do they have issues? They don't have issues. The only two groups who have issues are Nigerians and Somalians. The two groups that got the most mouth when they come here. The two most. That's legit. That's the only reason we got issues necessarily. And let's be honest with ourselves. We can go find the videos of all of the Nigerians coming over here.
Okay. So how did you come up with this conclusion?
When they come here, they come here under our ethnic.
All of them, right? All of them. All of us.
Hold on now. Let's be honest.
Why can't he ever speak? Why can't we have a voice? You guys are always talking and not letting people talk.
Can I come to Nigeria?
I'm trying to help you out, brother, because I'm sick of these guys.
Like I said, man, can I come to Nigeria and say, oh, I'm an Igbo, right? Listen, we got special benefits that set aside for Igbos specifically. Or we say, let's say, for people from the South, and we know what happened to them necessarily in that issue. It was currently going on, because I traveled to Nigeria enough to understand, right? Let's be honest, bro. So we said that we got some special benefit from the people from the South, right? And the Northerners say, or let's say the Yoruba say, oh no, we should get the benefits that the people from the South side get. That's gonna be a fucking fight, and you know that.
Okay, but what's the special benefit? What's the special benefit for Black America that you're talking about, that you're referring to?
How many benefits do you? Okay, every benefit that comes in for African American necessarily, what is it? If it's not, let's say, with school grants,
School grants.
What?
School grants for for Black America, for descendants of slaves.
Black
set aside for. No, wait.
Can he finish his comment?
Mike,
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Let's be serious. We were the only people here. You come under when you say Black American, you know by default, you know who you talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
There, what man? You've been talking up, man. Can you mute your own mic? Because you have.
Well, yeah, you can make me do it if you have the power.
Please, this is ridiculous, man. Come
You're
on.
so emotional, man.
I don't have no respect at all.
Talking me when I'm trying to talk, man. And
Maybe you need to stop taking cocaine before you get on the show. Okay?
Dude. Be on mute. Let him speak.
Mike, trust me, Mike. I live in Georgia. I live in the gun state, like the best. I don't give a shit if you got guns. If you had an issue with me, you can come down here and sell it however you so choose to. But I know you're not gonna do that. Okay. So the reality is, let's be honest. We have no issue with Africans personally. We do have people, we do have plenty of Africans in government. Where are the African American in government stopping Nigerians necessarily from getting any other benefits from, let's say, they say from Britain or from whoever, whatever necessarily? There are none. I can point to the Nigerians. I can point this to Somalians though. I can point to them. You know what I mean? I can see it. But where are the where's the African Americans stopping the what's the restoration or getting them with the material that was what it said, the stolen artifacts that got stolen from Britain? Where are we stopping? Where are the African Americans out there stopping that? There is none. There is none. We are not over there in your home disturbing your home. You're not. You are here in our home, disturbing our home, acting as if you're not doing it. Now, the reality is, wherever so happened the Nigerians seem to go, there seems to be an issue. They go to South America, it's an issue. You go to what is it? The Commonwealth states, you got an issue. To the point that you can't even, most Nigerians can't go out of place, out of Nigeria without either, let's be honest, either getting fucked up or stoned to death. That's a legitimate truth. That's legitimate. Some place, for some reason, every place you go,
let him finish.
There's an issue. There is an issue. When African Americans go to a place, there is no issue. We don't go to South America. No, we don't go to South America and tear up South America. We don't go to South Africa and tear up South Africa. We uplift South Africa. We employ business in South Africa. And no, we don't do small jobs. No, we make jobs that actually employ those people so they can live a better sense of life. We're not competing with them. We're uplifting them. The grand difference. When Nigerians go any place, they are there to zap resources for themselves. They don't uplift nothing. They do nothing but for themselves. The reality is FBA, because we've had so many issues with Africans coming over here saying, okay, I'm going to use this grant necessarily. I'm going to use this. If I need to get a housing loan, this is a housing loan that can only be used for, African Americans, right? They'll come under our name, under our quote unquote identity, and then take our stuff and be like, oh, well, cool. We'll take it. It's all good. And it's all good in the hood. Man, the reality is that can only happen for so long before people start getting tired, especially with the mouths that Nigerians have. So we can look it up. We can type it in right now. Now. Nigerians saying, ha. We're coming under your name, doing this, and saying, fuck you here. Can I not do that right now?
Can y'all let the new person speak though before you guys hog the mic, because I'm only going to be on here shortly.
Yeah, but
I listened to a lot of what you guys had to say, but I was curious with all the bashing that you guys were doing against Black Americans today. People were killed in a cathedral church in Nigeria, and y'all ain't got no words for that. What about the stampede that killed 31 people? Y'all ain't got no words for that. You ain't got no words for your government. You guys ain't got no words for the bandits that are kidnapping motherfuckers all over the place. You ain't got no words for the Fulanis. You ain't got the words for nobody other than Black Americans. You guys are scapegoating ass cowards. Okay, I said it. You motherfuckers don't do shit in your homeland, but come here comfortably, easily, and talk shit to Black Americans. How easy and convenient that is. You motherfuckers ain't shit. You're punks, okay?
So let me
Flat out.
say
I
something.
got
Let me
words
say
for you in
something.
a video coming up. I'm not raising my voice. I'm not gonna go ballistic and all that kind of stuff because I can, but I don't want to. But I want you to understand that Nigerians, you motherfuckers ain't worth the shit off my shoe, okay? And all you talking that shit about Black Americans, about what we did in America and not doing for Africa, but you're not doing shit at all in Africa. Kiss all our asses. Thank you, African Millennial. You had a good live in the beginning when you did your part, but when you had these nincompoops come on, they fucking were acting a fool, and I'm gonna respond to it. It's gonna take a couple of days because this shit was too much. But I like your commentary, African Millennial. You were on point about the disrespect, the fact that we don't have xenophobic nothing against nobody, but we have real issues in America pertaining to our lineage here. And although you guys don't like the fact that we have named ourselves or we're trying to break away, because we deserve to have our own history and our own identity. You have yours, we should have ours. Why is there a problem? Y'all want to be haters? You want to be overseers? You're not. Get over it. Those are years ago. You want to reconnect with that same lineage of mindset. We're not having it this go around. Get over yourself. We don't care about what you think. Because you ain't took your dumb ass back to Nigeria and done shit. Ain't talk shit.
Before you go, let me just
shit. There was a fucking murder going on at a church. 51 people got slaughtered today. Y'all talking shit to us? What is that going to fix in Nigeria? What?
Calm down.
What's that going to fix in Nigeria? Not a motherfucking thing.
For Black rights, calm down for a second.
No, I'm telling the truth, irregardless, because motherfuckers up here taking advantage of all of us, and I'm sick of you talking, and y'all ain't doing shit for your own country, but over here talking shit about us. We ain't got nothing to do with your fucked upness in Africa. Okay? Get your shit together already.
All right, now I just want to say one thing. I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna actually get up and I'm gonna stuff. Like first off, I'm gonna say one thing and I'm gonna let it go. Necessarily, the reason you also said another thing about was it class? No, it was it classism. Classism has been a thing in Africa since the beginning of time. This is it. So it's no different over here necessarily. There will always be poor people. There will be people in the middle, and there will be people who have wealth. And necessarily, so in that degree, there will always be that level of classism necessarily, no matter where you go. But that was one thing I also kept on saying, but y'all didn't want to clear that up. But I'm gonna let y'all go now.
Please, okay. First of all, it's nice to know people personally before you attack them personally. You got to know their story, okay? We are over here. Nobody knows your story personally. Nobody. You can't tell me from a can of paint. You can't tell what I've done in my homeland. You can't tell what I've done anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Right. So that's a generalization. We got to be specific, specificity, and you got to know personally what people have done. So I understand you hit it up, and this has been going on for a long time about people coming over here and taking jobs and stuff like that. But you got to also understand. No, let me finish. You got to also understand that some of us we were born here. Some of us, the reason why our people came here is because the U.S. government needed us. Okay, that's a governmental program. They do their own thing. Okay, you can't fault us for that. If they open an opportunity for us, they're the ones that let you come in. When we come in, we found out your side of the story. Okay, but the government, when the government was bringing us in or bringing our parents in, they never told us on your side of the story. We're hearing it when we come here. Okay. Now, another thing we got to take into context is these sets of people that always complain about resources being moved over to other people. You see what I'm saying? It's been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a long time. There are people who have moved away. I'm telling you, I work with people, black people, best of my friends. All they care about, they don't care if Mexicans, Chinese come over here and take a job. All they want is their own personal movement. They get their promotion or they get their good job, they make their money, they move on. They have moved on. You see what I'm saying? The people, the FBA people.
Let me just ask a quick question, man.
You guys are long-winded warriors, my God, but you don't have that energy for Africa. You have none of it for Africa. Y'all don't care a motherfucking tittle about Africa. Y'all need to shut the fuck up because you guys are liars.
Do you know me personally?
Except the motherfuckers that
do you know me personally?
Fucking hell of shit to us where we don't have shit to do with what's going on in Africa, and you're trying to put all that shit in our lap, bitch. Ain't gonna work out though. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work though.
Ain't you better than that? You don't know people personally.
Okay, people are all over the place.
You don't know people personally.
Squeaking a word. You ain't cracking a fucking sound. You ain't even passing no motherfucking gas.
How you know?
You ain't got shit to say about Nigeria.
You don't know me.
You got hell shit to say about Black America.
Come on now, you don't know people personally.
ADOS, you some bitch ass.
Come on, man.
You
generalize it.
Nigga.
Amara, relax.
You can see.
Come on, Asia, I respect you as an African American woman. I've dated a lot of African American women in my day. And please,
Amara, relax, man.
You can tell from.
No, I dated a lot of African American women in my day. Don't put them in the same category, please.
Yo, please. You can tell by someone's vocabulary the type of sophistication they have. You can tell by the level of you can tell the level of education.
It's very obvious they didn't finish high school, man.
The type of people who subscribe to these doctrine have a certain level.
I can doubt it. Finish middle school, man.
You motherfuckers are about sacrificing motherfuckers.
You gotta go back to middle school, man. You're a complete moron.
I know it. You bitch ass nigga.
That's what you know how to say. You know, you gotta go back to school, man. Because I mean, you messed up. Let me tell you where you messed up, man. The moment you drop out of middle school, that's why you messed up. For Black, whatever your name is, man. You're dumb. You're just backward. Like, you need to go back to school and find someone to take you back to middle school and start from that. And at least finish middle school, get your high school diploma, and then you can come here and have conversation with people like me, okay?
So Mike, let me make this point.
Guys,
let me make this point because
wait. So I'm gonna let you make your point, and then we can do a part 2 next time because it's getting really long.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. So what I was saying is, the brother came on and he talked about, you know, anywhere Nigerians go, they have a problem and all these things, right? Now, if you know Nigeria is the most populous Black country in the world. Nigeria has the largest diaspora in the world. So when it comes to
they screwed up too.
So if you're talking about criminality, it's obvious that Nigeria. Yo, be quiet, be quiet.
God damn.
Let me see you do that.
You're a woman, act like a lady. Act like a lady, man.
But the fact
they can.
Not to be trusted.
So when it comes to criminal activity, then it's obvious that the most populous country will have the most crime. You know what I mean? We'll have the most criminals. But at the same time, Nigeria, when it comes to Black success, Nigerians is outpacing everybody in the same manner. He was talking about South Africa and let me finish. The thing about these people are mad because of Nigerians in the government, in the U.S. government. And
they're envious of success. That's what it is, man.
That's what I'm saying. So what is your issue? You have your people in the government the same way.
She dropped out of middle school and she's upset at Nigerians. Can you imagine? Whose fault is it, man? When your mama was telling you to stay in school, you didn't listen. You know, you were busy giving boys blowjobs.
And that's
sleeping around,
problem.
And then you're mad at Nigerians. What the hell is wrong with you?
Mike, I have a question.
Hey, Laz Zulu, let me tell you something, man. Nigerians are not taking any. There's no opportunity we're taking from you. Okay, you have nothing to offer that we can take from you.
Mike, I have a question to ask you.
No, you asked me a question earlier. You didn't give me a chance to answer it.
Okay,
You
go
said
ahead.
we come here. You said we come here to take something under your name or something like that. There's absolutely nothing we're taking from you.
Mike, what do you have to tell me?
You have nothing for me to take. What am I taking from you?
Okay, then cool. Then why are you here?
Well, it's none of your business. I'm here saying where the white man is in my country. Everybody travel everywhere. That's why. See, if you would have stayed in school, you understand what. Listen. If you would have stayed in school, you would have learned that humans migrate.
You are here to get a better life.
I'm here to do what the fuck I want to do, not because of you. If I'm not here for you, then
no one has a problem with you trying to carve out.
No. You don't know why I'm here. You don't know me. So if I'm here, I'm here because I want to.
That's all we need to know. That's all we need to know.
Why do you have a problem with me being here? Why do you have a problem with me being here?
But you talking this shit about Africa all the fucking time to us though. But you ain't talking to your own people about Africa. You ain't talking to Africans about Africa. What the fuck's wrong with y'all?
Mike, right now I can go fuck a Nigerian chick for $5, man.
Whoa!
Oh, really? Yeah. So what? You just told me how pathetic you are, man. You just exposed how pathetic you are, man.
You can't be proud in Africa. You try to sell us Africa. You can't be proud in Africa.
You guys are embarrassing your people, man. You guys are embarrassing Black Americans.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Don't be like that.
You're embarrassing your people, man.
Am I lying?
You're showing the whole world how. I mean, like you're making your people look so pathetic.
That's why your bitch ass ain't there. You can tell this shit swole.
Why do you?
In America, but not in Nigeria, because your bitch
How many baby mom? How many baby daddies you have, man? You the one raising kids like.
Shut your bitch ass.
Okay, Pan-African, thanks for calling. You can go ahead.
I don't really even know what to say, but yeah, it's really bad. I think we should try to both sides control our emotions a little bit, because I think we're trying to like find solutions, at least try to find ways that we can try to improve the relationship between both sides. So I think both sides, I'm not picking sides, both sides need to control their emotions a little bit and try to listen to what the other person is saying, because we're trying to find solutions. You guys kind of going back to the things that we already have problems with. So both sides just kind of relax a little and let's try to see if we can find solutions to the problems that we're having.
I just got one thing to say. Please, everybody here. First of all, we're Black people. Everybody Black is different. Okay? The least, no, wait a minute. The last thing we need to do is disrespect each other. Please.
Violent playing in the background.
Please, let's respect each other. I don't care how hot. I don't care how hot we hot. I don't care how emotional we get. At least that much. Let's respect each other, please. And H, I just got this to say to you. I've dated a lot of African American women.
Who cares?
Okay, wait a minute. Let me finish. Please, I'm begging you. Don't act out of character today, please. Can you do that for me? Please, I beg. I'm begging you, please. Can you do that for me? Please. Please.
You ain't got to tell me about your situations with women. You already talked about that many of times before. I heard you.
Okay, please. Can you act on rights today, please? I'm begging you.
We are begging you at this point.
I'm begging you, please. Please. As a woman, please respect yourself.
Yeah, go ahead.
I still love my African American women all the way. You know, please respect yourself as an African American woman, please. Okay? Please.
All right, Amara, go ahead. We gotta go.
Okay. As I was saying, this is not to get heated up. You understand what I'm saying? The government, American government, has proven itself time and time again that it's going to do what it's going to do, whether people like it or not. People rebel against it. People say what they say against it. All you can do is try to make the best out of the situation you're in, because we've seen this same type of government that brought peaceful Black neighborhoods, brought drugs in the neighborhood, disrupted them, bringing in the gay agenda, bringing all kinds of things, opening doors to anybody the government basically is doing what it wants to do. All we can do is do the best we can under this situation, and just stressing yourself against Uncle Sam. Nobody can fight Uncle Sam. He does what he wants to do. So all this bumping heads and making things harder and harder, he's just making it harder. Like I said, I stick with the Black Americans that are about their business. They go to work, they're about their business, they get their money, and they got, those dudes, I'm so fond of them. I respect them so much that they're about their business. And man, come in, get your money, do what you got to do, and make the best out of the situation. Uncle Sam gonna do what he want to do. You know, U.S. government gonna do what he want to do. That's all I got to say.
Last Zulu, let me say something, man. Listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, there's nothing that's reserved for you that anybody is taking. There's nothing. Forget what someone is telling you. You're being brainwashed.
You just
There's
lied to
nothing.
my face twice, man. I can go pull up videos right now. Now you lied to my face twice.
You're going by videos. You got to bring documents, not videos.
I can. It's evidence, sir.
There is nothing set aside.
You
Show
can lie
me.
to them, man.
There is nothing.
You're not going to lie to me, man.
Okay. You're telling me that. Wait, now, do you want to have a civilized conversation? Because I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you change. I mean, program your mind from what someone has programmed.
I graduated top of my class at Kennesaw State, sir.
Oh, really? I find it hard to be. And you're talking like this? Come on now. Don't embarrass that school you went to.
Yeah, he's actually certified.
And he's talking like this?
You're not, man. You're not gonna lie to me, man. Like I don't. For one thing about this, man, I'm 100% with everything I say. Now,
there is something set aside for ADOS. That is Nigerian is changing his name to ADOS and claiming that he's ADOS and he's going for it for free and things like that.
Dude,
some benefits? Are you kidding me?
I have been with people.
Sorry, Africans.
Tell me
Africans already.
I got a half out school. I get half out school benefits. I get half out school benefits, books and tuition. Literally because I say I am African American ADOS. You're not gonna lie to me, bro. I talked to him.
You talk to who?
You're not gonna
and who's giving this benefit? Wait. Let's keep it simple. Wait. Listen. Let's keep it simple. You may be right, and I want to learn from you. Okay,
no,
so wait. Basically, what you're telling me is, United States government, right, or maybe an organization, decided to put money aside and say this money is going to descendants of people that were slaves in America only. And then some Nigerian or some African decided to go to whatever it is to apply and say, I am a descendant of people that were slaves, so please give me that money. Is that what you're telling me?
Okay, let me break it down. Let's be honest. You know for a fact when this country was formed, there was
come on, let's stick to the point you made, man. Let's not get no.
Whoa. I let you speak and I did not interrupt you, did I?
Well, okay, go ahead.
I let you speak. When you wanted to speak, I let you speak, right?
I want you to respond to the point you made, not take me to a different direction and things like that.
Now, I'm responding to the point now. You're not letting me speak.
Okay, go ahead. Respond.
The reality is, when this country was formed, there was only three groups of people here. There were white people, what was left of the Indians, and African American necessarily.
Okay.
Cool. We can go by ADOS. That's why we had to make it specific now because we got so many people coming in under our name.
Under your name?
Benefits. That's why we had to make it.
You say, wait, please. Sorry.
I'm trying to speak and you're talking over me.
No. We have to correct. No, we have to correct your. No. Okay, go ahead, finish.
High level respect and are the most intelligent, but you're
Go ahead, finish.
When this country was formed, those benefits were set aside for our people only. We were the only group of Africans here. By default, that it was only us, right? You have people who come in for foreign lands, will come under our name, under our title, and absorb those benefits and say, "Oh yes, there are plenty of people who got into Kennesaw State necessarily under our identity. They were right necessarily. I was this African American so and so. I got this benefit. They do the same thing at Howard. They do the same thing at Yale. We have the clips. We have the proof. We don't need to lie to you. We don't need to lie.
Okay, wait, please. No, we gotta get to this. Wait.
So the reality is, That's why there had to be a separation. Because the fact is, when you have people coming here lying, lying and actually thinking it's funny. You see what I'm saying? Like we don't go to Nigeria and say, fuck y'all Nigerians, we can get some extra stuff that y'all can't do. We don't do that. We come there humble and respectful.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that in these institutions, right? Maybe a school, Yale, whatever, they say, okay, they have to have this, let's say, some scholarship for people of African descent, right? Basically, right? And then
people who are affected by people who are affected.
People are affected by okay. That's why I asked you earlier. That's why I asked you that. You're saying that they designed some kind of program for people that are directly from slavery in America. That's why I asked you, and you could have just said me yes, and that's why I told you when you're trying to take me to a different direction, So is that what you're saying, that some institutions or some scholarship programs said that this scholarship is for people that were direct descendants of slaves in the United States? Is yes or no? Is that what you're telling me?
Where were the Nigerians fighting?
Just answer the question, man. Let's not take it too far.
Where were the Nigerians fighting for civil rights?
Brother, listen to me, man. Yes or no? I'm trying to understand you. That's what I'm asking you. Is it yes or no? Is it yes or no?
Where were they?
Okay, let's assume it's yes. It's yes. Okay, yes.
You understand that. Don't play stupid with me. I know you're a very educated man. I'm a very educated man. You're wasting my goddamn time, man.
I'm not wasting your time. Okay. You know what? Let me just say you're right, but let me say this. Let me assume that you okay. There's some models and things they say for blacks and things like that. Okay, now if I go to Harvard and tell them that, hey, which I am a United States citizen, and my race is black, and I go to Harvard and I tell them that, hey, okay, I am a Nigerian American, and I'm applying for this scholarship for people of African descent. Will they deny me and say, no, you're not the people, you are not a direct descendant of slaves? Will that be the case?
I don't think you're understanding what he's asking, though. I don't think
no.
He understands what I'm asking. He's playing stupid.
I'm not playing stupid. I'm just asking a simple question, man. Since you know what? Let somebody else answer this question.
Let these
other guy answer. Since you can answer questions, I wonder how you. That's why I know you didn't go to.
You're playing with my intelligence.
Listen, a ninth grader can answer this question. That's why I doubt if you finish middle school. Let this other guy answer the question.
Let me ask you a question. I think his name is Zul. Let me ask you a question.
No, can you answer my question? So on behalf of him, please.
So you specifically said something about Howard. So you said like Howard gives scholarships. So I guess you'd say
it doesn't even stop there. It goes to housing benefits and stuff like that. It's
housing benefits.
All right. I get that. But follow my point. So Howard is mainly run by Black Americans, right? You'd agree to that?
Say it again.
You can say Howard its administration is really run by Black Americans. Can we agree on that?
No, it's not.
Who is it run by? I thought it was Black Americans.
It depends. It's actually run by. It's a total of 10 people on the group necessarily. I think it's I think you're talking about Howard, if I remember. I think it's like 7 of them are white. The other one of them is like
sellouts.
Then
so your problem is the sellouts now.
Sellouts, immigrant sellouts. Yeah,
everybody's your problem. The sellouts, the Africans, the white man, except you.
You need to be quiet.
They don't want to go back to where they came from, but they want to most certainly make us homeless in America.
You know who it is? We're going back to where they came from. You from Africa too, aren't you?
Borrowing our reparations from being in our hands. What you call that?
So
you call your dumb as hell.
What you call that?
Let me ask a follow-up question about the
dummy.
How did these quote unquote sellouts get into powerful positions in Black colleges? How did that happen?
You talking to me specifically? You talking to her?
Anybody? Because she said, I guess you're saying that white people are really running Howard, white and immigrants. So we are the Black Americans that really started it.
That's a white college, if I remember correctly. I think Howard is a white college. I get these colleges mixed up. It's like
you don't even know. You don't even know.
Man, boy, this don't Lord have mercy. Do not start with me.
They have this energy in Nigeria.
You don't even know what you own. You don't even
get that energy in Nigeria. That's where you need it.
Don't make me embarrass you, man.
Don't bring that shit out here, though. Take that shit to Nigeria.
What I'm trying to understand is because
I'm not trying to interrupt nobody, but H, I got something for you.
I'm gonna
You
hook
ain't
you up
got
with an
shit
African
from me.
man.
You ain't got
So I
jack
gotta
from
hook you
me.
up with an
You ain't
African
got
man.
nothing from me, dude. You ain't got shit. I
I'm
don't give
gonna
a
hook
fuck
you
what
up
you
with an
say. You sound like a
African man.
gremlin. You sound like a monster, a swamp motherfucking monster. Who fucking cares, dude? Long-winded bitch.
You're not gonna find your boyfriend if you keep talking like this, man.
Okay, my bad. Necessarily, I got information. Yeah, Howard necessarily is the black college, but if I remember correctly, they just like you said, there was a Trinidadian on the that was like running the school. How does that happen?
But that would have been probably for one, like for one administrative period though. Most of the other times, who was running the institution? Was it Black Americans? Was it African Americans?
Usually it's Black Americans, but like they have some
So-
degree of oversight from the government.
So my question is, if it's been run by Black Americans, that proposal that you talked about having Black American specific scholarships, why wasn't that put in place by Black Americans?
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. When you come over here, if you talk like us, let's be honest. Do we say, oh, okay, wait a minute? What tribe you from first before we do? No, because we already know most of our people are over here. We don't go to. Let me check your papers first. But now we're gonna have to start doing it.
But
that's the difference. At first it was, you know what, cool. You just come by necessarily, and y'all would just slip by, and you would just slip by, and we had no issue with it, right? And then now to the point now we gotta start checking your papers. Where you from? Where you at? Where your bloodline come from? Now
Why
we gotta
though?
start doing
Why?
it because you got so many people who will literally decide to say, "Oh, I'm FBA." Then we go do a background check. Like, no, he's not necessarily. He's lying.
To be FBA.
He's lying. Then we're like, what the fuck, man? Why are you sitting here lying to us? Oh, well, I just needed the benefits. Oh, well, my school would have been half off. My parents work from Nigeria. They're working hard necessarily, or they work from or wherever they come from. See what I'm saying? That's the reality. That is the reality on the ground. Now,
but my thing is this:
this is why it started, because you have enough people saying, okay, I will masquerade as you, use your benefits, and I say, okay, cool. If you're gonna at least use the benefits, at least do something for the community that you absorb those benefits from. Do they do that?
This is my thing, though. I agree with what you're saying, but this is my thing. If Black Americans are in charge,
no. My one question, Pan African. I have one question. When a Trinity, I ain't gonna say Trinity because I don't know no Trinity. But like when these African immigrants come, because we ain't had no problem with the Jamaica, Caribbean. Caribbeans are pretty cool for the most part. But when the Africans come over here, the reality is, do they do any upliftment in the area that they get those benefits from?
Not really.
Exactly.
No. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why not African millennial? Why you think? Why not?
Because Africans
they don't give a fuck.
America for that. They just come to America to assimilate and work. Like, they don't come to do anything for the community. Like, I'll be honest with you, I can't speak for all Africans because that would be wrong, but most African diaspora are very self-interested. That's it. So
Exactamundo. And like I said, a lot of these guys on the panel have a lot of base for us, but they have no word or whisper for Africa, Nigeria, and what's going on over there. Very surprising. We'll be doing a video about the contrast, how much energy you guys have for us, but not a whisper for what's going on in Nigeria. So thank you for having me on, African Millennial. I really appreciate it. I'm out.
no problem. The part that's making me laugh is when Last Zulu said that they're gonna do passport checking. Like, is this Germany now?
No,
at this point you got to, man. Because
I have a question for
passport checking come my way.
Sit here and say, oh, you know what? They will. Like, let's be friends. We say, okay, cool. You passed the quote unquote the looks test and you walk by. We do not do a genealogy test. We do not do a papers test. We do the eye test. Cool. He cool. He can walk by. Just like if I was in Nigeria necessarily, right, and some shit was to go left necessarily, they don't. Unless it's like a tribal warfare, I can walk around Nigeria and nobody.
Let me tell you the difference, man. See, in Nigeria, right? Nigerians. Let me tell you the difference. In Nigeria, right? Nigerians own and control Nigeria, right? And Nigerians make the policy. Nigerians are in the government. They're the one that make all the policies. But it's different. That's what in reality you need to come to terms with. In America, white people make the policy. They're the ones in charge. They decide what goes where. They decide who comes in and out of America. They're the one that decided that.
What does that have to do? I have a question. What does that have to do with you coming under
and
there
that's
saying,
what I'm
I
trying
am
to tell you
you?
what it has to do with it. Because they decided
That's like me saying, I am you. That's like me saying, I am Igbo.
Yo, brother, man.
Right?
Let me learn, man.
And saying, and I come over there and
Okay, let me ask you. How did Nigeria get to America? Give me the steps how Nigeria got to America.
Not your own doing.
Okay, tell me how African people get to America. Tell me, explain it. The process. Just tell me the process.
Plenty. Some people come on visa. Some people actually just what's the word?
How did they get the visa? How did they get? Who gives them the visa?
When you break into a country.
Okay, but let's focus on the visa part. Okay, who gives them the visa?
Some people come through visas. Some people come through South America and just walk through. That's the
no.
Okay, those ones are how we agree. Okay, and those ones get deported when they get caught, and those ones cannot access anything because
not all of them.
They don't have documents. You know,
plenty of them.
Well, those things you mentioned there, they're accessing. First of all, you need documents to be able to access it. To access all this.
At my job currently.
Well, now that's why I asked you a question.
Sir, at my job.
No. Let's talk about let's talk about me. How did I get here? Who do you think gave me the visa to? Do you think I gave myself the visa to come into America, or somebody gave me the visa? And who gave me the visa? Who do you think gave me the visa?
What you done with him? Ask my own situation.
And he won't answer, but I will give him the answer. Listen, guess what? It was white people, white Americans.
What is that? What
he has to do with he kills all your points. He kills all your arguments. So
you never answered my question.
Okay, what is your question?
My question is, what does that have to do with somebody coming and saying, "Oh, I'm using your identity to gain benefits that I did not necessarily fight for"?
Because nobody is saying they're using nobody.
Mike.
Okay.
What does that have to do with you doing that?
Because nobody's using identity to get anything. That's what I'm telling you. There's nothing.
My face, man.
There is nothing I want to do in America that I want. That I need to go and tell the government that I'm a black American. I'm a ADOS. There's nothing. All I have to do is I am a citizen. This is my document, and I want this. That's it. Whatever it is.
Let me jump in too.
When American government, listen, wait. When American government saying we are creating specific scholarship for people of African descent, and I go there and I say I'm Nigerian, I'm a Nigerian who's of African descent. That's all they care about, and they give it to me. They don't care if I'm ADOS, Caribbean. They don't. American Constitution does not define who black is.
Let me jump in and explain the process, please.
Sorry, the way it defines black, American Constitution defines blacks as anyone of African descent. You understand? So if that's why I asked you earlier that if I go to these so-called places you're talking about, and I tell them that I'm of African descent and I'm a Nigerian, I'm not ADOS, will they deny me? That's why I'm asking you. Then if they don't deny me, that tells you that whatever it is that's in place was not for someone that's direct descendant of slave. It's just for anyone of African descent. American Constitution, American government recognize black as anyone of African descent. So stop telling me that I'm coming to claim your identity, changing my name from Olawale to John.
Okay, right. Let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in real quick, please.
And when the issue comes, that's why it's a separation.
Well, you can separate. I don't come after you. You can separate yourself from me. I don't give a shit about.
Let me jump in real quick, please.
So when we have these law changes, you understand why. And then when you have Africans come over here and say, "Oh, can we get some of these benefits?" and you come to these schools,
no, they don't ask. It's a lie. They don't ask. Can we get?
Let me jump in, please.
We don't ask anybody. Can we get anything?
Let me explain this thing, please.
We work for everything we have, and then we pay taxes. Okay.
Let me jump in on my side. Are you familiar with the DV program, bro to the right? Are you familiar with the DV program?
Is that an immigrant program?
Okay. Do you know what it entails when people go for an interview? Do you know the interview process? Like when people are going for a visa, do you know what they ask? The set of questions they ask.
Let's be honest, man. How would I know that? I am a citizen.
Exactly. So why are you coming here to talk if you don't know this thing?
Education, because the government. You see, this is the problem right here. You guys know as much as you know. The government of the United States doing its own thing. When it brings people in here, it brings them in for a specific reason. You see what I'm saying? They qualify. For example, they got educational programs where the university says, if you come over here, you pay international rates, which are 5 times higher than regular American rates. Okay? People still do that. They still accept those programs. Now, when you're coming in, the U.S. government runs its own program, independent of you guys. When the only interaction with people, no, but wait, listen. The only time we have this kind of conversation is when we come here and you find out that, hey, you guys were brought here. You guys don't know our process of coming here. You see what I'm saying? And you guys go with the impression that these people come in, they sign up for all the benefits you guys got. They tell you that in the program. First of all, if you can't support yourself, you know what is support?
They'll deport you.
Do you know what is support? For you to get into America. So even I, as a citizen, I had to have my uncle. My uncle had to show his taxes information. So show that if I come over here and even though I'm a citizen and I just don't do nothing, I don't work, I don't contribute to society, my uncle is capable of taking care of me.
Let me get 2 questions in for a sec. Can I get 2 questions in?
Yeah, go ahead.
So all right, so I'm going to agree with a few points and then get my question in. So the first thing, I'm agreeing with Zulu. So because we're talking about benefits, and I think the Africans were saying that there's no benefits from African Americans, but the benefits is not only within scholarship and funds and stuff like that, but even just the treatment of us as Black people. Because what they're trying to say, the African Americans are trying to say, is that if they didn't do all of that, us as Black people, both Caribbean and Africans, would be treated worse in America. And it's like, I don't think you guys are getting that. They've done work. Let me finish. They've done work. They've done work here before most of us got here, as to why we are treated a certain way.
They just got here.
I know they open doors. I know they open doors. I know they set the pace.
Okay. Wait.
Let him finish.
Okay, finish.
So that's the first thing. I feel like sometimes we're kind of just glossing over that. The next thing, not because it's white people that allowed you, in a sense, to come in, because you were talking about the embassy and it's like, oh yeah, it's white people that you have to talk to. Not because they were the ones that allow you to come in means you should kind of suppress the African American experience, that what they're going through in America.
You know, also
the next thing, wait.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I disagree.
Well, let him finish. You get to respond.
Improving it.
The last thing I have is a question to Zulu. So most times at least I hear African Americans talking about other groups of immigrants. It's really just Black immigrants. It's really just Caribbeans and Africans. Yes, yet there are immigrants from South America, Asia, Europe, but it's like they're also taking jobs. They're also doing this. They don't like African Americans less than other Black people, but yet it's like you guys always kind of go at Caribbeans and Africans. So don't you see that as xenophobic? That's the last thing I had to say.
Okay, let me say something to that. What you just said. First of all, there were Black communities, right? There were Black communities doing segregation. Okay. Now there was no fighting for job opportunities, because all the Black people, there were Black hotel owners. There were Black people that run Black businesses. There was a Black football league. There are Black universities. Everything was Black. It was just separated. That's the white side. That's the Black side. So if Africans came in, they would have came to the Black part of town. You see what I'm saying? And have those opportunities. Now, after integration, this is where the problem comes in. You say that integration, everybody, Black, white, everybody should be in the same spot, drinking off the same water fountain and doing all that. That's where the fight for opportunities comes in. You see what I'm saying? So when African people come in at that time, they're looking at it. Okay, we fought for integration, and so we can have Black Americans. Black Americans fought for integration. Okay, they fought for integration to Martin Luther King. Okay, they fought for integration. Now they passed laws to integrate schools, colleges, everything integrated, workplace, everything integrated, right? Now, there were lesser opportunities for Black people after integration. The integration is the thing that is bringing less opportunities to Black Americans. You see what I'm trying to say? But the government of the United States, when they're bringing in Africans, they don't tell them that we had immigration policy and the Black people over there in America are being short-handed because they're not being given all the opportunities. They don't tell the Africans that. They don't tell nothing. They don't tell the Africans nothing about the situation of Black Americans in America.
Are you saying now or in the past?
Even I'm telling you, when you go to the interview process, they don't say anything about Black Americans.
Oh, they don't
just
say anything about Black Americans, man.
Yeah, they just say
the entire process has nothing to do with Black Americans at all.
No, what they say, what I'm saying is that you come into a university, you come into a university to study. You see what I'm saying? You want to pursue it. They don't even
tell you anything about them, you know.
They don't tell you anything about the situation in America. When you come in America, that's when Black Americans tell you.
If you break the law, they will deport you. That's what they tell you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying regular laws. Everybody, the law applies to everybody. I'm talking about
the immigration process. You
know, I'm telling you, when you go to an interview, I didn't go through an immigration process. I go through an interview in citizenship interview, but my uncles told me about the immigration process. My uncles and all the people that went through there, they tell me step by step how it went, what they interviewed them. They don't say anything. The white government does not say anything about the situation in America. They say come to America, go to school, pursue what you got to pursue. And period. It's when you come over here that the Black Americans say, hey, you coming over here, and those guys that gave you the opportunity, whatever, promise us. But the white government never told you, and we're coming in and landing this thing in America. Nobody knows that in Africa. All the people that try to go through a U.S. embassy to come to America doesn't know nothing about anything on the Black American side or what the Black Americans are saying until they come to America. That's when the Black American put them down and say, you guys are coming over here and taking opportunities, because there's that gap of information. When they're bringing people to America, they just bring them in. They don't say anything about the Black Americans.
Let me just jump in real quick, man. And first of all, let me just clear one thing out, man. First of all, there is no opportunity given. The reality of this life is this, man. You have to work for things. You have to work.
For what I'm saying, going to college. College is the way to go.
The bottom line in college is open for anybody, or university education, or knowledge. Anything is open. You have to work for whatever. You have to work to become.
How do you get to that college in a segregated society?
You pay for it.
You
pay for it. In a segregated. Excuse me.
No.
Are you talking about the past?
No, Mike, don't play with me, man.
Wait,
don't play with me, Mike.
No, I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm asking you.
Explain to me, how do you get to a college in a segregated society?
In a segregated society, are you talking about now or in the past? Here's the deal. You listen. Even when America was segregated, wait. Even when America was segregated,
you just come into it. There was nothing there.
And I'm answering your question, man. I'm answering your question. Even when America was segregated, there were still blacks. They were still attending top universities. One day,
Booker T. Washington,
Mike, I understand you doing it just to be right now. I understand.
Booker T. Washington open
because they heard.
So I understand doing this just to be funny.
No, but Africans pay their way.
But Amara, let me talk now.
Africans pay their way. Nobody's helping them.
If you believe that,
Amara, you do too much
talking. I can believe I paid my way, bro. Everybody paid their way.
1750. Where were you then?
Last Zulu, you need to go. Last Zulu, if you want to succeed in life, you need to go and earn it.
We're not talking
about 1715.
We're talking about now when we coming up.
Last Zulu,
we paid our way through college. All the Africans I know paid their way through college.
Okay, all right.
Well, let me just say this. African, let me just say this. Answer a Pan-African question. Pan-African, listen. Let me tell you something, man. You have to understand something. Like the world constantly changes. And the world order is constantly. Hold on, say it again.
It's constantly changing, man.
But wait. The world order.
And I wish you the best.
Bro, let me talk, man. You get your chance. You don't allow me to speak.
I wish you the best in that future.
Okay, thank you. I'm answering an African question. And the world order.
Come on, man. Don't leave, man. Come on.
Amara, wait. Let me talk, man. and Pan-African, and the world order also constantly change as far as policies of those that rule the planet. You understand? In 1945 is when the United Nations was created, right? Where they started creating new world order, where they say, okay, we're having embassies and nations have to have people of different nations will have passports and things like that, and people be able to move this way and that way and that way. Now, after that was created, that means the way humans will migrate has now changed from before that. You understand? And now, coming to present, when you guys are saying that, oh, someone is here because somebody else fought and this fought and fought and fought. No, it's not the case, really. All these things people are putting online, these historical things tying together, is illusion. People that are making global policy, trust me, they're not making it because somebody marched or somebody did this. It's a lie. They're making it simply for their own interest. And when you say, oh, the African immigrants are here because somebody fought or somebody and told the black people told the white man to do it, it's a lie. Nobody can tell a white man what to do. And the white man doesn't do anything because he wants to favor any black person. He does it for his own interest. If white Americans are creating policy for Africans to come here, it's not because they like Africans or it's the benefit of Africans. They know what they want from these people for them to make them come here. And second of all, Africans themselves, it's not their desire to come here. It's not like when people say you come here, as if it's their desire to come here. You have to look at the whole. You have to look at the whole bigger context. First of all, the continent of Africa. If we shut it down, where the U.S. and the Western world don't have access to the mineral resources and the global policies, the IMF policies, the World Bank policies, and things that they're doing against the continent to put the people in a situation, I don't think any African will even come here to say they want to come here. It's not like African real law. They're coming here because they want to go and get close to American because they're special people. No. You have to understand the global context. Yes, they are superpowers. They are controlling the world, making policies to create situation to happen to be in certain ways. Now, if America is using Africa's resources, African wealth, and manipulating Africa for his own benefit to be economically superpower, then an African also has the right to come into America to do whatever he wants to do. So it's a give and take. It's that you take from me, I take from. So there's no one doing anything for anybody. So people need to cut it out. If you want to succeed in life, go out there and compete and get what you can get. That's what I do. I don't go out to ask anyone for anything. No one gives me nothing. I go where I have to go. But I have the right to go as long as I'm not breaking the laws to go there to work for what I want. So that brother needs to, and no one should be telling me about this. Somebody fought for me.
That
no
is
one
the
fought
problem
for anybody,
too.
man. You fight for what you want.
The universities do not give Africans free tuition. That's another thing I heard.
They don't allow you in.
We pay 5 times more. You know, you would pay 5 times more. People have to sell their land.
Amara, even these institutions, before they allow you in, they want to make sure that they benefit from you. Then, if you, let's say you're an African that's going to come in there and you just not going to elevate their status, they do rankings, right? Every school's fighting for ranks, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So we're going ahead and closing the panel, so we can start with the last statement. So Amara, did you have any?
I'm just saying, my dear African American people, you understand? We brothers, okay? We sisters, and we everybody got their own history because they grew up in different places, okay? But at the end of the day, we all black. At the end of the day, we're at the bottom of the totem pole. However they cut it, the white man is always going to be on top and do what he wants to do. We fighting and scrambling about, oh, they gave somebody that opportunity over. It doesn't make any sense. We came over here, we paid 5 times tuition. 5 times tuition as a whole. Most of those universities have an international department. You call any university today, they got a whole department for international students. Specifically, you go to the American embassy, you go there, there are flyers for universities telling people to come to America and pay your tuition. You go to schools, they go to schools to recruit. But at the end of the day, the African got to pay his way all the way. Tuition, getting here, and In fact, for you to be here, you have to have somebody that making enough money, as an affidavit of support. You need an affidavit of support that person, if things go wrong and this man doesn't finish his school and he doesn't have paper, he's just going to be out here a liability to the state. No, they're going to hold that person responsible. That's already here. That works and make enough income. Basically, my uncle, I was a dependent to my uncle until I started up, until I came on the come up and I'm able to earn for myself. But I had to pay some of my student loan. 12 years I took to pay. 12 years. The regular American takes like eight years to pay, just because I came from an international school. Even though I'm American, I was born here. Just because I came here from 12 years to pay it off. The last 10 years I've been enjoying my money that I earned. But my first 12 years, it was hell. So don't let people think it's all strawberries and rainbows and whatever it is about Africans coming over here. No, we pay more, and some of us go to work. You go to work and go to school. You do all types of just sweeping, gas station, parking lots, anything to support yourself and pay for your schooling. Nobody gives you nothing free, bro. Nothing free in America. There's no free lunch. Nowhere. Yeah. So that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Yeah, next we can have Mike and then Pan-African.
Yeah, man, it's just unfortunate, man. When a lot of these people, the characters of that last Zulu guy and that lady, it's when you hear them say the way they think and the way they behave, you can see that it's very obvious that some people
The
have been leading.
last Zulu wasn't that bad though.
No, it was terrible, man. Like it's very clear that people have been leading them astray, and the biggest strategy, you see, the strategy of the Black American society is very similar to the African as well, in the sense that after the 60s, when all the real leaders were taken out, it's like a group of people just started occupying that leadership space and just leading the people astray. If we can say the same about the continent of Africa, like since the death of the Kwame's and all those guys in Africa, those that have been occupying that leadership space, they just been leading the continent astray. It's the same with the Black American society. Like since the end of Malcolm X and all those guys, you just had a bunch of pathetic people like the Ashantis and Jesse Jackson, just sell them victimhood just to exploit them, take their money, and just tell them what they want to hear and tell them this is not your fault. It's that person stopping you. You're a victim, because they know that people, of course, everyone likes to feel like to be consoled. So and just collect donations, and so that's the result we are seeing today. Like you have a bunch of people like this, they just think they are victims, and whatever they're not achieving in life is somebody else's fault. Is this guy's fault? Is that you see Tariq Nasheed just selling them rubbish that it's these Nigerians that are stealing from you, they're taking what was meant for you, when we know it's not factual. That's complete lie. And I just wish some people can just start educating the young ones, the little ones, that hey, listen, don't follow these leaders, man. They're leading you astray. And even on the continent, we need to stop following all these politicians, because they're leading us astray as well. Because these people are not. I don't know if they are just being sponsored by the supreme, the power. I don't know, but people are being misled, man. They're being completely misled. This guy literally believes that somebody is using his identity to come up, to become successful. I mean, what the heck? Oh my God, man. Well, anyway, I just hope programs like these actually can educate people and just let them know. But my advice to people: stop following people. Don't let someone else lead you. Be careful who you follow, because someone might lead you astray. You lead yourself. That's my best advice to people. Go and lead yourself in this life. Educate yourself and know for yourself. All right, thank you. Yeah.
All right, for me, when I just came on, you guys were ready to kill each other, so it didn't look so good when I just came on. But there's a reason why I always kind of try to want us to work together. Going back a little, there was a book that I read in Jamaica about slavery on the plantations in Jamaica. And one of the things that I noticed is how they because what I couldn't understand is if there's 10,000 slaves and there's like 100 slave owners, why you can't just kill them? But what I understood that they did is that because they knew that the different tribes would not work together, That's what they did. They made sure that there was never one specific tribe of people on a plantation. So they'd split them up because they know that they would never, it's like they would never really try to work together. They'd always have problems amongst each other. So it's like every time I kind of see African Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans kind of going back at each other, it's like I kind of see the same thing. It's like we're fighting against each other about our differences rather than seeing the similarities that we have. And I feel like until we kind of try to figure that out, we'll kind of just be in the same position that we're in. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you. I fully agree with what you said. I agree with what you said. Okay, let me try to do a 2-minute rundown of the whole panel because I know no one's gonna watch the whole 6 hours, but I will put timestamps. I promise I will, just to certain times. Yeah, so the whole rundown of this panel is ADOS FBA as xenophobic as people say that there is. I already got some bad comments from some people saying that I'm pandering. I don't think that they're that xenophobic. I really don't. Are they even xenophobic? I don't think they're even xenophobic. I think the ones online, some of the ones online, are more on the xenophobic side, but the ones in person seem to be pretty cool. Them saying that they have an issue with people speaking about reparations is understandable. I do think it is a minority of Africans that do try to get benefits on behalf of ADOS FBA. I do think it's a minority, but I don't have the number, so I can't really confirm that. But in any case, are they as xenophobic as people say that they are? No. As I think Fitari and Pan African mentioned on the panel, and actually Last Zulu, is if they were really that xenophobic, wouldn't there be like physical attacks against Africans in America? Like, wouldn't there be like people being attacked? Wouldn't there be stores and houses burnt down because of the hate? So I don't want it to get to that level because it can get to that level. Even though it's America, even though there are laws, we know that if people want to be violent in America, it's not a problem. Okay? If they want access to warfare in America, it's not a problem. So if it was really that much that they hated like Africans to that extent, why haven't they eliminated the Africans? Like, why haven't they done that yet? I'm just saying. And how do we get to the point where it doesn't actually get to that point? Because that's an actual fear that I have, that if we don't take care, it's going to get to that point, as we've seen in other countries. So yeah, ADOS FBA, I don't know. We just need to be having more conversations with ADOS FBA that are less heated and less debated, and try to understand each other's perspective. Now, from what the comments of ADOS FBA said in the comment section, I believe their problem is you guys just got here. You guys are not foundational. Your blood was not shed to like build this country. So it's like the way that some of you guys speak is so arrogant, because it's like you guys think that you put in work into establishing this country, but you guys have not. And some of you guys feel like you are entitled to have the exact same things that we have right now without putting the same amount of effort. So I believe that is the basic element of ADOS FBA. That's the whole point of delineation. That is the whole point of all Blacks are not Blacks anymore. Like, now there's different types of Blacks. There's different types of identities. If it comes down to passport checking, we're going to do passport checking. I can't believe I'm hearing this, but this is what's being said. Now, with the whole Tariq Nasheed thing that people were bringing up, I don't take Tariq Nasheed seriously at all. Like, Tariq Nasheed to me is more like a troll. Now, the problem with Tariq Nasheed is there are probably some of his listeners that are taking what he's saying seriously. So I believe that's the issue with Tariq Nasheed. But from what I can see, Tariq Nasheed is mostly just roasting people online. Like, he's not actually doing anything about this. So would he really be a problem or just a distraction, right? And I will say that there are some people that when they go on Tariq Nasheed's platform, they go head to head with him. Like, from what I've noticed, it's mostly the Somalis that go head to head with Tariq Nasheed when it comes to the whole roasting thing. So I feel like that's kind of fair. They're both looking for that. So they get it, they get that xenophobic high, so to speak, online. This reminds me a lot of what South Africans have been saying for a long time. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the connection that South Africans have to this. Why do certain South Africans feel the exact same way about certain immigrants being a problem, undermining them, taking their benefits, blah blah blah. Now you had I think John Nola saying that there is a section of I don't even know what to call them anymore, because they're not African Americans anymore. They're not Black Americans. So let's just say there's a certain sector of ADOS FBA that complains too much that other people are coming here and stealing their benefits or whatever. And John Nola, as an FBA, said we really don't need to be complaining as much about that, because what can immigrants take from ADOS FBA? I would like to argue that if you're not careful, the immigrants can take stuff from ADOS FBA. You just give it a couple of decades. Like, if you don't watch it, even though I'm not supposed to say it because the Africans are gonna get mad at me, I really do believe that if you don't start checking these things, they can take away certain things specifically from ADOS FBA. Because this is the thing, we're all here to compete. Like, we're all here to advance, to move forward, right? We're all here in the system of pink supremacy to get to the top. So obviously, if people are acting in their own self-interests, I'm pretty sure they will undermine almost anybody that they have to in order to succeed and go ahead. Now, there was a comment that Amara made, and I think that's what we're going to talk about next week, actually, because I really enjoyed this topic. I know it got pretty heated, but I don't think we touched the surface yet, to be quite honest. And it would be nice if more people who actually live in America called in, because no offense, but I mean, people from the UK, I don't know why you're speaking on this. People from Italy, I don't know why you're speaking on, you know what I mean? Like, it would be better if people from America actually called in. But yeah, the point that Amara made, I think that is really important, is okay, so when immigrants come here, right? They come here after I guess the natives of the country already fought and they already struggled for certain benefits and rights. So I guess the question is, who do the immigrants have to thank for that? Like, should anybody be thanked for that, or should it be acknowledged, or should we just not acknowledge it? Because one question I have for ADOS FBA is, like, are you expecting to get acknowledgement from the immigrants that you did put in the work for them to, like, succeed and do better? Because I'm kind of confused on that. Like, is that a conversation that or acknowledgement that you guys are expecting? Just wondering. And yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it there because the stream is getting kind of long. Appreciate all of you guys being here. again, we will do another part 2 on this next week. I was thinking of doing an FBA only panel, but I don't think that's going to be possible because it doesn't seem like there's enough FBA on here that actually want to speak, and that's completely fine. So in any case, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for the participation. I don't think, well, okay. So it was interesting to listen to the conversation and get other people's opinions, but I don't think we came to an agreement. I don't think that we came to an understanding. And I guess another question I have for people before we leave the panel is, because getting along, right? The diaspora getting along is something that I actually care about. Like, it's something that would be a dream for me. We need to have better relations. We just need to do that. So how can we make sure that this is happening in person? Like, how can we make sure that this is happening in real life? Because I feel like a lot of these spaces like Twitter, Instagram, Clubhouse, whatever, TikTok, they're just places where people vent. They're just places where people like let out the real them, like the real opinions of what they have. But I'm just wondering, are there initiatives in person in which some of these relations can become better? I'm assuming that there aren't, because from what I can tell is that everybody is being separationalist, like everyone is their own community and doing their own thing. So if that's the case, how is this relationship going to mend? Or is this just an online beef? Like, what really is this? And what do you do with this type of thing? Yeah, that's the question that I have. But I think that I deeply I want everybody to get along. I want everybody to, be better. But I deeply think that everyone is actually secretly content with what's going on right now. Like, everyone is too proud and too, like, nobody wants to come together and actually do anything about this. So I feel like if that's the case, like, we're gonna still have these conversations. Like, it's gonna keep happening. 20 years from now, there's gonna be a new crop of ADOS, FBA, Black immigrants, Caribbeans having the same conversation. That's honestly how I feel about it, because nobody wants to really do anything about it. They just want to say that their side is right, and that's it. Like, they don't want to compromise and come to an agreement, or sacrifice. So I'm literally gonna end it there for now. Guys, once again, thanks for being here, and shout outs to all of the new people. Hope to see you guys next time. It was really nice to see the new people and also the old faces. Thank you to everybody who called in on the panel. Every single one, even the ones that people thought were too much. Thank you for your opinions. It takes a lot of courage to click on the link and say what you have to say. So I will see you guys again next week, same time, same place. See ya.